Beautiful. I hit record.
Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, I guess the first thing I want to tell you is I want to thank you for all of your excellent work. I mean, you really, really have this like commitment to excellence and greatness in the field of hypnosis. And you changed my life remarkably. So I have to thank you for that. I got all of your courses, your Udemy courses
Mm,
over here. I got all the certificates. I printed them out. Um,
cool.
the Dan Jones Ericksonian hypnosis course. Every course you got, I got them all. I did them all. Um, but anyway, I thought they were incredible. You use hypnosis to teach the hypnosis, and
Mm,
each time I look over those courses, I learn something new. And it's crazy, sometimes when I go over the course, I'm like, oh, I forget what he says here. And then as soon as you start talking, I'm like, oh, yes, 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 yes. This is the story about yada, yada, yada. And, you implanted it somewhere in my brain that even if I can't like consciously pull it up, it's there unconsciously, which is
mm.
awesome. Awesome. And then
Well, a couple
from,
of things.
go
One
ahead.
thing in relation to Udemy courses is it's such a shame that they don't do very good certificates of their own. So
Hmm.
obviously, I don't really go on Udemy much nowadays, because the platform keeps changing. They keep changing their kind of business structure, um, and how things work, and then it's just it kind of irritates me. But that led me to decide to put my own certificates on there. And initially, I would try to manually say to students, contact me and I'll put your name onto one and then I'll send you the certificate. But because Udemy doesn't actually allow sharing of emails and stuff like that, they want to keep everything on the platform. And obviously, they don't want students of their platform to be having any kind of way of having the instructors on their platform gathering information from the students who are taking those courses because they want to keep all that information for themselves. So it would require people to have to contact me and then me to have to keep checking, has someone sent me any messages today? Oh, yeah, they have. Oh, now I've got to find time to put together some certificates. And then people's usernames wouldn't be their real names. And then they would say, can you do me a certificate? And then I'd have to contact them. What's your real name? Or do you just want your username? John176 or something. Do you want that? What do you want me to put down? And then I'd have to wait days for them to get back to me. And I'd have to keep checking, obviously, has anyone contacted me again? Until I eventually get a response. And so at the end, it was like all I'm doing is literally type it. The student only gets obviously the same as you've got there, essentially a PDF, of a certificate that you can fill in and print out. So all I'm doing is just typing a name on and then sending it back to you as you could do yourself. Um, so I end up just putting it on there, but I really wish that they had a feature where they could automate that, where if I want people to have a non-Udemy certificate, then I would like a feature where instead of it being maybe a PDF, it could be whatever document works. Nowadays, you can do PDFs that are signed and stuff. So there's not really a reason why they couldn't do it, but where you could just say, right, here's the template I want you to use. That's the space I want you to have student names filled in. Can you just do it on this certificate? Because yeah, in my live courses, obviously I can give people certificates. I'll print off a number of them and then I'll write everyone's names on by hand and I'll sign everything by hand when people are there. And obviously for my diploma course, which I ran from 2007 till 2019, obviously you'd get a different certificate. It's vertical and it would say this is what the course included and whatever. And it was a clinical hypnotherapy diploma certificate. But I stopped doing that in 2019, running live face-to-face courses. But yeah, so that's kind of how those certificates came about. Was that I just wasn't happy with the Udemy's own version, and I felt that people would prefer something from Sussex Hypnotherapy Centre, something that didn't just say Udemy on it that was a bit less generic and a bit more kind of like special, hopefully.
Yeah, they got the Sussex Hypnotherapy Center on
Yeah.
instead of like I guess this was like the old Udemy
Yeah, that's the Udemy ones, yeah.
ones.
Which are
Yeah.
very bland um and the actual sticker I probably still have some knocking around somewhere, a pack of the little stickers to put on to the certificates sort of in person. So rather than it just being like a photocopy on a on the sort of PDF as you've got there.
Yes, yes. I could relate where I have been a martial arts instructor almost all
Mm,
my life, and I have instructional videos that I sell on the internet as well. And there's a thousand little frustrations that go with that. And I also have some courses on Udemy myself, and I'm right there with you on exactly what you're saying. It can be annoying. I've yet to find a perfect system
mm.
on how to do them all.
It's one of those awkward things. So I think anyone who wants to get into hypnotherapy, um, you can technically, well, obviously you can make as much money as you want depending how much you charge. I know one hypnotherapist who he used to charge normal amounts. So I don't know what it would be in US money, but in UK money, it would be kind of maybe £95 up to maybe 195. So I think the exchange rate's about $1.30 per pound or something. And he went from charging that kind of money and obviously always being burnt out from you can only still take on so many people. You've got all the business stuff to do around, being a hypnotherapist or even doing martial arts training. It isn't just about what you do face to face with people. You've got all the business side of things, the advertising, getting people to it. There's so much more that goes into it than just the hours you're face to face teaching or face to face doing therapy or whatever. And so I always say it's helpful to make sure you have other income streams so you can take some pressure off yourself. But what this guy did is he went from pricing himself at a normal rate to just saying, I'm only going to charge £100,000 and I will do, I think he does 3 days. So he'll charge £100,000. That'll include a hotel room, not that you stay, well, a hotel room the sessions will take place in. He'll go to that hotel and then over 3 days, he'll see you in the hotel for, I think, a 4 hour session in the morning, a 4 hour session in the afternoon with a break in the middle, and do that for 3 days running. And that will be the £100,000 package.
Wow.
And suddenly he was inundated with clients
Really?
because he was charging £100,000 and that made him exclusive. And suddenly it sounds like, well, you're going to get better results with him because he's charging so much.
Yeah.
So you can literally charge pretty much anything you want. And then, and obviously, logically in your head, you'd think, well, if I only want £100,000 a year income as
Hmm.
kind of a benchmark, technically, I only need to get one person a year.
Hmm.
So that takes some pressure off as well. It's a little bit like my best friend, who unfortunately passed away in 2020. Um, Many years ago, we set up a company called ALT Solutions, which the ALT was literally just we were walking down the road towards his flat and or towards his house, and we were like, "What do we call our company?" We want to do stress management and relaxation stuff, and we want to teach communication skills and do all this other stuff. What do we call the company? And I said, look, why don't we just call it whatever the next three digits are, the next three letters are on the next number plate we see, on the next car we see. And the next car was ALT, whatever the rest of the number plate was. So we just called it ALT Solutions, and everyone's like, "Oh, alternative solutions," or yeah, like, no, it literally is three letters off a number plate. It wasn't, it wasn't something heavily thought out, but it leaves people wondering. Um, but what we did was we just decided let's cold call as many businesses as we can, pitching. We worked out we had to do I think 2 sessions a year. We had to get two companies a year, or two. If one company wanted to do it twice, they could. But we had to do 2 sessions a year to make it so we could both make a living from doing this. And so we just said, let's just cold call loads and loads of companies. And if 1 in 50 or 1 in 100 get back to us and say yes, great. We now know our odds of how many we have to kind of approach.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, the two of us think slightly differently. So that was my thinking. His thinking when we approached, I think 50 companies initially, and one of them said, "I'm interested in more information." So we gave them some more information. They said, "Not at this time. Maybe next financial year we'll be interested." They didn't question our price that we were pitching them. They wanted more information, and we were upfront about our pricing, and they were just like, yeah, maybe next year, but we're not really up for it this year actually. And my friend was like, well, that was a failure, don't want anything to do with this, not trying anymore. It's like 1 in 50 said, I want more information. If we contact 100 companies, maybe 1 in 100 will say, I want more information, yes, that sounds good, we'll go with it. And even if it's 1 in 300 companies, at least 1 in 50 has shown an interest. So
Hmm.
we don't have a bad offer here. So my thing was all about the numbers. Was kind of like, so a little bit like Richard Bandler said, he doesn't understand why dating is difficult for people. You just walk up to someone, say, "Hi, I'm Richard." They say, "Yeah, what of it?" You say, "Sorry, I thought you were someone else," and you walk on. When you get to the person that says, "Oh, hi, I'm so and so," and they acknowledge you back, you then say something like, "Oh, do you mind if I sit down?" They then say yes or no. And you just, everything is a step, and it's just a numbers game. Someone will eventually be okay with you being there and be okay with engaging in some kind of conversation with you.
Hmm.
It doesn't take much more than that. Just be yourself, and the right person will hopefully be themselves back to you, and somehow you'll mix and engage enough to have something happen. And I don't think people think about it like that. I think people get all nervous and anxious. I know in school, there was a girl that a lot of my friends wanted to go out with, and so they're like, "Dan, would you go and ask her out for me?" So and so wants to go out with you. No, and so I go back. No, they say no, and I do that for all of them. Then one day I thought, hang on, she's actually okay. I've been talking to her more than every single one of my friends because I've been asking her out for every single one of my friends. So she's actually okay. I'd quite like to go out with her. So I just went up to her and asked her. I thought the worst thing, I timed it with the end of the lunch break. I thought the worst thing she does is says no. But that's what she said to everyone else. So it's not unlikely. And I'll just say, oh, that's okay. And then the school lunch bell will go for the end of lunch break. And then I've got an excuse to just walk away without having to have some kind of like, okay, what do you do after the person said no when you don't have someone to go back to? So every other time the pattern was they say no, you go back to the friends and you say, she said no. You don't have that if you're the one doing it for your own benefit. So it was like, if I time it with the end of the lunch break, she says no. Okay. Oh, there's the bell. Goodbye. And you just walk off. Nothing lost. She said yes. And so I ended up going out with her. Um, but it was because I just went up to her and did it myself. And I just thought, well, it's a numbers game. And it's just like, I don't understand what's difficult. People either like each other or they don't. You just say it, and they either say they're not interested. Nothing's lost because you weren't with them beforehand. So you haven't lost anything. As long as you're not being weird about it, why would it change anything? And if they say yes, then technically it could be weird along the way if it doesn't work out. But at that moment, that's kind of what you want. It just seems stupid people beating themselves up and making their life awkward and missing opportunities out of some kind of fear of how it might go or what might be said. When it's like that's in your head, you don't know how it might go.
Yep.
The only way you can know is to just go through with what you want to do.
Yeah, a lot of times the no, it's liberating even because you're
Mm,
like, oh, that's the whole thing that I was afraid of, and
mm,
at least I went after what I wanted, and you find out actually how little the no means to you, and you just can go on to the next one. But people build up such fear about that no, and a lot of times when you get it, it's like actually it feels good to know that you did the thing that you wanted to do, and then eventually you'll
mm.
get to a yes. So. It's awesome. But anyway, I also started doing my own mental health therapy with people after I got all of your certifications and stuff. And it came to me at a time that I really needed something like that where I had unfortunately I had some bone problems where I needed to have my legs reconstructed a couple times, and I couldn't do the martial arts thing anymore, and I needed to find something else. So I really dove deep on your
Mm.
material. Started seeing clients. I charge a little bit less than 100,000 a client, but but you know, I just want to thank you so much for all of your work with that. Um, a couple things I want to tell you about too, and like my first couple times that I did it, I remember your story, of course, with your friend, your best friend, and how you guys were laughing so hard, and
Mm, mm.
um, how your first couple of hypnosis attempts went and everything, and I started trying to do it on friends of mine in the martial arts school. And I was doing the eyes open, eyes closed induction, look at a spot on the wall, that classic one. And the guy, he was former special forces, this guy. And as soon as I'm doing it, he starts, shaking his head and like making loud noises as part of his special forces training to not even go along with what I was
Mm,
doing,
mm.
you know? And plus, also, the martial arts people have this like, oh, that's a threat that may not work on me. I'm too strong for that, or whatever. So maybe you call it something different, or you get in through a different method. But
Well, the ironic thing is that people normally say, "Oh, I'm too strong-willed for hypnosis," or whatever people say. But actually, the research is that it's people who aren't strong-willed who are less susceptible. So
Mhm,
people who are lower intelligence don't really understand the instructions you're giving them because of them being lower intelligence. They don't follow along correctly because of that. And so then they don't have the experience. They're the ones who struggle. The people who are like, I'm highly intelligent, I'm very strong willed. Good, then you should be able to focus on this really well. You should be able to do this really well because that actually makes you better at doing it. It's the opposite to what people normally think. People normally think that somehow it only is something that works with weak willed people that are unintelligent or something. And it's like, no, actually, it's the exact opposite. If you're
yeah,
weak willed and thinking, oh, this isn't going to work, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this, not because you're trying to fight it, but because you just genuinely think, I don't think this is going to work. I'm useless at everything. It probably won't work for you. But if you're someone that's like, yeah, I can focus my mind on a task and then I can achieve tasks I want to do and set my mind to, well, good. That's exactly what we want. We want someone that can do that. Um, People have entirely, even I did, obviously, when I was a teenager, I had the wrong idea of what I thought hypnosis was because all the media kind of portrays it in one way. All the films have hypnosis portrayed as, controlling people, making everyone do what they don't want to do. Yeah, that's what the villains or whatever always end up doing. When actually that's what stage hypnotists also portray, whether they mean to or not.
mhm,
The perception of what you've just seen happen in front of you is this person walked up to someone, yanked on their arm, said sleep, they closed their eyes, zonked out for a bit, were told what to do, then they came around, opened their eyes, were given a cue and did what they were told. It looks like you've just controlled them.
mhm,
Even if the hypnotist says, I'm not controlling you, you're in a heightened state of awareness, it doesn't matter what the hypnotist says. What my own eyes believe they just saw was this thing of you controlling someone.
mhm,
A bit like when a magician is like, I'm not a mind reader, like Darren Brown,
mhm.
not a mind
Yeah.
reader. I am not communicating with the dead, not doing anything like that. Your nan's here. She's 98 when she passed away, and she wants to pass on a message. And then he'll say something that sounds like, well, how could you have got that if you're not genuinely doing it? And
Mhm,
he's openly said, this is a magic trick. I am doing a magic trick. I am not doing anything involving anything spiritual or anything
mhm,
like that. But how it is perceived, even when the person denies what you think you're perceiving,
mhm.
people still think that what they're perceiving is what's real, not what you're telling them is what's real.
Yep.
Um, and it's the same with hypnosis. But yeah, so for me, it was trying to do rapid inductions. It felt so making that transition from uh, being a teenager when I was like 13, and I was learning hypnosis, and it was all um, relax your body from top of your head down to your feet, or it was eyes open, eyes closed, and all that sort of stuff, or look at a spot on the wall and things. And then it was like, I want to yank on someone's arm
Mm-hmm.
and have them hypnotized.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got to find someone who's brave enough to be willing to be a test subject for that. And then obviously it's like, this is going to sound really weird,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to pull on your arm, say
I was
sleep,
doing all
and
this, yeah.
have you sort of
From your
zonked
video.
over like that.
Yes.
And the person,
Yes.
yeah, I don't think it's going to work.
Yep.
I've seen it on TV.
That
I
was
just
me.
don't think you, who's my friend, who I know,
Uh-huh.
is going to have me doing that.
I'm doing it,
And
not
so,
even believing it's gonna work. Yes.
yeah, and so
Yeah.
you're sort of you're both self-conscious. You're both
Yeah.
like, I think this isn't going to work either. This
Yep.
is just, and so you're both self-conscious. You both
Yep.
think there's no reason why it shouldn't work. I
Right.
just don't think it seems too unrealistic.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes a certain level of learning about hypnosis. You can just go straight into it and not know anything else about hypnosis. But I think to have that extra confidence, it takes a certain level of knowing a bit about hypnosis to think, actually, there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And then even more, I prefer to do it the way around where you know this part first. Um, but then you've got that extra level of, right, actually, you want to know what to do when it doesn't work as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to go into it thinking, okay, when this doesn't work, so I'm expecting it to work, but when it doesn't work, because inevitably it will not work at some point,
Mm-hmm.
what am I going to do next? So when I pull on someone's arm and they don't follow the instructions, closing their eyes, zonking out, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
what am I going to do? Or when you do the eyes closed, eyes open, eyes closed thing, and they don't, they're shaking their head and they're doing the rest of it, what do you do? And obviously, if you're comfortable with knowing what will I do next, then it doesn't matter how the person responds,
Mm-hmm.
because you just go with whatever their response is. And it's like, okay, that's the right way for you. The
Right.
only way that this isn't going to work is if you decide you don't want it to, and that you actively choose to not engage. But if you're choosing not to engage, what was the point in you being here volunteering or whatever anyway? If
Yes.
it's just to show me up, well, all you've done is prove that when you don't want it to happen, it doesn't happen,
Mm-hmm.
which is what hypnotists try and tell you, that
Mm-hmm.
they're not controlling you, that if you choose not to have it happen, it won't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you proving? You're not proving you're better than anyone or that you're strong-willed. You're just proving what the hypnotist says, which is if you don't want it to work, it won't. That's all you've proved.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you have the techniques that you're going to go into next, even, simple stuff, imagining a place where you can see it, where you can hear it, where you can feel it, where you can even smell and taste it. If the rapid induction doesn't work, paradoxically, having the other thing makes it so that the first thing that you do always works anyway. I've never,
Mm,
once
mm,
I learned the backup maneuvers of like the other
mm,
ways that you could easily go into it, I've never failed with the rapid inductions anyway. And it's just like you can't lose. I mean, unless
mm,
someone like just gets up and walks away and stuff, but
mm.
that hasn't happened to me. And yeah, once you have multiple
And in
methods,
reality, it is a fairly unlikely thing,
yeah,
because most people you're engaging with, it's not like you're forcing yourself upon people.
yeah,
The people you're engaging with are people who, on some level, have said, yeah, go and give it a
well,
try.
mm-hmm,
At the bare minimum, they've kind of
mm-hmm,
said, go and give it a try. I have had people in pubs when I used to go out into pubs far more often when I was young, um, where they're like, oh, I hear you're a hypnotist. Bet you couldn't hypnotize me.
right. That's
And
a
they try and
classic.
challenge you. And I always just say, you're right, I can't.
Mm-hmm,
I've got nothing to prove. I'd rather just end it there and say, you're right, I can't. And then not even try. Because if I try and succeed, they look bad, which means that a situation is going to kick off because
right,
they've just been made to look bad.
right.
If I
Yep.
try and fail,
Uh-huh.
they now are buoyed up to be boasting and in my face about it and bullish and horrible.
Mm-hmm,
And so that's a negative situation. So it's easier just to sort of say, you're right. I think I don't have anything sort of ego wise to prove to you.
mm-hmm,
I don't care if you leave here saying, oh, the hypnotist said he couldn't hypnotize me because I'm too good. I don't care what you say about it.
mm-hmm,
I just said I can't hypnotize you. You're correct. I don't care. I've got nothing to prove to you, and I've got nothing to prove to anyone else who sat around me who's
mm-hmm.
like, go on, do it. Prove that you can do it. well, no, I don't have anything to prove to anyone because it's just a situation that's lose lose. If I'm successful, then that goes bad. And if I'm not successful, then that goes bad.
Mhm.
So why even get into it? Um,
Can you hear there's like a thunderstorm happening in the background. Should I
oh,
shut
that's
the
cool.
window?
No, that's fine. I can't hear it.
Okay, good.
All we've got here is blistering sunshine.
Right.
We're on our fifth heat wave of the year so far.
Beautiful, beautiful.
We haven't had the thunderstorms that normally come with the heat waves yet.
Right,
Annoyingly, we've just had the heat.
right.
Um,
Well, yeah, even when I started to get some successes when I was doing it with people at the very, very beginning, I almost like didn't believe it. I was like, oh, they're just following along with what I'm saying or something, and this this can't be real. But I was so astonished, so amazed by your videos. I got to admit, your video, I don't know, I can't seem to find it anymore. Maybe it's taken down, but it was how to learn hypnosis in under an hour.
mm,
That one video that I watched that you did, it changed my whole life. I was like,
mm,
there's no way. I've always had an interest in it, and I was
mm,
thinking there's no way it's possible that this is even real. And then you started to convince me through the video.
mm.
I started to get a couple more successes, but I was like, ah, no, it can't be. And then I
And the
got
thing
your,
about,
go ahead.
yeah, I was going to say the thing about that video is, so I've had that on a couple of channels,
Mhm,
and also it was on Udemy at one point. Um, I'd have people commenting saying, I don't have the time or motivation or whatever to sit through an hour. Can you not just teach me this
mhm,
uh, much quicker? And so I would respond saying, just watch the first like 10 minutes. You've
mhm,
then learned what hypnosis is and an induction.
mhm,
If you don't want to know the other inductions, because it says learn hypnosis in an hour,
mhm,
but you're learning more than just hypnosis in that hour. In that hour, I teach, I think it was like six different inductions, so three structured and three unstructured.
mhm,
And I teach a bunch of therapeutic techniques so that you've got something therapeutic to use with the inductions you've just learned. I do
mhm.
all that in an hour. It's not
Yeah.
just, it's not as simple as the title says. It's not just learn hypnosis in an hour. It's learn six different ways of doing hypnosis so that you can use a structured induction or respond automatically depending on how the client is in front of you,
Mhm,
and a bunch of hypnotic techniques, therapeutic techniques you can use with someone.
mhm,
And so my response to people when they would comment that, oh, I'm not sitting through an hour long video, be just watch the first 10 minutes and you've learned an induction. If that's all you want,
mhm,
watch 10 minutes and you've learned hypnosis in 10 minutes.
mhm,
And on my live training courses, like the short I posted the other day, you can learn hypnosis in 3 minutes.
mhm,
So on my live training courses, I would say, so for beginners, as soon as everyone sat in the room, I would start by saying, right, I'm going to get you all pairing up in a minute and you'll all be hypnotizing each other. And then I would tell them what I want them to do. And then that would take 2 or 3 minutes. And they'd be like, right, now go and do it. So within those couple of minutes, they're now hypnotizing each other. And we haven't started teaching hypnosis yet. They haven't done anything.
I hear you. You're a little bit on the frozen side. I hope I didn't lose you. Are you still there, Mr. Jones?
Everyone else
I'm so
ran
sorry.
out of battery.
I lost you there for a second. I think
You
it was
did.
rain outside in the thunderstorm.
Uh,
I'm so sorry. Let's see more.
yep, have to hit record again.
It says either
Or
pause
did it
or
start
stop.
again? I think it started. Yeah,
I think it's still going. So I
cool.
apologize about that. I can't control the weather. Not yet. I haven't learned that course from you.
Well, you need to watch The Men Who Stare at Goats
Well,
about the CIA stuff where they psychically did weather control and
okay.
making goats fall over.
Okay.
Genuine CIA documents. And a
Okay.
film was made about it um, with Ewan McGregor, I think it is, about some people who were part of the whole goat tipping CIA thing.
Okay, I'm not in deep into that rabbit hole, but maybe that's where
No,
I could go down, But there was something that you mentioned earlier too about, the difference between the relaxation induction and the rapid induction. And it's,
your internet doesn't like storms.
oh man, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me still? Hello? Hello, hello? Hello? Darn it. I think I'll just, I'm so
The
sorry to hear
internet
that.
doesn't like storms at your end.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I wish I need to get the tipping the goats book.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is in relation to something that you said of, doing the relaxation induction and stuff, and that's all well and good. And then you want to say, okay, I want to do the shock induction of, you pull on their arm and they go instantly into hypnosis. And the relaxation induction, though, when you end up like learning more, you have an entire sleep channel, of course, Dan Jones Sleep Stories, that so many people look down upon that relaxation induction, but actually that induction has its own place, and it's like
Mm.
it's a very valid induction if you just like understand the correct context that it exists in. So it's interesting. People have all these like, preconceived notions about like where in the knowledge bases and like where in the different niches they are
Mm.
in their hypnotic learning, you know?
And I think the reason some, predominantly the sort of more entertainment hypnotists, look down on things like relaxation inductions is because that's kind of the only thing normally taught on any kind of clinical hypnotherapy training course.
Right.
And so it's sort of felt that you're almost like not willing to let go of that induction, or you're not trusting yourself
Right.
enough to try and do something different or quicker. And um, but the reality is, I've never, well, I pretty much would never use an induction anyway, but um, I've never been in a situation, unless it's someone, say, who's into hypnosis, who wants it specifically because it's going to help them and it's going to educate them in some way. I've never been in a situation with someone where that's the thing that is going to be the right thing for them,
Mhm.
of yanking on someone's arm or having them push down on my hand and then I pull my hand away and they kind of zonk out, which is one of my favorites. But it's there's never been a situation with an actual client, unless they're a hypnotist, um, where that's been something that I felt needs to be done. Normally, it's just okay. Take a moment to close your eyes, and then I just talk to them. I don't do relaxation unless they need to relax, as specifically as part of therapy that they need to have relaxation, like on the sleep channel. Obviously, people want to be able to fall asleep. They want to be able to relax their bodies, and so I'm tying it all in with that. But if they don't need to relax, if that's not what it's about, and they don't need that kind of relaxation part, then I'm not going to do overt kind of relaxation. If they don't need to quieten their mind because they're already able to focus and follow along to what I'm saying rather than have their thoughts wandering all over the place, then I'm not going to be going over the top on, say, a countdown induction or something where I'm having them try and focus their thoughts and maybe tie up their thoughts or something. So it is about, what's right for this person in this moment. And normally I just think being conversational, just talking to someone, because that's what you're doing beforehand. Why not just carry on doing it? We're used to having conversations. Why suddenly change what you're doing and talk weird or something? I did go through my phase in the early years of constantly overly using hypnotic language patterns because I felt they sounded poetic and I
Mhm.
like the sound of all the double binds and everything, and so I would be using them all the time. But then it just sounds like you're doing something weird.
Mhm.
So I like the sound of it, but it would be like me suddenly spouting Shakespeare for no reason at all.
Right.
It,
Right.
it may sound nice and poetic to me, uh, but it may be frustrating and make no sense to the person I'm talking to. Um, and back to the whole, someone actually needs to be able to understand what you're saying and doing. It does no good if I'm being too confusing in what I'm doing, so that they as an intellect can't understand what I'm doing. So it's not just so much about them whether they can consciously follow it. If they genuinely don't understand what I'm doing, it'd be like, oh, I can throw out this maths thing, like what's 14 times 72 or something. Well, I don't know it. But if someone instinctively knows that,
Mhm.
even if they don't automatically consciously know it, if they kind of do know it, then that's fine. But if they don't know it and it would take them ages to work that out,
Mhm.
then you've just done something that it doesn't matter whether it's conscious or unconscious, they're not going to get it. And
Mhm.
so it's the same with hypnotic language patterns. If you're too confusing, they may not understand you even unconsciously. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot. Um, it's easier to be as plain as you can with people and just subtly use all the language stuff. It's helpful as a practitioner to learn it all, because then it gives you the largest toolbox of how you can just weave certain things together
Mhm.
and understand what you're doing. So there was one guy that came to me and said, I can hypnotize people,
Mhm.
but I just can't grasp all these language patterns and things. And I think I'm stupid. I don't. I've been doing hypnosis for years and years. He'd been doing it from like the 70s. So I'm doing hypnosis for years and years, but I just can't understand and grasp all the hypnotic language patterns. And if I can't understand them, how am I ever going to use them? And so I said, so we're meeting up one to one. So I've always had recording equipment. So I said, look, I'll video record us and you can hypnotize me and then we'll watch it back. And so he hypnotized me and then we put it on my TV. I said, okay, let's watch it back. And I kept pausing it every couple of minutes, saying, what have you seen that you're doing there? What have you seen you're doing there? And he normally would be like, I don't know. I'm just asking you to close your eyes. I'm just doing this. And it'd be like, you did a presupposition there.
Mhm.
You did a double bind there.
Yeah.
You did an embedded command there. And so
Yep.
it's like you're using all the techniques. Just
Yep.
because you don't know the labels for all the techniques doesn't mean you don't know how to use them. You've learned them all. You've been doing hypnosis since the 70s. It's just that you're struggling intellectually to
Yes.
be able to understand and give labels to everything, because that's just not the way your brain works. So if you're having to do a test, you need to know that stuff. But if you're not having a test, the least important part is whether you can remember the labels for everything.
Mhm.
The most important part is whether you can just do it. And so
Yeah.
that's why I would always have people do the hypnosis first and then learn the hypnosis second,
Yeah.
because you need to know you can do it and be comfortable doing it. And then everything beyond that is okay, now we're going to make it so you can refine your skill and you'll remember some of these labels and you'll forget others. And that's not really important. But if you can kind of grasp it, that's more important in terms of working with people. It's only if you're being tested that you kind of need to know a working knowledge of all the labels and things. And over time, even if you forget them, because obviously this is normal with education, you learn it for a test, and then you're like, day after the test, I've forgotten everything again. I
Mhm.
don't know all the labels anymore. I could do the job. I just don't know all the things I put on the test.
Mhm.
And that's kind of normal. People cram for a test and then they forget everything after they've done the test because they crammed for one bit of paper.
Mhm.
And whatever subject it is, that's kind of normal. It doesn't mean you can't do the thing you've just passed the test in. It just means that maybe you're not the sort of person that remembers labels, or you're not the sort of person. So you get some people that are brilliant with quotes. You say something and they throw out a quote by somebody. Like, how? How do you know that in that random book that you read 30 years ago,
Mhm.
the author had said that one thing that was going to be a relevant quote for today?
Yep.
I don't know. My brain just does it. If
Mhm.
something stands out as a quote, it sticks in my head, and when it's needed, it rises up again. And it's like, I don't have that skill, but people who do, it's just there. So
Yeah.
maybe when you're doing quotes for, oh, as Einstein said, and then you write it down in your paper when you're doing a test, great. But 90% of people won't remember that after the test.
Mhm.
Um, and that's fine. So yeah, it's I think the labels are less important than whether you can kind of instinctively just do it.
Yeah. In your courses, you mention that you should observe how often it's happening in everyday life.
Mm,
And that really opened up my whole world. It was like, I was able to see so many things through a different lens. because I'm going, oh, that's an embedded command over there. Like even looking at advertisements and stuff, I'm like,
Mm, mm.
there it is again. It's right there. There it is again. It's right there. You know, my dad or someone asking me to do something, I'm like, oh, you know, Dad, that was a beautiful hypnotic language pattern that you just did. He
Mm.
doesn't even realize, you know, that what
Yep.
he's doing
I
with.
worked with a colleague that used to always say, "You wouldn't want to do this, would you?" And obviously, a tag question is a language pattern where you say the negative and it makes the person want to respond, and it's in a form of a question. It makes the person want to say yes
Hmm.
because you've taken the negative already. So instead
Hmm.
of them saying no, you've already been there with the negative. So you're not going to go into a trance yet, are you? No, which kind of means, yeah, I am,
Either
or
way.
yes, which means it doesn't really matter what way you go.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, so she would always just say, you wouldn't want to do this for me, would you?
Hmm.
And you think, yeah, okay. So why am I saying yes to them again? And they weren't doing it because they knew hypnosis. That was just a natural part of their being.
Hmm.
During so I did a thing analyzing some politicians back in must have been 2010. So when conservatives got in power over here, um, and David Cameron, who was the conservative leader at the time, he would do his party political broadcasts and he would end them by saying, let's just see how much of me's on camera. He'd end them by saying, so you've got what we've had before, you've got the way things have been, you've got all the problems we've had. The financial crisis obviously happened in 2008. So he's like, yeah, you've got all the
Horrible.
financial stuff. So he's doing all that with one hand. Or you've got something new, something better. You've got the conservatives.
Hmm.
I said, so it's up to you what you choose.
Right.
And it was like, yeah, he's clearly just doing hypnosis. Someone's obviously coached him on how to use his gestures and how to anchor everything that's negative plus the other party with one side, everything that's positive with his party and the other side,
Hmm.
and then just drive you to one or the other. Tony Blair, who was the one in power before that,
Hmm.
Labour leader, he, well, nearly
Those
before because
Italians,
things happened.
they've got a
But he
whole
used to
world
do,
right in front of them with their language and their bodies and their gestures and everything.
yeah,
It's right out there. It's
um,
people are giving it away. It's right there, you know?
yeah,
They
but he
show
used to
where it
do
exists. Hmm.
uh, three things and then this. So he'd say, it's not this, it's not this, it's this. It's not this, it's not this, it's that. And so that would be his thing that he would create a sort of an overweight one direction so that you're waiting for the thing the other direction that you can latch onto. Um, so yeah, I did a whole thing because someone had asked me to. So I did it anonymously because I
Hmm.
was doing a job at the time that meant that it wouldn't be good if publicly people knew that I had said that I was revealing all this sort of stuff. So I did an anonymous thing saying, here's what they're doing.
Hmm.
And I was asked to look into an organization that's kind of behind the government, pretty much whichever one's in power, but an organization that's behind the government that trains the leaders of the future, um, that had released a video and I'd been asked, could I analyze this video and see if there's any hypnosis and stuff going on in this video?
Right.
And there was an awful lot of it.
Hmm.
I think it was a 5 minute video, and I think I made like a 30-minute video about the 5 minute video
Hmm.
of all the constantly just what I did was I said, okay, here's the video. So I made a video saying, okay, I'm going to show you a video,
Hmm.
see what you notice. And I just play it through. And then I say, okay, now we're going to watch it again. And I'm going to tell you what they did. And then I break it down for like
That's
20
awesome.
minutes. And then I say, now watch it again. Now you know what they're doing.
Hmm.
And you just can't help but see the constant techniques that are being employed. And it was like they
Right.
might be doing it accidental.
Yep.
I know this company teaches the leaders of the future. I know that they say that they're masters of communication techniques for leadership communication and stuff like that. But maybe this is accidental and completely by chance that they're doing all these manipulative things in this video. That's up to someone else to decide, not me. So again, I did that anonymously. I wasn't on camera at any point of it. I was just asked if I would take a look at this. And yeah, so I've always been asked things like that. Although I used to always get asked, could I look at the NLP that this person's doing, the NLP that person's doing? And I'd always be like, but they're not doing NLP. They're doing hypnosis. Just call a spade a spade. You know, you're focusing on how you think they're doing NLP, but really the techniques that you're then that are being.
Come back. Bad weather.
I know.
So I'm
At
so
least you didn't
sorry.
completely not recording. You stayed there.
It seems to be back now. Of course, I would love to do this again, and if and when we do
Mm.
again, I would probably won't be during a major
You'll
thunderstorm.
make sure there isn't a storm.
I will do my best. But one of my favorite shows is Star Trek, and
Mm.
maybe my favorite show of all time. And man, everything that they're doing in Star Trek, it's all hypnosis. The
Mm.
whole show, the whole freaking show.
Mm.
Everything from in the Vulcan meditations. I'm like, that's a hypnotic induction that he's doing.
Mm.
I mean, in one of the Vulcan meditations, they're literally like, okay, do this, and then look through the figures, and it seems like the things that are the most well known and the greatest entertainment pieces, the most popular, the things that resonates with most people, are the ones that actually are using these hypnotic principles in the strongest, most creative way.
Mm.
And you could even see into why this is so great by
Mm.
understanding the principles that you taught, you know?
Mm. The thing is that I don't know. I think hypnosis is coming around to so among researchers, a lot of hypnotic researchers kind of think of hypnosis as not even being a thing really, because the more you unpick it, the more you realize it's just normal communication,
Right.
and so there's people being hypnotized, and there's kind of doing hypnosis, doing hypnosis and experiencing hypnosis, and when you're experiencing hypnosis obviously all you're doing is focusing your attention on something to the point that you're reducing your attention on everything else. And so you do that thing better, which means you're more responsive because you're doing it better. You're not kind of watering it down with your beliefs and like, oh, I'm not very good at this or I might mess this up. You're not over analyzing what's going on, which then could interfere and water it down. You're not distracted by things like being self-conscious or anything. You're just solely immersed kind of in a flow state, essentially, of just being in the moment. And the more in the moment you are, essentially the deeper the hypnosis. The better you're going to do what it is you're focusing on. And so doing hypnosis is just the process of figuring out how for the person in front of you, you can help them to get to that place,
Hmm.
how you can help them to not be self-conscious, to not be distracted by things around them, to be willing to buy into engaging with you and follow the instructions. And if they're not choosing to follow the instructions, well, of course, so Dave Ellman's techniques are very direct, but it's very much close your eyes, and when you know that they won't open, try and open them.
Hmm.
And if you open your eyes, well, you clearly didn't wait until you knew they wouldn't open before you tried to open them. Because if you waited until they wouldn't open and then you tried opening them, you
Hmm.
should have the experience that they just don't open because you're testing the thing you're doing the thing. So it's
Yes.
very simple, but
Yeah.
it works because it's kind of like just a quick way to, right, I just need you to be willing to buy into not saying, well, of course they're going to open because they're my eyes and I can open them. The whole point is put aside any other thoughts, just accept the reality we're talking about here and just buy into this reality. And that's why things like imaginative involvement, people who are better with imaginative involvement, it's not much of a percentage, but it does make you slightly better at being hypnotized. So it isn't much of a percentage because there are lots of ways you can hypnotize people. But it does have that slight, a bit like people who are good at visualizing. For some types of ways of doing hypnosis, it obviously makes you slightly better at being hypnotized because if you can, yeah, if you're doing, say, the bucket and the balloon thing, with, heavy balloon, heavy bucket on one arm and a light balloon lifting up the other arm, if you're good at visualizing and you can really kind of embody what's going on in your mind, then imagining a heavy bucket filling with water is very likely to have a physical effect on you. Imagining a light balloon or multiple light balloons being tied to your wrist and more balloons constantly being attached to your wrist, if you can keep imagining that, it's going to have a physical effect because what you do in your brain can't tell the difference between real and imagined to some extent. So it assumes that the idiomotor movements being caused by the induction are a real thing, not just an effect of what you're imagining, but that somehow this is really happening in your body because it can sense it. And obviously, the idiomotor effects are very slight, but if you reduce distractions, you notice it. Just like people who go into the soundproof rooms, you got like the anechoic chambers where they're made so that there's pretty much the most silent places on earth because they don't have any echoes or anything. You suddenly hear your heart pounding away. You hear every breath as if it's the loudest thing in the world. It's always been there. It's not like now all of a sudden your heart's beating fast and loud. That's what your heart sounds like.
Mhm.
It's just that even in a quiet room is louder than the sound of your heart, even when you think you're in silence. So I'm in this room and I know that if it was, say, 2 in the morning, so that there's literally very little traffic outside, no neighbor noise or anything,
Mhm.
I know that my microphone will still say that there's a number of decibels worth of noise in here,
Yeah.
even though I would say it's absolutely totally silent. And it takes a lot to somehow think, okay, what on earth is the noise? What am I hearing? And there is just some noise. And obviously, if I then recorded it, because when you listen back to a recording, your brain in real life is very good at filtering your reality, especially constants. And so you don't hear the constants that are there because it's constant, and your brain's very good at stopping you noticing glasses on your face and stopping you noticing the shirt on your body until something shifts or your attention's drawn to it. So your
Mhm.
brain says, that's constant. I don't need to waste brain power on it. And so the sounds in your room, your brain says it's constant. I don't need to pay attention to it. So when you listen to a recording back, you hear the sounds that were there the whole time because they're on the recording. You just didn't know that they were there because your brain's good at blocking it out, or at least blocking it from your conscious awareness. And so, yeah, so it's um, that's kind of at the heart, I think, of hypnosis is that you're trying to get someone to a point where all that other stuff is removed and cleared away so that those really subtle signals, like if you're doing an arm levitation, if I talk about arm levitation, a part of you is thinking of what an arm levitation will be like. If I talk about reaching up to get something out of a cupboard, if I talk about all different ways, raising your arm in class in school because you know the answer to a question, or you need to go to the toilet or something, or you suddenly get a scratch on your forehead, all these are experiences that you will have had. Every one of those things, because I talk about it, will be triggering you to be thinking about it on some level, meaning that there's a good chance your arm will lift up. In fact, there's a good chance, just because I've talked about it with you here, that in the next couple of minutes, your arm is going to lift up and probably scratch your head. Um, so you talk about it, it creates this really subtle signal. But if you quieten everything else down, that subtle signal suddenly starts becoming stronger and stronger. And once the person notices it, it's like, oh, there's a bit of movement. Well, now you've acknowledged it and you've noticed it, it's going to increase because you keep paying it more and more attention. And so the more attention you pay it and the more you focus on it, the stronger that signal now gets to the point where you suddenly have your arm lifting up. And if you've got a good hypnotist who is highly observant, they will say that's it or whatever acknowledgement they give to let you know that you're doing the right thing. And they'll see things like a slight twitch in the back of the hand or a finger moving slightly, or even if you've got your hands beside you, if you breathe in, your elbows lift up slightly. So technically, you've got a bit of an arm levitation from breathing in. So every time someone breathes in, when you notice them breathing in, you just go, that's it. and you're acknowledging that arm levitation, which is what you've been talking about, what they've just done now, which is lift their arm a little bit. Good, do more of it. So you just start, if you're highly observant, you start noticing these things in the person, you start acknowledging them more. And then eventually, because you keep acknowledging it and they start noticing it, they don't know which came first. Like, were they responding to your suggestions, or were you responding to your observations and and so they were doing it first, you're just acknowledging them. And it's hard to know where that cycle, for the client, it's hard to know where that cycle went from just you noticing them doing something to them following what you're saying. But eventually their arm then lifts up on its own. um there's an Elvis Presley, Milton Erickson video that I saw, where a client doesn't lift their arm up, and so he just reaches over, picks it up in the air, and says, "That is an arm levitation," and then sits back because it just was taking them too long. So he just sort of reached over, lift it up, sticks it in the air. There, that's what I'm after. Um, which obviously is proving a point. Like when you're trying to get eye closure and you're giving all these indirect suggestions for it. It's like, just say, close your eyes. If you want it, don't beat around the bush for 20 minutes to get it
Mhm.
when the person's happy just to do it because you asked them. Which I think is the problem of people when they learn indirect hypnosis, that they have a tendency to think this is the way I should do all hypnosis, and they never want to be direct because they feel being direct is a bad thing. When actually, what's the harm? If I'm sitting with you, say, in a session, like, okay, just take a moment to close your eyes. What's the harm in just saying that? How offensive does a person find it if they're there for hypnosis as part of the therapy? They're not going to go, no, why should I close my eyes? They're not going to do that. They're going to be happy to close their eyes because you've just asked them. And if it's like, oh, I'm anxious and scared, I'm here for hypnosis, but I'm really scared. Okay, or you can go into hypnosis with your eyes open. It's entirely up to you. That's fine. Just use whatever response you get. You don't have to have the eyes closed. It's easier to visualize in your mind, technically, to imagine things and not be distracted if your eyes are closed. But you don't have, there's no rule saying eyes have to be closed. There's no rule saying you have to be relaxed. There's a lot of studies of people being hypnotized on exercise bikes to prove you don't have to be relaxed. You're not relaxed if you're exercising, but you can still be hypnotized. So yeah, it's obviously a fascinating subject.
It's crazy. As you're saying this, I have this
Mm.
incredible itch on my nose and my
Mm.
forehead. And just talking about it, I love the awareness set because awareness is so tied into what we actually are
Mm.
that the one thing that you can really say about this experience is that we're having some sort of experience.
Mm.
You are aware of the things around you. So, if you're wearing clothes, probably you are, that you can feel the shirt on your body, the pants on your legs, and even your own body. It has so many different systems, the respiratory system to help you breathe, the muscular skeletal system
Mm.
helping you sit in that chair. And each of these systems that exist within your body can also be used as this like awareness set to bring people in and have them go deeply into hypnosis. And you just do it, so beautifully, so elegantly, so naturally. In my in my practice and what I've been doing with people, what I was going to tell you is I did the rewind technique, and that was like the first time that I really like was convinced that this is A, incredible, but B, this is such a real thing. I had such a profound response with the person that I did it with. He actually, after 30 minutes, took like one deep breath after and then
Mm.
started snoring, and he was doing crazy things with his fingers. He had rapid eye movement going on, and he was sitting in this chair actually. And then after the session, he wakes up 90 minutes later, and he's like, "I'm starving." And he goes into my cupboard, and he just takes his hand into my jar of like expensive honey. It was like expensive honeycomb. He starts eating the honeycomb. And I'm like, what just happened? He didn't know where he was. He didn't remember what we just did. And not that that has to happen every time you do it, but I love those techniques,
Mm.
like the rewind technique. And the current stage that I've been working in is like doing the general negativity clearing, specific negativity clearings. Um, and yeah, that there are so many techniques, like the gray room. I don't know if you've heard of that. You've probably heard of all these things, um, and just being able to like have a process oriented into the hypnosis. That's something that I really have been enjoying and like getting a lot of
Mm,
results. Um, and there's certain advantages to doing the hypnosis covertly and just doing it within the conversation. And then, sometimes people are like, well, I came here for hypnosis, so like let's do something that's hypnotically oriented.
mm,
And that those techniques, what I really love about them is that you could add so much layering into them, where you have so many different things that you could put together in just a block for them. And for me, I've found that it seems like I'm able to create the most change with things of that nature.
mm.
So,
Yes, in 4 hours' time on my channel, on the Inside the Quiet Mind channel,
mhm,
I think it's 4 hours' time. I've got a video dropping, which is about the one self hypnosis track of mine that's one of my most popular self hypnosis tracks, but it's one I'll never listen to, never edit, um, for fear of it working on me. And
mm,
it involves the rewind technique
mhm,
or a variation on it. And I talk about my love removal process,
mhm,
which is one of the most popular self hypnosis tracks that I've put on YouTube.
mhm.
Um, and it's because it literally removes the emotional feelings or connection you've got towards somebody
I
that
did
I
that.
will never ever listen to it myself,
Mhm,
even to edit it, because of the fact that, as I mentioned, about things like if I talk about lifting your arm up to get something out the cupboard or whatever, you think about that, whether you want to or not. I don't want to be editing something that's specifically about falling out of love with a person that you love
mhm,
when I don't want to fall out of love with the person that I love.
mhm,
And so I won't even take the risk. I know it's a highly effective track. It gets a lot of praise. And the last thing I want is to accidentally cause that on myself. But it uses a variation on the rewind technique to remove the feelings of love or whatever the strong feelings are that are making you cling on to the lost loved one, the person that broke up with you or however the relationship ended that you haven't been able to move on from.
mhm.
Um, it kind of breaks that connection because obviously the whole point of the rewind technique is that it removes strong emotion from whatever the stimulus is.
Mhm.
So whether that's a spider, whether that's a car accident, whether that's another human being, that you were in love with, if there's a strong emotion, you can do the rewind technique to eliminate that strong emotion. You can use it on addictions, for example, and remove the strong emotion for cigarettes or the strong emotion for alcohol or whatever other drug, or the strong emotion for, say, gambling or something. So as
Mhm.
long as you can figure out what the thing is you're working on, then you can kind of use it on a whole range of things. Or I've had success with it on a whole range of things other than what it's directly kind of focused on normally being taught to treat,
Yeah,
which is normally PTSD and phobias and things.
yeah. Once you
You can do it
understand.
on OCD, but for OCD, you do it on normally on something that's imaginary. So you
Mhm,
do it on what is that thing that's in your mind when you don't do the thing.
mhm,
So you're doing it on the not doing of the thing rather than the doing. So if I don't do if I don't check the light switches 10 times, the house is going to blow up because I didn't turn the light switch off or something like that. Well, checking the light switches doesn't cause you anxiety because that's fulfilling the need for the OCD. Not checking the light switches and just walking
right,
straight out your door causes the anxiety. So you
right.
have to do the rewind technique on the not doing of the thing that so normally you're doing on something, but you're actually doing it on the not doing of something. So you're doing it on not on just literally imagine yourself walking out your front door kind of thing. That's what we're going to do the rewind technique on, of you walking out of your front door. So it's a very flexible technique. You do have to obviously be comfortable enough with the technique to know, okay, how am I going to present this? Because
Mhm,
how it's listed as the stages is listed for a very specific purpose or type of thing you're treating. So you have to think, okay, I know the rewind technique enough. I know the principles behind it.
Yeah.
And so because I know the principles behind it, I can figure out, okay, how can I adapt that to this thing that I want to work on?
Hmm.
And that's what I think people should get to with any technique is that you want to go beyond the technique and think, okay, why does the technique work? What
Yeah.
is making it work so that I can then do it my way and adapt it um, by using the principles rather than a specific structure that just happens to be something that's made easy to follow in the form of a technique.
Yeah. And then when you have those templates, you could apply it
Mm.
infinitely cross-contextually, and it just becomes like you go beyond the technique. It becomes so useful. But it can also be useful too to do, you have the rewind technique in 10 steps, and to hit every 10 of the 10 steps, that you do it in the specific way that you show it. Um, but yeah, I've just been so blown away and so changed by your work that I just can't thank you enough. You had mentioned there were some things that like you're afraid of listening to, um, because of you knowing the power of the techniques and everything. And I was curious, like, what are your thoughts on the limits of hypnosis? I had a thing where,
And you're back.
sorry again. Um, I'm gonna do something to, fix this for next time. But I had a thing where I went on vacation. It was this crazy vacation. We went to Costa Rica, and we went to the jungle in Costa Rica. The only way to get there was by like a 5 hour boat ride. And you had Costa Ricans, Nicaraguans that had no access to like electricity, and you had 5 year olds on boats that were fishing for the family with like giant alligators going next to them that didn't mind. So it was quite a culture shock of the place. But we went to this guy who was a shaman of the community, and he did healings and stuff. And we get there, I get off the boat, and instantly I step onto his land, and a bunch of ants, crawl up my leg and start biting me. So I have to go back into the river to wash the ants off. And they're like, "Oh, ha ha ha, he did that to you." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Because I was skeptical going in and stuff. And he's like in his 60s, I think, and he had a wife who was like in her 20s, but like heavy set, and they had like 20 children, and it was a farm. It was a whole thing. And she was giving us a tour around the property, and then eventually like we got to this like shaman master guy. And this is all a real story, I promise you. This is not a hypnotic induction or whatever. And we all went around and were saying what we have within us that we could use healings from. And I was born without hearing in my right ear, and I would love to be able to hear again in my right ear. And he was just like, "Oh yeah, I could fix that. It's no problem." And then he just went around, and everyone said their problem, and he just told them that he could fix that. And then he never actually did anything to fix it. And there's a certain part of me that when people come up to me and know that I do hypnosis and hypnotherapy, they're like, "Oh, I got X problem. Can you help me with that?" I'm I want to say yes. Like I want to be optimistic, and I want
Mm,
uh have the belief from the beginning that they can fix whatever they've come to me to fix. But also, I notice in some of like your videos and how you present things, you want to be honest with them about
mm,
what the limits are that you could do. So how do you like ride that wave of um being on both sides of that, and like what actually are the limits that
mm.
you can do? So that's my
Well,
question.
my thing is, I always attempt to sort of say, look, I'm going to try and go with whatever the evidence says.
Hmm.
So there are some things there just isn't any evidence for,
Hmm.
because obviously, uh, to get evidence, people have to have got funding.
Hmm.
and they have put together a study, got funding, done that study. Normally, it's going to have been a little trial first, maybe one or two people, or a case study, and then it's going to be gradually working up. So the thought that there is enough evidence, there's a lot of things where there just isn't any evidence, or there's so little evidence you just wouldn't know. Um, but I always try to be as evidence informed as possible. So I always talk about it as it's not that I'm evidence based, it's that I'm evidence informed. So
Hmm.
I try and start with following the evidence, but I also have to take into account the fact there isn't necessarily always evidence, and there may be very bad evidence. If there's literally evidence saying it doesn't work for something,
Hmm.
this doesn't just go for hypnosis, but therapy, psychological therapy in general, or whatever.
Hmm.
If there's evidence that a specific way of working just doesn't actually work, regardless of people's opinions and beliefs or whatever, the actual evidence shows it doesn't work, well, then I'm not going to do it because literally the evidence says it doesn't work. So it doesn't matter how much you tell me, but I want you to use it on this because I believe it works or
Right.
whatever. Well, the evidence is that it doesn't actually work. So if you come to me, I'm technically being unethical by trying to treat you for that thing when I know the evidence says it doesn't work.
Hmm.
Um, but beyond that, I just sort of try and be honest and think, oh yeah, people have quite a good. So if someone said they want help with weight loss, so I had one person who said they wanted help with weight loss, and they said, I need you to guarantee beforehand because it's expensive having sessions that you can treat me and make me thin.
Hmm.
Like, well, I can't guarantee that, and none of it is about me making you thin. The whole point of any therapy is you have to do the work.
Hmm.
I don't do the work for you. And Milton Erickson wrote a paper, The Burden of Effective Psychotherapy, like in the
Hmm.
1964 or something, where he said one of the burdens of effective psychotherapy is that clients will try and say, I've come to you because I need you to fix me, but they're not going to get better unless they fix themselves because the burden of effective
Uh-huh.
psychotherapy is
Right.
on the client and on the client to realize you have to change your life.
Yeah.
You can't go to a session for an hour or 2 hours and then think, right, I'm going to crack on with my life like normal. And if it's worked, it will fix me. And if it hasn't, it won't. You go into your life and you do what came out of therapy. And if you don't do what came out of therapy, nothing will change. If a therapist to set you a task and you choose not to do the task, you're not going to get the results that get it doing that task would have got you because you didn't do anything different. You just went back to your life and thought, well, that didn't work for me. So there are some things that I think do work incredibly quickly within the session. So anything based around like the rewind technique does
Hmm.
work incredibly quickly in the session. You can literally do the rewind technique with someone, go outside into a garden, find a spider, and say, "There you go. Are you okay with that?" And they'll be like, "Yeah, I'm fine with that."
Hmm.
It doesn't mean they necessarily want to start running around holding spiders, but they're not running away from it. They've got a healthy kind of response to it now. Or you can say, right, let's go up to the top floor of the multi-story car park down the road and see how you are with heights. And then they go up, yeah, yeah, this is fine. So there are something, and there was the case of the woman, uh, obviously, who was agoraphobic and half an hour later or whatever, we're on the beach eating ice cream. And then I don't drive, but I was sitting in the back of her car while she was driving for the first time in 20 years, 15, 20 years, or whatever it was. And she's happily doing that. She's anxious about the fact that she hasn't driven in all those years, but she wasn't panicking about, she wasn't having a fear about it. She was having a healthy kind of, oh, a long time since I've done this,
Hmm.
which is kind of to be expected. Um, so some things, it's just, we've got to just change how this is processed in your brain and just having that different relationship with your memories or with, not so much with the memories, but with the way it's stored in your brain
Hmm.
is what's needed. So something that is very prevalent in psychological therapy is this idea of getting to root causes, and that if you can just uncover the root cause and remember the root cause, the problem will go away. A lot of people know what caused their problem. There's a lot of people who don't, but there's a lot of people who know what caused their problem. They know, oh, when this relative of mine abused me as a child, or when I was involved in that car accident, or when I was bullied at school, or whatever it is. It's not like they don't know these memories, and that hasn't made them better. Knowing that that happened to them hasn't fixed them. they're still having that problem.
Right.
What it is that it's laid down a certain pattern, a certain way of your brain choosing to respond to certain stimuli,
Hmm.
and that's the root cause, is getting to that pattern. It isn't getting to a specific memory, like an actual visual, auditory, kinesthetic. Here's what I, if I had a video camera of that thing back then, this is what it would have been. It's not that, it's getting to the pattern. And if you can get to the pattern, you've got to the root cause, and then you just have to figure out how to change that pattern. That works with anything that's like often sort of anxiety based or anger based or whatever. But if it's like weight loss, well, you have to put less food in your mouth than you're burning. That's kind of it. You know, what goes in and what gets spent in terms of calories has to be a deficit for you to start losing the weight. So you're going to have to either do extra physical movements, perhaps eating less, or maybe eating different. You have to make some actual change to your life, not just a psychological change. So psychological changes in a session, you can normally during that session have the change because it's just in the brain. And so in the session, that brain change can happen. You sometimes need the person to go into their real life again to find out if it's happened. So, say for example, you work with someone for a fear of flying. You don't know if you've definitely overcome that fear of flying until you're on a plane.
Right.
You may think, I feel okay. I'm thinking about flying and it's no longer traumatizing me, but you don't actually know just because it's no longer traumatizing you to think about it
Hmm.
until you're actually physically on a plane. Don't actually know whether you've stopped being scared of flying.
Hmm.
Um, Luckily, everyone I've helped with fear of flying so far, the day they've got on an aeroplane, it has been okay. But nobody knows. They don't know, and you don't know as a therapist until that actual physical day when they step onto an aeroplane and it takes off the ground.
Hmm.
Um, but with other things like weight loss, getting in shape, putting on weight, um, some kind of a change to your business, you know, like trying to achieve some form of success in business or whatever it happens to be, anything that requires action in life, they have to be willing to engage in that action in their actual everyday life outside of a therapy session. They're not going to lose weight because you tell them that they're going to lose weight. They're going to lose weight because they decide to do different behaviors when they leave the session. And so when a client's like, you know, I need to know, I need a guarantee that it will work before I'm willing to see you. Well, I can never guarantee that for anything. I'm not going to guarantee that. I can tell you what the statistics say. I can tell you what the data says that this works with a bunch of people. And so there's a good chance if you're willing to engage in it, it will probably work for you. But I'm always very open and honest that this isn't a passive thing. I'm not some magical person who has power over you.
Right. Of
I'm
course.
all about autonomy and people having power over themselves and their own decisions and their own lives. And if you're not willing to work with me and engage in what we do, well, why would anything change for you? And why should I be putting in more effort to you having your life better than you? You're the one that's supposed to be wanting to be motivated to change your life. If I have to be motivated on behalf of everyone who I work with, well, I'm the one taking on the motivation of, say, 100 people.
Hmm.
Why should I do that? It should be, I will do the absolute best I can to help you to be able to do what you're trying to achieve. But you have to do the absolute best you can for your own benefit because you want to achieve it and accept my help. You know, don't expect me to do all the work for you and then say, oh, it failed because I chose not to do anything for myself. So I just try and be very open and honest. And if someone's like, well, if you can't promise me that it'll work, then I don't want to see you.
Hmm.
Okay, that's fine because I don't want to work with someone who's that skeptical of their own ability to choose to engage in something anyway. Because if you're not at the place where you're willing to help yourself and you want me to do it all for you, then you're probably not at a place to receive therapy yet. Um, you know, like when someone's forced to go to therapy to quit smoking or something. So I
Hmm.
had one person that was like, they've been referred by a quit smoking clinic, and they were like, I'm going to have you smoking X amount a day before you can stop me.
Yes.
So, okay, well, that's a really positive attitude to therapy.
Uh-huh.
um, and so they didn't fully stop, but they significantly cut down, and they didn't want to come back because they had cut down because of them engaging in a task. But if they didn't engage in that task, they would have carried on smoking like normal. Um, so they were willing, out of spite for me or whatever, to at least engage in the task to give it a go,
Right.
just to prove me wrong
Hmm.
above anything else. Um, but yeah, so and anything that there is no evidence for, I just tell the person that. As far as I'm aware, there's no evidence to support that. But if it's variable, I'm happy to give it a go. So I'll ask things like, are there times it's better and worse? And if the person says, well, yeah, it's better under these circumstances and worse under these, well, that means it's variable. So maybe, again, I can't guarantee it, see anything. There's no evidence to say I can change anything. But if you're telling me that it's variable, your experience of it is variable, maybe we can work on it at least from the variability perspective, like the essential tremors thing I spoke about in one of my videos. It was like, well, you're telling me it's variable. It's incurable. I know it's incurable. It could be. It's allegedly incurable, but it isn't.
Right.
Um,
It's a fine line sometimes.
yeah, and there's I've spoken about it before in videos, but there's the case with A.A. Mason, Albert Mason, who was a doctor and he'd learned hypnosis and he thought that somebody had warts and he said, "Oh, I'll quickly cure them with hypnosis," and they had it across their entire body. And he then decided to prove his point that hypnosis can work to just make one arm better. And so he said, he hypnotized them and said, all the warts are going to fall off that arm and you're just going to have pink new skin on that arm. And then he saw them like a week later and they just had pink skin on that arm. And he then was sort of like, there you go, I'm a proud, like 20 something year old student who's just learning hypnosis. I'm going to show this off. And he showed it to a surgeon, and the surgeon dropped what they were doing and came out and said, it's an incurable disease. This person has ichthyoform sclerosis, or whatever it was. It's 100% incurable. There is no way to cure this in any way at all.
Yep.
It's like, well, one of his arms is better.
Right.
um, and he carried on working with him and he managed to cure the entire person. But he never managed it again. Once he was told it was incurable, he
Right.
had all these people with this condition come to him. And he said, so there's a documentary that he's in. He said, as soon as I knew it was incurable, I failed every time. I was never able to replicate
Right.
the success I had once I knew it was incurable. Um,
So that
so
belief
there are
is
things that are
important in that
incurable that
sense.
maybe aren't as incurable as people think.
Yeah.
Um, my logic is if it's something that can turn on or off epigenetically,
Hmm.
with what we know nowadays, maybe it's not incurable. Maybe if you could figure out how to change the epigenome, turn on and off different genes, have them expressed differently, maybe you can cure some things that are allegedly incurable. But I just sort of go with it as if it's variable, then I might be able to help. I can't guarantee it. Um, but I want you to know that up front. So if you're going to pay me for my time, and if I decide to do this, we're on the same page. We're doing this knowing you're not expecting me to somehow magically make you better of this thing that I shouldn't be able to help you with. Um, and then there are things that are just controversial
Hmm.
that are awkward to talk about curing. So things like cancer, um, things like this isn't a cure, but there's probably at least 3 cases of breast enlargement that Milton Erickson talks about in one of his research papers of successfully enlarging women's breasts. One of our politicians over here was a hypnotherapist before he was a politician, and it came out that he had spoken about how you can use hypnosis to do breast enlargement. And since becoming a politician, obviously that's been used against him as, you're some kind of a quack politician who has previously said this. And so he's had to come out and apologize. I don't mean you can do it. And I haven't said anything, but obviously my view as well, literally it may or may not be possible, but there are at least cases of well-known people like Milton Erickson
Hmm.
claiming that they've had success at doing that. At what Milton Erickson kind of believed he was doing was that the person had probably his cases that they'd probably got some stunted developmental growth, and that whatever the pathways are that trigger puberty to kick in,
Hmm.
had ended too prematurely for those people. And so he was kind of reigniting the continuation of the process of puberty to allow things to develop more than they had by the time it had stopped.
Hmm.
Um, but obviously, this was again probably the 1960s or something when he wrote about it. So he wouldn't have known enough, anywhere near as much information as we do nowadays about genetics and other things. Um, so there are some things that are like, would I do a track on my channel, for example, of breast enlargement? It could be popular. Um, YouTube would demonetize it and it wouldn't be allowed to make any money, which means that there's no point doing it in the first place. Um, but it would be controversial,
Hmm.
even if it's like, well, it's just an experimental track about something where there's very limited information, but there is some information that there has been some potential success,
Hmm.
but not any studies to find out if they were chance.
Hmm.
It's like sort of, I've got this brand new skill. I can flick a coin and get six heads in a row. And then I'll say, I'll prove it to you. And I flick a coin and get six heads in a row. Well, have I proved it to you? Could I do that a second time? Or did I just show you the time that I got six heads in a row and then stop? Did I just get lucky? The first time I did it, I made this bold claim, did it, and it worked. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to stop there while I'm ahead.
Hmm.
You know,
Right.
you don't
I've
know.
done that before too. Yes, yes. I try a
You
certain
know,
technique. I'm like, oh, it worked. Okay. I don't know if
yeah.
I can do that again. Yeah.
So yeah, so it's like you don't know that there are things
Yeah.
where something looks promising initially because you've
Hmm.
just sort of like, oh, I've got this idea, let's test it on someone. You test it, it works.
Hmm.
Well, that's good, it worked, so that's promising.
Hmm.
But you don't know if that was just the outcome that was going to happen anyway,
Right.
and it just happens that you're saying I'm going to try and get an outcome, but that outcome was going to happen. So another one, I've got direct sort of experience with this is parenting work.
Hmm.
I spent years and years and years doing parenting work. I've gathered a lot of data around parenting and my effectiveness when I was working for a company, my effectiveness of helping parents. But the question is, out of the parents who I didn't work with around their children's behavior and their children not going on to become young offenders or whatever, versus the parents who I did work with and their kids going on to become young offenders, what's the difference? Because there will also have been a lot of people I didn't work with who were able to have my support, just they didn't want it, whose kids didn't go on to become young offenders. And they weren't a success of mine because I wasn't involved. There's also a lot of kids who I worked with where the kids still went on to be young offenders. So then it's okay, well, what's the difference? What's that difference between how many kids go on to be young offenders and non offenders among the group that I didn't work with versus the group I did work with? And when you then sort of realize, well, a whole bunch of them are just naturally going to decide, oh, crap, that was scary. I got into trouble with the law. I'm not going to become an offender. I'll stop now.
Hmm.
But there's also going to be people who say, don't care, going to do what I want.
Hmm.
And when I worked it out, there was, if they, so I worked at the time with people who were at risk of becoming young offenders. So they've been done things like antisocial behavior and then been picked up by people and told, your child's graffitiing and doing this that, and the other, but they weren't severe enough to get a criminal record. And then there was parents I worked with where their kids had already got into the criminal justice system. They assaulted people and done things where they'd gone to court and got a criminal order, and their parents were told, "Look, you need to sort your kid out. See Dan Jones, and he'll try and help you to do something about it." So I worked with those two groups of parents: those of kids who hadn't yet got that bad in trouble, and those who already had. Out of those where they weren't yet offenders, the difference, I think it was something like 86% of those in the group that I didn't work with went on to not be young offenders. And 96% of those who I did work with went on to not be young offenders. So that's obviously an improvement. And this is over 300 and something cases tracked. So that's obviously an improvement. But that still means that out of 100 people, 86 of the ones I didn't work with got the improvement that my therapy can get. And so that's what I mean by sometimes you can get a success. You could have something, but you think, well, would that have happened anyway? And so you don't know when you've got a small sample size, you don't know, would that have happened anyway?
Right.
So it can be promising, and that's the thing like the breast enlargement thing or whatever. So it could be promising, but you sort of think maybe they were just due a second burst of puberty. They're of that kind of age. Maybe for whatever reason, 3 cases in a row just happened to have a second burst of puberty happening. Maybe stress can obviously block growth and can block puberty, and so you get kids who are highly challenging situations when they're young children can grow up to be very small adults and underdeveloped adults. So it could be they came from a highly stressful situation or whatever, or maybe this is going back to the 60s. Maybe their parents were aggressive and abusive towards them for not being developed enough and not being the women they were supposed to be. And then that stress was the thing that was actually causing them to not keep developing. And then Milton Erickson's there, like, I'll help you relax. It's okay. We're going to fix this. Your breasts are going to grow.
Mm-hmm.
And then it ends up happening not because of something he did, but maybe it's literally because the stress was taken off them
Right.
because of his intervention. You've got this famous psychiatrist who's telling us it's all going to be okay, it's going to work. Maybe that lack of stress and all the stress hormones no longer flooding through their body
Right.
is what allowed their development to just kick back in and develop naturally.
Epigenetics expressed differently and et cetera,
Yeah.
et cetera. Yeah.
So my view is that you never really know unless you can do a
Right.
big enough sample. But I personally am not against just giving things a go
Yeah.
if it looks like it could work, but trying to be as honest as I can. And I think personally, obviously everyone's different, but personally, I just think yes, I would love to be able to just say to people, play into the placebo side of things and everything as well,
Mm-hmm.
and just be overly optimistic and overpromise and have it that everyone thinks, wow, I'm going to get better because this person believes so much in me. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm aware that that's totally false. And yes, it may improve the odds for some people, that kind of fake over optimism where you're promising something without any evidence to back yourself up. And yeah, that will probably kick in a bit more of a placebo effect or whatever. But the reality is just being honest with people normally gets more people on side and engaging with you in therapy. So even getting clients, people would phone me and say, yeah, I'm looking for, or email me and say, I'm looking for a hypnotherapist. And my response is always shop around, check different people out. If they've got social media and they've got examples of themselves talking on camera and stuff like that, you'll get a taste of what their attitude is, what their mentality is, how they talk, how they sound, whether you resonate with their voice. Because if you're going to have someone working with you don't want them talking like this. And you think, oh, your voice really great, Simon. Yeah, you don't want that. So you got to know, yeah, I resonate with that voice. I resonate with that person. I can imagine sitting with them, closing my eyes and engaging with them in terms of hypnosis. So I always say, just shop around and see what you like, see what people do. And then I say, just, things I would warn you about are that make sure they're not making overinflated claims about things, that they're being genuine and authentic and not promising things that they can cure you, because there's no way anyone can ever promise that. So I just give them a bunch of natural kind of like, this is just good ways of making sure the person isn't trying to scam you in any way.
Right.
And then I send them on their way. And then inevitably, in every single case so far, they've come back to me because of me being the honest one that was like, don't go with me till you've checked lots of people out and you've come to that decision by knowing that I'm the one that just happened to resonate. I don't say this part to them, but yeah, I want them to come to the decision because they decide,
Right.
yeah, Dan's voice was okay. Dan's attitude was okay. Dan seemed like he would be open and honest with me. He's not going to lie to me. He's
Mm-hmm.
not going to mislead me. He's not going to um, sort of like, he's just going to be honest and truthful, and you just know what you're going to get. And that to me always seemed to work, just sort of being honest with people and not overselling. Obviously, in terms of my reputation, so I had one person say to me, someone who lives quite locally, when he first met me, he met me on a training course, and he said to me, when he sort of heard my name, he said, and he recognized my face. It's like, I thought it was you. You're that guy off the internet. I was looking at your stuff, but you give so much away for so cheap and so much away for free, and that I just thought there's got to be a catch. So I've never checked any of your stuff out properly because I've always thought if you're uh, doing all that, there's got to be a catch. There's got to be some reason why
Hmm.
you're not kind of, yeah, you're not being this showman type person who's saying, look at me, look how wonderful I am. You're constantly playing yourself down in how you come across about everything. And so that there's either got to be a catch or we can't be that good. Because why would you not be boasting if you're good? Why would you not be boasting and saying, I'm brilliant, I'm the best, I can do this, I can do that? And so I'm aware that when it comes to clients, they often end up resonating more. So just clients who aren't in the world of searching for hypnotists, but just searching for someone in that moment to work as a therapist to work with, they end up appreciating it. Oh, that guy was honest and seemed down to earth and fine. But
Hmm.
when it comes to other professionals or people wanting to learn, they want the person who says, this is the greatest technique ever.
Right.
You attend this 1 day training course. I'll teach you a technique. It's not like hypnosis. It's not like anything you've ever done before.
It's a
It's the
hundred
greatest
thousand
thing ever.
dollars.
It has the greatest success ever. Nothing is more successful than this. It's got a 99% success rate,
Right.
but you've got to sign up to know what it is.
Right.
And then you sign up, they get you to sign. So there is one therapist that does this, one trainer. You sign up to his training course. Um, you have to sign a non-disclosure thing to say that yes, you'll use it in therapy sessions, but you will never ever, if anyone ever asks you, reveal what the technique is and how to do it, or any of the materials that you get given. Um, Being in the world that I'm in, I was able to find someone that would give me the materials. The guy's now written a book about it as well, but I was able to find them, and it was like, that's hypnosis. That's literally exactly what every other hypnotist does. They've just repackaged it, given it a different name, said it's not hypnosis, and then sold it for a fortune to attend his training courses. And there are training courses I've attended where I've got there and I thought, yeah, this is a letdown. This is like a clickbait YouTube video. It's yeah, you've said it's one thing. I've come in, I've given my money, and now I'm stuck with this thing that's I'm not learning anything new, and I'd hoped I would. And so I'm just not that person, and I'm aware that not being that person doesn't on things like YouTube. It doesn't get me all the clicks on things like live training courses. Why would you attend a Dan Jones training when it's just down to earth, in my opinion, common sense stuff that tries not to be sort of hyperbolic and isn't about being flashy. In fact, normally it's about trying to not be the center of everything. So normally, anytime you've seen me do anything, I'm trying to be the one that's not the focus of attention and not doing something. It's all about the other person and the client and what they're doing and me watching them and me paying attention to them and making sure they're having the experience that they need to have, not about me and what's going on for me or what I'm doing. I'm not trying to be flashy or impressive or anything because I think that's the whole point. And that only resonates with a very small number of people, especially in the hypnosis community, where I think everyone, if I make a video that's how to hypnotize someone in 3 seconds, that will probably be successful. And
Hmm.
I've joked about this before. One of my books I hate is my hypnotherapy scripts book.
Hmm.
And I say that in the beginning of the book. I
Yeah.
hate this book. I hate that I've written this book. I don't want anyone to buy this book
Hmm.
because I think that this is what you should read after you've learned hypnosis.
Yeah.
But I'm aware, publishing this book, a lot of people are going to say, great, that's the one that I can read the scripts from.
Hmm.
And I don't want to have people going out there just reading scripts.
Yeah.
I want people to be out there doing hypnosis. And if they read scripts, it's because they're thinking, that'll give me more ideas of things I can do. That'll give me creative metaphors. Like I think one of my favorite metaphors I learned just randomly from studying was from Igor Ledhovsky. He in one of his training courses, he uses the phrase nuclear fission, as in nuclear vision. And I thought, wow, I love that. I've got to worm in somehow to say about to be talking. I love science, so I've got to worm in that I'm going to talk about nuclear fission somehow, just so I can say nuclear vision to someone.
Hmm.
So little things like that you pick up on, and I think that's a good thing for reading scripts. Is you can read scripts and think, oh, I would never have thought of that metaphor. I never would have thought of that language pattern used in that way, or that specific way of wording things. And so you learn, and you find some things resonate with you, and different times you look at the material, depending on what's going on in your life and the clients you're working with, and different things, you different bits jump out of the material at you, and you sort of think, oh, I've noticed that sentence this time because it resonates with what's going on in my life or the clients I'm working with. So every time you come back to it, you notice something new that maybe just didn't resonate before. Because why would it? Because it wasn't relevant to anything going on for you.
Hmm.
Um, and to me, that's how to use scripts. Not I need a script for quitting smoking. I need a script for weight loss. I need a script for this. I need a script for that. Because the person in front of you isn't going to match that script.
Yeah.
I think it's helpful to write your own script sometimes. So if you work with someone, you're like, I just can't get my brain around exactly what angle to take with this client, and you know you're going to see them again, say a second session, you can write down all your notes and you can think, right, based on all these notes and my interactions and what I remember of how they responded to different things,
Hmm.
you can come up with kind of a loose script of ideas of sentences you could say, ways you could word things. You can really analyze, what do I remember them talking about? What hobbies do they have? What interests? What kind of language did they use? What words did they commonly seem to use? Are any of those words things that I could turn into metaphors that were to do with their problem or the solution? Like, did they talk about wanting to gain perspective? And then could I think, okay, they kept referencing this idea of gaining perspective, and they were coming at with me with, because as clients perhaps do sometimes in a first session, with so much information of, I need help with this and I've got to do that and I'm struggling with this, and they're just so fast talking, trying to get everything out, that you just, especially if you're newer to it, not thinking fast enough on your feet to know the best way of helping them. So when you can slow things down afterwards, you can then think, well, they kept regularly coming back to this idea of gaining perspective. They use specifically the term gaining perspective. Other times they kind of gestured pushing away as if trying to get distance from themselves and whatever they're talking about. Maybe I can build something around the idea of gaining perspective. What metaphors resonate? Well, they grew up in the country somewhere. There's probably lots of birds around or whatever. So maybe I'll talk about an eagle flying, and maybe there was mountains where they were, like maybe they're, I don't know, grew up in Colorado or something. And so let's mix that in as well and have some mountains and climbing mountains and stopping halfway up because you're struggling, you don't know what you're doing. You look back at how far you've come and then you struggle a bit further, and you can see that point where you previously had stopped, but look how far you've come even from there. And now you can look out over the forests and see this landscape, and you can look up at the eagle that's flying over, catching an updraft or whatever. And you think, yeah, I think they would like that. And so it doesn't mean you're going to use exactly as you've written it, but I think that's when to use scripts, is when you're then replaying in your mind how a session went, and you're thinking, okay, I want to help this person as best as I can. So now I've got time to properly think about it rather than just being reactive in the session. What could I do? What could I come up with what they said, and how can I turn that into the language I'll use, language patterns I might use, different metaphors I might worm in there, whether there is a story, whether there is like maybe just a throwaway metaphor, like yeah, it sounds like sometimes you can't see the wood for the trees, or something like that, where you've just done it as a throwaway metaphor because you know it's going to resonate
Hmm.
with them, and they're going to, yeah, actually that is my experience. So that's how I think people should use scripts, not I've got a book of scripts and I'm going to read them every session and hope that people respond. And because no, if you're staring at a bit of paper and not the client, you're not doing good therapy, in my opinion.
Hmm.
And hypnotherapists who only ever learn hypnosis and never any therapy are not doing good therapy, because all you're going to do is suggest the problem away and hope it goes away. And obviously, sometimes that's enough, but in most cases, that's not. It may temporarily go away, especially if a client thinks it's supposed to work and it's going to work. Um, but fairly quickly, it starts coming back because there's nothing to fill the void. There's no change that's been done. There's no kind of work that took place. You just said you're not going to have that problem, and they've gone, oh, okay then, and then cracked on with their life, and then suddenly it's like, what do I do with my hands now? I'm not smoking. I suppose I'll smoke. I
Mhm.
know that solution to what to do with my hands, so I'll take on that solution that I already know. And so you stop for a bit and then you start again because no one ever filled the void with the new, improved way of, yeah, how's your life going to be different? What's going to happen next? Um, so you had some questions, I think, that you were interested in answers of.
Yeah, through your talking, you've answered a lot of them. One of the things that I picked from seeing other people work and through scripts and stuff, and saw that you've done that I've taken into my own practices. At the end of the hypnosis that you're doing with them, I believe that this is in your Ericksonian course. You tell a story about snowballs and snowballs running down the hill, and you mirror the the neuroplasticity in the brain with the aspects of the story. And I was just like blown away by how
Mm,
cool that was and how you did that. And then I see other people working and I see them talk about, reaching the roots down deep of a redwood tree, and
mm, mm,
that the redwood trees are actually part of a deep interconnected network underneath the ground,
mm,
and telling that metaphorical story at the end of whatever change work you're doing to sort of solidify the neuroplasticity in their mind. Like there's so many things that you could get from
mm,
these scripts or seeing other people work or things, and there's so many great aspects to take from that. uh, I When I started doing your work, I was like, I got to try this myself, and I went to a hypnotherapist, and all they did was like take out a piece of paper and read to me exactly what was on the paper, and I was like, ugh, that was kind of a disappointment of what I
mm,
wanted. But yeah, there are certainly so many great aspects that you could take. What I was asking you about the limits of hypnosis, that what are the absolute limits, and it's interesting, as you go down each rabbit hole and pathway, it becomes less black and white, and there's so much more gray
mm,
area. Even like, I don't know if you wanted to use the breast enlargement thing as an example, that there are certain periods of women's lives where if they're pregnant or if they're on their period,
mm,
there's different blood flow to that area
mm.
and different sizes and different shapes. And
Yeah. And the breasts
uh,
grow larger at that time. There are times that men grow breasts.
yes, and the
Um,
estrogen levels, and there's so
so yeah,
much
so there's so
detail.
much more that goes on with the body that it
Mhm.
does make it a grey area to know if it can be stimulated through chemical changes, like biochemical changes, not taking a pill or anything. If it could be stimulated with chemical changes naturally, who's to say 100% that it can't be stimulated through encouraging the person through hypnosis to naturally have parts of their body engage in a process that their body knows how to do, because at certain points in its life it's going to do those things. It's just there's never enough research around anything
Yeah.
like that. um
People are so unique too. It's hard to
yeah.
pin them down as exactly one thing. Everyone's their own kaleidoscope of
Mm,
different experiences. Uh, One of the things that I did one time is I had this crazy experience of, I just said, okay, I'm just going to try to deepen hypnosis and see as go as far as I can go into it. And I ended up having the craziest experience where I had like a delta wave music on and like a blanket over me so I couldn't like feel the rest of my body, kind of a thing. And I was just recovering from hip surgery, so I had to be laying in bed for a while. So I was like looking for stuff to do. Uh, Your courses were one of them, and this is one of the things that I experimented with. And for like 30 minutes, I just continued to
mm,
deepen and deepen and deepen. And then I somehow like popped up in this video game that each part of me was also part of everything else, and it was just like a metaphor of non-duality. And
mm,
then I remember jumping off this cliff, and I started skydiving through this like kaleidoscopic, um, almost Aztec symbology type thing for 2 hours. I was skydiving through that, and eventually I stopped and yada yada yada. I wrote down the experience. I remember it. It's crazy that it feels more real than this reality.
mm, mm.
Um,
Which is a description often given to people going on trips, like
mhm.
taking acid,
Yeah.
is they often describe it as it is more real than reality.
Yes.
They
Yes.
don't describe it as um, it's kind of artificially real, or a hyper reality, or like a computer game type of reality, or like an alternative reality. They literally describe it as if it's more real than reality,
Hmm.
which I think is a very interesting way of describing something, because you sort of think, well, reality is real,
Right.
sort of
Sort of.
in this
Yeah.
context. So reality is real. So you sort of think, so if something is more real
Yep.
than reality, it just adds an unusual quality.
Yes.
So it's like, wow, that red is more red than red.
Yep.
It's like, well, if you know the frequency of red, that's the frequency of red. How do you get more red than the frequency of red?
Hmm.
But it is that kind of thing. Someone is essentially saying red is more real than that red.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, and our world is colored like every you could say that the analogy of metaphors that like everything around us has a certain anchor of meaning, and that we're like looking to try to enlighten ourselves by stripping away all of these self-imposed perspectives and like getting closer to the truth kind of a deal. And that could be like closer to the reddest of reds.
Mm,
But that experience that I had, it sort of freaked me out a bit. I mean, it felt as if I was literally doing this skydiving for 2 hours. And eventually I stopped. My dad picked me up like he would pick me up from school, and there's a little bit more to the story, but uh, you had mentioned there are things that you have like the video recording that you're actually a bit afraid of that
mm,
I I didn't want to it freaked me out a bit to have that experience, and to experience that again is something I
mm,
might do, I might not do, but you know then I started studying like James Ramey, the ultra depth states of hypnosis and things of that nature, and seeing his process for that, and that was super fascinating and interesting to me. I like to sometimes do that too at the end of the session, put them in an Esdale state, um, or ultra height or ultra depth, to sort of solidify the work, and they feel more like it's hypnosis because they have that almost comatose
mm. And I
type
think
thing.
I've spoken before about how I went through a state. So when I started doing seeing clients, obviously I did a fairly typical process. You gather information, you find out what it is they want help with, what they want to achieve,
Hmm.
what their resources are, what the sort of pattern of the problem is, what the pattern of the solution is, where you might be able to make an intervention to be able to shift things in a positive way. In your brain, you're always sort of thinking, or being mindful of what sort of metaphors keep coming up, what ways you could, what sort of different ideas you could use to address whatever's being worked on. And then you get near the end, and it's like, okay, take a few moments to close your eyes, and then you do an eyes closed bit, the sort of hypnosis, and then you bring them round 5-10 minutes left or so. Um, you, I always let people come around themselves, so I always say,
Take as
you can
long.
take as long as you like to come around over the next few seconds,
Hmm.
or the next few minutes.
Yeah.
And so I phrase it like that because then it's a double bind, and it allows for time distortion. So if they want to take a very long time to come back, you've put a real world limit on that time. So you've said you can take as long as you like over the next few minutes to come back. They hear as long as you like, but obviously they also hear over the next few minutes. So they can open their eyes quickly or take their time and open their eyes still in a couple of minutes, but think that they've been out of it for even longer. And then you chat a bit. Normally, I would reorient back to the beginning and start talking about something from the beginning, and I won't acknowledge the fact that we've just done hypnosis or anything as a way of creating amnesia because I don't want them to be necessarily analyzing everything we were doing. So I'll talk about something from before. I'll normally intentionally choose something I'm going to talk about beforehand on purpose so that I remember what I was talking about as a very specific thing I can come straight back to. That's kind of an incomplete point where we started talking about something and then I moved into something else and then I come back to it. And I do that a lot, like even here. And then it creates kind of a sandwich. It sort of sandwiches the experience and they remember the bit beforehand and they remember the bit afterwards and then they kind of forget the hypnosis part in the middle so they don't then overanalyze it. And then when you know, yeah, they're alert, they're awake, they can safely drive home or whatever, then they leave.
Mhm.
But then I reached a point of like, why am I even doing the eyes closed bit?
Right.
Because it's not necessary. The hypnosis, if I say to somebody, how will things be different when you don't have the problem anymore? They have to go in their mind to think of how things will be different. Whether they see something or not is irrelevant. But to give me the answer, they have to have the experience of things being better. So they then are doing the thing you've asked them to do. Why do I need to do that in any other way? We're doing hypnosis. In that moment, they go inside their mind. They take a few moments. I shut up. They take as long as they need to think about what they're going to say. And then they say, when things are better, this is how life will be different. I ask supplementary questions just to focus that even more, like who will be there, what will you notice, what will others notice, um, what will you see, hear, feel, etc. All the different sort of what sort of language will you use in your head, what sort of things will you say to yourself. So I sort of deepen it around. I'm going to broaden out this experience you're talking about, but that's it. That's the hypnosis. I don't do any more than that. And then, we get near the end and then they go home. Um, but then people were like, oh, but I came to you for hypnosis.
Right.
Where's the hypnosis part? Do you keep doing this therapy? And yeah, it's working, but I
Hmm.
came to you for the hypnosis. And so I started having to throw back in,
Yes.
okay, now we'll do the eyes closed process bit.
Hmm.
So it's like, in my head, I'm thinking, I've actually done everything I need to do.
Right.
This is now to give you an experience that you call hypnosis
Yep.
because as a layperson who knows absolutely nothing about hypnosis other than what I've perhaps told you or what you've read somewhere, your interpretation is hypnosis involves me closing my eyes, dribbling a bit, being deeply relaxed, coming around and thinking I don't remember anything.
Hmm.
So if that's what you think hypnosis is, then I need to give you some kind of experience that resembles your opinion of what hypnosis is so that you leave here thinking you got the hypnosis you came for. Because when you were getting the hypnosis you came for, you didn't recognize it as hypnosis.
Hmm.
And so you thought you weren't getting the thing that you came here for. So I had to reintegrate it again uh, just to give someone something to match their expectations of what they were coming in for. And normally it would then be a relaxation process, sort of hypnotic induction, because people sort of associate. In fact, there's a lot of hypnotists that say, "Oh, hypnosis is being relaxed," and it's not at all. Um, and people will say, "Oh, hypnosis is the alpha stage," or "Hypnosis is this, that, and the other." So a lot of the explanations that people give for what they say hypnosis is are not remotely at all what hypnosis is, but it's what people hear.
Hmm.
And so you kind of have to almost buy into that a little bit and think, okay, this is what you think it is. So I'll give you what you think it is. You think it's
Right.
deeply relaxing. I can talk in a relaxing way. So I will help you to relax. I'll help you feel a sense of deep relaxation. You'll associate the deep relaxation as that must be the hypnosis. Um, and I'm doing it for your benefit. So you have an experience you call hypnosis. And obviously, I don't waste it. I throw in therapeutic stuff and I'll do therapeutic metaphors or whatever. But I'm doing it all as like, this is extra on top of the therapy I've already done. I don't think I need to really be doing this.
Hmm.
But if I am going to do this, it's a bit like if I'm doing a demonstration on a course, I might be like, oh, let's demonstrate this induction. If I've
Hypnotize them
demonstrated the induction
20
and your eyes
times
are closed and
before.
you're there, I may as well put something therapeutic in there for
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
before bringing you back out. Because or else, what was the point of just taking you there and then said, thank you for volunteering, off you go? I may as well do something that makes you feel like you got something out of this beyond just being hypnotized.
Yes.
Um, so yeah, I had to reintegrate that completely pointless bit,
Yes.
in my opinion, just to make them happy. And it's the same on things like doing sleep stories and all the rest of it. I end up having to put bits in because it's what makes people happy, even if I think it's pointless and not needed. Um, and people nowadays, so online, it's got weird. It used to be a hypnotic experience was about a 20-minute experience, which sort of 15 to 20 minutes, which matches with our basic rest and activity cycle. It matches with a lot of our biological rhythms of having about a 15 to 20-minute period where we can internally just drift into some kind of a state and then come back again. And online, everyone wants it longer.
Hmm.
It's got to be an hour. It's got to be 2 hours. It's got to be 4 hours. And so when I've done things that like, right, here's 15 minutes and this is what's going to help you to quit smoking or whatever, people
Hmm.
are like, I want the hour version.
Hmm.
Why do you want an hour to quit smoking when you can get 15 minutes to quit smoking? It doesn't make sense. It's like, because it's supposed to be an hour. I don't feel relaxed enough in 15 minutes. It's
Hmm.
like, well, did you come for relaxation or quitting smoking? It's, or did you
Right.
come for relaxation or quitting drinking, or did you come for relaxation or gaining confidence? What are you actually listening to this for? So people now online want longer and longer content
Hmm.
like that. And there's a lot of really good therapists out there whose content is no longer getting views because it's too short
Hmm.
as far as the audience is concerned, even though there's literally nothing wrong with it. And so then there's people having to overinflate the length of content just to meet the length that people are happy with, even though none of that's necessary.
And you
Um,
think people would want quick change,
yeah.
you know? So yeah, it could be tough. I heard once that you sometimes have to give people what they want to be able to give them what they need.
Mm,
And it seems to match up with what you're saying. I also know you have this certain philosophy too, where I respect and have taken on myself, where if someone comes to you for something, you fix that problem and you don't get into all of their other problems. So I think that's
mm,
where that sort of quote of you have to give them what they want so that you could actually give them what you need falls short. But it's still true enough to be true that
mm,
um, just like you're saying, you had to adapt your own therapy to actually give them what they wanted, which was the
mm.
hypnosis bit, you know?
Yeah, because it comes down to whose opinion is it that something's good or bad?
Hmm. Right.
Because people do drugs. I don't do drugs, but people do drugs where they're very happy with their drug taking. They do it to a level, they don't have a problem with it in their opinion. They have a functional life. They perhaps have some kind of experience that it gives them that they like having.
Hmm.
Should I, as a non-drug taker,
Hmm.
say cannabis use, should I, as someone who doesn't use cannabis, tell someone who does use cannabis that that is bad behavior and it needs to be removed and they need to stop doing cannabis, when maybe it's what they use for pain control, maybe it's what they use to relax, maybe it's what they use to alter their state slightly for some reason or another, maybe it's what helps them to be creative because of the way it alters their state. Who am I to say that's wrong? I'm going to cure you of that affliction you have there of yours. And if they've come to me because they're depressed, or if they've come to me because, I don't know, they've got anxiety, or say they smoke cannabis and cigarettes, but they only want to stop smoking cigarettes, who am I to say, well, you also have to do this? You've got to stay in therapy until you stop that other problem you've admitted to having. That's not my place to make that kind of a judgment.
Right.
That's down to them to make that judgment of whether it's a problem to them. And at the time that's right for them, if that's what they want to work on, they can come back. If they know I've helped them with one thing, if they choose to work on the other thing, maybe they'll make that choice. But I do know other therapists that are of the opinion that there's this kind of like idealized version of a human.
Right.
And if you do anything outside of that, then it's bad and it needs fixing.
Hmm.
And the trouble is, I pretty much never drink alcohol. So just because I don't drink alcohol doesn't mean that everyone who drinks alcohol also has to quit drinking.
Right.
So how do you define what this idealized person is, this standard that everyone has to stick to?
Yes.
And do I have the moral right to say my standards are what every human being has to stick to? So if you come into my therapy session, if you don't meet my standards, every single thing that doesn't meet my standards, I'm going to fix out of you.
Hmm.
That's not a healthy relationship to have with anyone.
No.
So I know that there are other therapists that 100% disagree with me and think, nope, if
Yeah.
someone has problems, those problems need fixing. But I would say, yes, in my heart, I would love them to fix those issues because I think they're unhealthy or I think they're bad for them or whatever. I just don't feel that I'm the one that should be putting that on them.
Yeah.
I can choose not to do it myself because I feel it's wrong and bad. That doesn't mean that I have to inflict on other people my judgments of right and wrong about every little thing.
Hmm.
Um, so it's just that's just my personal take, and what other therapists choose is entirely up to them. But it's just my personal view is very much people should have autonomy. Everything is about me trying to help people have that autonomy. Not so I wrote a book years ago, self-help book called Take Control of Your Life. And it was kind of a cheeky dig at Paul McKenna's books, which are I Can Change Your Life. Everyone is his books is I can change, I can make you thin, I can make you uh rich, I can make you quit smoking. All of his titles are I can make you do this and I can make you do that. And so I kind of wanted to do a self-help book that was you can do this for yourself.
Hmm.
It's not about me. I can help, I can be a guide, I can, be the one on the horseback who nudges it and keeps it on the path,
Hmm.
but you're the one that does the work. You're the one that it's about me trying to figure out how to help you to do the work you want to do. It's not about me doing the work for you. It's not about me dictating what the work is you have to do. It's about you doing the work you want to do for yourself, that you've come to me asking me for my knowledge and my support in the areas that I know of. And so it's my role just to do that for you. It's not my role to say, you've got to meet my ideals. If everyone had to meet my ideals, I think no one would,
Right.
because I have very, very high ideals. My dad was a Jehovah's Witness, and on his deathbed, he desperately said, I want you to sort of see the faith and I want you to become a Jehovah's Witness. I hate the idea that I'm going to die and you're not within the faith. I'm an atheist. So it's like, I hate the fact that you're not going to, go to heaven and all the rest of it. Um, Even though it does say that 144,000 people get saved, and there's already more than 144,000 people who've died allegedly religious. So technically, I don't know where the cutoff happens with who gets to go up. But anyway, I said, no, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to be religious. And so he was like, but you're the closest person I've ever met to Jesus Christ. He said, you spend all your life helping people without ever kind of questioning it or sort of, asking for anything directly in return. You'd rather just drop into people's lives, help them, and then leave again and let them take all the credit for turning their own lives around. He said, I don't ever want you to stop doing. He read some of my books, his hypnotherapy books, which is kind of a no-no for Jehovah's Witnesses. He said, I never want you to stop doing hypnotherapy. I never want you to stop doing what you're doing. You just constantly touch all these people's lives. He was telling me how proud he was. I said, you're the most Jesus Christ person who I've ever met, and yet you're an atheist who refuses to go back to uh, being a Jehovah's Witness, because I was born sort of obviously with him being a Jehovah's Witness already. So I was born into a family of Jehovah's Witnesses, and stopped being religious when I read the Bible and had critical thinking. Um, and so, yeah, it really frustrates him. But it is true. I have such high views of how I think things should be
Hmm.
that if I tried to make everyone else live to my standards that I put on myself,
Hmm.
I don't think many people would meet those standards. And that's not a world I want to live in, where I'm forcing people or where anyone is forcing people to meet the standards of another human being. I think we all do the best we can. We muddle through. We have our problems and we have things that others would see as problems, but we just think, well, no, it's a coping strategy and I'm happy with it, or whatever it happens to be. And I just think that people should be allowed to do that. You should be allowed to decide that you're okay with not currently treating your anxiety or not currently treating a certain addiction, or um maybe you're highly stressed but you love your job, and you're like, yeah, I'm highly stressed. Yes, it gives me panic attacks. Yes, I'm constantly struggling because of the stress, but I absolutely love the job I do that
Hmm.
causes that stress. Those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive. You can hate one aspect of something, yet you, as someone fighting, you could say, I'm not particularly a fan of pain. I don't like being punched, kicked, thrown to the ground, but I do love doing it.
Hmm.
It's like you can, a boxer could say, I love getting in the ring and doing boxing.
Hmm.
Yes, I probably have brain damage. And every time I get in the ring, it significantly increases the chances, if I don't have it, of getting brain damage
Hmm.
or having worse happen. I'm not going to stop going in a boxing ring. So just because something has negatives to it, you
Hmm.
can have something that's got negatives that you're not a fan of, that isn't enough negative to put you off doing the thing that you're doing.
Hmm.
So I just think, I just think people should be allowed to do what they want. And I don't think therapists have a right to decide what's right for a client and what's not. If it's legally, or if it's to do with harm coming to someone else,
Right.
that's a different matter, obviously. But if it's about that individual and it's affecting just that individual has a right to make whatever decision they want. And I think technically that's where the law is at fault, in terms of things like over here in the UK, things like some of the drug laws and things. I just think
Hmm.
more people die in relation to alcohol than in relation to healthy forms of some of the. So there's times it's mixed with other things, and drug dealers aren't necessarily known for being the most moral people. Um, but generally, a lot of the harder drugs are less harmful to people than things like alcohol, in terms of what damage and harm can be done to yourself and others through impaired uh, sort of abilities and stuff. Um, so I sometimes disagree with the way our laws are, in terms of like my belief that everyone should just have a right to do what they want,
Hmm.
and that it would be easier to just legalize everything, make sure it's all safe because it all goes through legal vetted ways of making everything, and
Hmm.
not, oh, you do realize we can save money if we mix half of that with talcum powder.
Hmm.
um, the person on the receiving end will never know. It will burn their insides while it's going down. They'll think that's normal. Um, if it was all done through legal channels and legal businesses, you wouldn't get much of that anymore, because it has to meet certain standards of quality. So I just think, let people make their mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah. Just like you were saying with the analogy of boxing or
Mm,
punch or getting hit, there is a certain beauty, a certain feeling to I'm a jujitsu instructor, and the Jiu in jujitsu means yielding. And
mm,
you could take like an oncoming force of someone, punching you or trying to inflict some sort of harm on you, and you use like a true self-defense where their intention to hurt you actually gets used against them, and
mm,
like the ability to harness that ability feels incredible that you have this like that you're enjoying almost like a musician enjoying the sounds of music, that you're enjoying the jitsu part, which is art, so it's the yielding art, uh,
mm.
practicing that, and even if there are some negative consequences, so be it. But one thing that I've seen with you is that you have such an ability to help people. I mean, like it is amazing. Um, with all the books behind you, with all the books you've written, with all of your Udemy
Yeah,
courses,
they stretch way around the corner and over here.
I
There
believe
is
it.
a lot of books on hypnosis knocking around me.
I
One
believe
of
it.
my big things that kind of upsets me is not being able to share my hypnosis library with people. Um, I
Yeah.
don't know who has the largest collection of hypnosis books, but I'm approaching 1,000 physical books,
Yeah.
hypnosis books. So I'm suspecting, although I don't know,
Definitely.
that I've probably got close to one of the larger amounts of hypnosis book collection um, out of people, outside of libraries and things. But I don't know. But I always feel it's such a shame that only I ever see them and interact with them.
Hmm.
No one else does. So when I used to teach my diploma, I would often try and teach it here in my flat
Hmm.
so that on the breaks, people can come and nose at the books and have a little flick through different books, so that they would at least get handled and looked at by people. Because there's a lot of books that just aren't commonly looked at books,
Hmm.
like the ones that would be recommended or whatever. And then I've got books going all the way back to 1786 on the topic. Obviously, back then it's mesmerism and somnambulism, as it's referred to, rather than hypnotism, because that wasn't until the 1840s. But there's a lot of books that, and I've got a lot from the 1800s. But there's a lot of books that just don't, you don't often get recommended or see if you don't go to a library or somewhere. Normal libraries obviously don't have anywhere near this kind of collection. Um, so yeah, it's just that's one of my biggest shames. I've tried to make videos sometimes, but not many people are interested in them. Of me talking about the different books and showing the different books.
Well, I am. I'm there
Yeah,
in the comments, like yes, 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 yes. Yeah.
because
More
you have
stuff.
some books. There are some books that are like, as I mentioned, oh, this one's one that I'd recommend if someone was starting out, wanting to learn hypnosis
Hmm.
because they want to kind of learn properly, not just I want to know how to do hypnosis. We'll pick up any self hypnosis book. It will have inductions in. You can pick a second-hand self hypnosis book up for, I imagine, in America, a lot less than $1, because over here you can pick it up for a lot less than £1. So a second-hand one from somewhere you can pick up for dirt cheap, and it will have inductions in it.
Hmm.
Just read one. Yeah, that's kind of where I started. I remember, I think I spoke about this not long ago in a video. Um, my brother wetting the bed, kind of habitually wetting the bed. It was just a common thing. And I was like, "Do you mind if I hypnotize you and see if we can help you stop?" And he was like, "Yeah, okay." I just read the script on stop wetting the bed.
Hmm.
That was literally it. Just stop bedwetting was the script. I've still got the book behind me. I just read the words on the page. I didn't look up. I just looked straight at the book. I had I don't do this nowadays to my books, but I had the corner folded over on the page for the induction I was going to read, the corner folded over on the page for the script therapeutic bit I was going to read, and the corner folded over on the page for the counting out bit I was going to read. And then I just read the first bit, turned to the next folded over page, read the stop wetting bed script, turned to the back, just read. And now you know all of that. You can come around in three, two, one, opening your eyes. And he came round and then didn't wet the bed anymore. I can't obviously guarantee that what I did changed anything. He may have just randomly have that might just be when he was going to stop wetting the bed, but it happened when I read the script. So you can, if you really just want to learn hypnosis that simply,
Hmm.
just pick up any old self hypnosis book, and because it's a self hypnosis book, it will tell you hypnosis. Just read it. But if you actually want to learn hypnosis so that you're a bit more proficient than just looking at a page in a book, obviously the book I recommended is the book I would recommend. So there are different books I'd recommend for different topics, but then there's so many books that it's hard to think why I would recommend them. But that doesn't mean they don't have fascinating things in them. So you mentioned the Esdale State. One series I wanted to do on my channel, again, part of it depends on, I'm always trying to weigh up, I have to make a living, and that takes time. And so if I'm doing stuff that I want to do, but it's never going to make a living, I'm wasting the time doing stuff I want to do
Hmm.
on not making a living on a task that's going to not make me any income. And then I have to still find the time to do the thing that's going to make me the income. So it's just extra hours to squeeze into the day. But I wanted to do a series going through lots of the different books, especially the old ones, looking at, okay, what did the old book say? Because hypnosis has changed so much. Mesmerism kind of days, people would have convulsions and all sorts of things from being hypnotized. You don't get that nowadays. Um, so the experience the clients would have was very different, but the inductions were also incredibly different. What people would sort of go through. So you had things like sitting virtually knee to knee with the person in front of you and stroking their legs and all different things like that. Things that would probably not even be allowed uh, nowadays, or you'd have to get a lot of consent to do them, and you'd probably, even if you had consent, want to be doing it in front of other people, having got the consent in front of those other people, like in front of an audience or something, so that everyone knows consent was given for you stroking this person's legs and on their thighs and stuff, because it just wouldn't be something you ordinarily do nowadays, and yet it was like common practice in the 1800s. Um, there are things like pushing on the eyeballs, again, not something you would do nowadays. Um, because there's a very high chance of causing injuries. Um, but I do find it fascinating, all the different types of old inductions, what they were, how they worked, how people responded differently to those inductions, and to try and look at whether it was because of that type of induction that was done that caused the different reaction, or whether it was because people just expected to react in a certain way. And so that's the reaction they gave. Like if you, so one thing you do with rapid inductions is you often say, in a minute, I'm going to do whatever the rapid induction is, push down on my hand, pull on your arm, whatever. And when I say sleep, you're just going to close your eyes and drop into hypnosis. And you'll normally, as you say that, you'll mimic kind of how you want them to react. So you're just going to close your eyes and kind of drop into hypnosis. And so then when they do it, respond to you, they copy
Mhm.
your reaction. So it's like you got to close your eyes and drop into hypnosis. That's what they do. You got to close your eyes and drop into hypnosis. That's what they do. So you tell them and demonstrate how they're going to respond, or you start at one end of a line of people and how the first person
Yeah.
responds, everyone else starts thinking that's how I'm supposed to respond. And then when the next person does the same and the next person, and you have the least responsive person at the other end, by the time it gets to them, they just think this is inevitable
Yeah.
because everyone else has dropped down the same way. Um, but they've all done the same type of thing because that's what they think is expected of them. Like if you say all your muscles are just going to go loose and limp and you're just going to fall, that's how they respond. So part of my sort of thinking is to explore these old books and how people used to respond, and how much of that was the expectation of the time based on how people responded to what was going on at the time, like to mesmerism and stuff. Like people would touch magnetized rods and they'd have convulsions and fits, and then they would suddenly lose their problems.
Mhm.
How much of that is because they were learning, they were told it's magnetized, they were told it was all about electricity and magnetic fluid, and how much of that was seeing people get electric shocks and the convulsions you have with electric shocks and thinking that's what you're supposed to have when you touch this metal rod that allegedly has been magnetized. And so I just find all of that kind of fascinating. But that's where things like the Esdale state came from, and all these other states that are often named, which I think are completely largely pointless names, because a lot of that, as research has continued on, have kind of been just gone by the wayside. As normally, if you get something that's described as, say, an Esdale state, it's because you were doing things specifically that were to kind of elicit that specific state or that response. You're doing things like relaxation stuff to elicit the relaxation, guided imagery to elicit certain kinds of imagery. You're doing the stuff that's to elicit the behaviors that's the description for the state that the person is going to then have, rather than it being about that being some specific state. Not that it doesn't have value. There are I've guided people into certain states that obviously have unusual features. You can guide people into states where time distortion, they have a bizarre perception on time, and you can do that by slowing down your talking as you're, and they're kind of trying to piece it together, and you do it as if it's the most natural thing in the world. So you do it so sincerely that they can't tell whether it's on the inside or the outside that the slowing of the time's happening.
Mm-hmm.
whether it's because you have slowed
Very
down or
focused.
because they're slowing down on their inside.
Mm-hmm.
Just like when you create hallucination by saying you're going to open your eyes and see a book on that table, and
Mm-hmm.
then you genuinely put a book on the table, and then they open their eyes and see the real book, and then they close their eyes and you say, and then when you open your eyes you're going to see it's disappeared again, and then you do that a few times, and then eventually you say, and when you open your eyes you'll see the book back again, and now they hallucinate the book because they expect to see it there. um or as I did with someone when they were very kind of like, you're not going to be able to hypnotize me and make me hallucinate. I told them that when they open their eyes they're not going to see the poster stuck on the wall, and they opened their eyes and initially they were like, you're right, I can't see the poster.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can faintly see it, but I can't see it. But why can I not see it? I didn't expect this to work. There was no poster on the wall. And they end up hallucinating a poster onto the wall so that they could tell me it hadn't worked because they can still see the poster,
That's great.
which was the whole point. That there wasn't a poster there. It's just people are unobservant. They don't know, they didn't close their eyes knowing there was a they people don't pay that much attention to the room.
Mm-hmm.
So they thought there was a poster there all along, and I was trying to make it not be there. So they hallucinated it there, obviously to prove me wrong, but actually hallucinating. So you can do things like that, trick someone into a hallucination, which is always a fun thing to do. And then you get weird experiences. Like I remember as when the national lottery started here in the UK, I thought, well, I'm not going to enter the lottery unless I know I'm going to win, because or else it's just gambling and a waste of money. And so I had a tape recorder and a dictaphone at the time, and so I pressed the tape recorder that was my hypnotic induction. And at some point, I end up saying, "So you're going to go to the future to the date when the lottery draw is happening, and you're going to see the draw happen, and then you're going to say the numbers that come out." And then I had the dictaphone recording next to me, that when I then said the numbers, the dictaphone has the numbers recorded on there. And so I did this 3 times in a row, and the numbers matched the real lottery numbers. And so on the fourth time, I entered and lost, which I found a very bizarre experience. Um, so something about uh, I don't have any idea. I have no explanation for how you can hypnotize yourself, tell yourself to go to the future to a specific date,
Mm-hmm.
say what you're seeing,
Mm-hmm.
see the lottery numbers happen, and then well, actually, I know what went wrong in that case, but I don't know why this was the case. Whether why when I entered it was the case. Um, so it's weird to be able to do something where you can see something happen in the future, and then when you try and actually benefit from it, something scuppers it. And whether you actually did ever see something from the future, yet it was accurate. So I don't know. It's just always baffled me. The time that it failed, I was sat with my girlfriend at the time, and we're watching TV, and I was like, I know this. I've seen this program, and there was a TV show that was on, and I was like, this is about to happen, and I was able to tell her what was about to happen, and then I realized that what had happened was, and I had the recording of it. I didn't watch the lottery on the night of the lottery draw. I totally forgot that it was the night of the lottery draw, and was watching a different program with my girlfriend, and that was what was on the recording, and that was what I remembered seeing, and that was what I ended up doing. And so the numbers that I'd picked, that I'd sort of still said numbers that I thought were the right numbers, I didn't end up seeing. So it's just weird. And then there was the example with my best friend where we had him go to the future, and then I phoned him up at that time to sort of check to see how accurate it had been. And I was the one that caused the thing that he remembered to happen. And so if we hadn't hypnotized it, I hadn't hypnotized him, that future thing wouldn't have happened, because it only happened because I'd hypnotized him. And so yeah, there's been weird things like that that I've had experiences of. But I was a lot more experimental with hypnosis in the old days, when I was new to it all. And I've become more serious and sensible with it, um, mainly because I don't have anyone to practice on or practice with in the same kind of way as I would with my best friend in those days, where we would just think, "Oh, we've got a random idea, let's try it." Like, one day he was like, "I've always wanted to be stabbed through the hand with a needle. Will you do that?" Yeah, of course I'll stab you with a needle. Got no problem with stabbing you. So, I'm there hypnotizing him, and then I'm there with a lighter and a needle, just to better make this safe. Get a lighter to light the end, to make sure it's all safe, and then lifting his skin up and trying to ram the needle through his skin, and it wasn't going through. And we're both looking at his hand, and he's saying, "Push harder, you can get it through." And so we do all these weird things, and then obviously the one I spoke about the other day was the time distortion thing,
Hmm.
um, of having him experience an entire lifetime in 5 minutes, um, which he found a very profound experience, and we spent hours talking about it afterwards. Um, with a number of people, I've done past life regression stuff.
Hmm.
Um, I've got no reason to believe that any of it's real. Obviously, I've got technically no reason to believe it's false either, except that there was a TV program over here, that was on every week. They had a hypnotist who would hypnotize celebrities, and then they would have past life regression uh, experiences. And then they had a historian who would investigate the past life regression that was claimed
Oh, that's interesting.
to find out how much of the stuff was accurate and how much was inaccurate, and to try and look into see if they could figure out the person they said they were, or anyone they named in it, the location they said they'd gone to. They did the best they could. They tried to look into it, and some would be hits and some wouldn't be, and it was always kind of left open of, but were the hits because as an adult, whether you sort of think about it or not, you've gained a lot of knowledge just from living. You kind of know, your country. You kind of know what different places look like, even if you've never been there, because maybe they've been on the news. Maybe, like, you kind of know what Ireland looks like, even if you've never been to Ireland. And so it's like, how much, you kind of know what properties look like in Victorian eras, or what, certain locations look. So it was always left kind of open of how much of it is you kind of know this stuff and you're building a picture out of it. And it was rare that they pinned something down as a hard and fast, yes, Joan something or other lived in that house on that date that you said they did, kind of thing. It was never that hard and fast. And obviously the thing with past life regression is a lot of it was like, there's no records for that now. So
Hmm.
then that causes a bit of a problem for fact checking. But I never was home to watch the program. It was a daytime program. So I always recorded it and watched it in the evening. And that meant I was able to pause it. So when they would talk to the celebrity beforehand, they would say, "Do you believe in past life regressions? Have you ever tried hypnosis before?" Typical. It's the same format of questioning for every person. Um, what do you expect the experience to be like? What kind of past lives do you think you would go back to? Normally, by the time they finished explaining all that, I could pause it and say, "This is the experience I think they're going to have. This is what they're going to say their past life is." And I'd have to be kind of vague, thinking it would be this kind of thing, like maybe it'd be to do with water, or I think they'll be on a ship or something like that. And every single time, what I said kind of matched what they end up having their experience as. And obviously, all I was doing was picking the patterns that they were saying and thinking, well, it'll probably be patterns around all their what they think their experience is going to be, what they expect it to be, what they wish it to be, all the patterns around that, what their life problems are. What so one of them, um, had a leg problem, and then their past life, I think they're a pirate or something, and had a bad leg or an injury on the leg during being a pirate. Something happened to their leg, and they mentioned that specifically, that event happening during this past life. And it's like, well, yeah, before they even had the past life, I could tell you that's what was going to happen. So the question then is that because that's how past lives work and it's real, or is it that my explanation that, well, these are the patterns I observed, and I was just then inferring based on who they were, what their interests were, what they said they thought the experiences would be, what their beliefs about it all were. that I just worked out a bunch of patterns and thought, well, that's what they'll have, and was also kind of accurate with it, which I think is more realistic. But I do find past lives fascinating,
Yeah.
like lots of stuff with hypnosis, because the person doesn't rehearse any of it.
Hmm.
There's no pre-rehearsal. They literally get hypnotized and then told, go back beyond, you know, your birth and settle on a. When I've done it, I always say settle on a happy time prior to birth, so that you know it's a positive experience they're about to have, not like a moment of death or
Hmm.
something not nice. And you can then ask them every question under the sun. They don't go, what would be a creative thing to think of there? You just say, where are you? I'm outside a pub.
Hmm.
What sort of time is it? I don't know. It seems to be a few centuries ago. There's horses and carts. There's people walking around, and they'll give just full costume descriptions of how the people are dressed. People are talking with these sort of accents. They're using words like this, and a person just walked past me, and this is what they've just said. And they give all this incredibly detailed discussion, and there's no. So that's what I find fascinating. That a bit like when I'm doing storytelling and I'm just ad libbing and creating it,
Hmm.
that's
That's the
what they're
same.
doing.
Yeah.
So whether it's real or not, kind of, it would be fascinating if it was real. But even if it's not real, the fact that the human brain, you can just ask the person the question
Hmm.
and they directly just give you this highly creative story that they're creating in the moment about how they're in this situation, they're doing this, they're doing that. They're just walking to this location. They're just meeting this person. They're now doing that. They've just come from here. Their brother's this name and their auntie's that name and this person there this and they do it all, and then they're consistent with it. When you then sort of ask them questions again, they're consistent about who the different characters were, where they are. And to me, that's the bit that's fascinating, is that someone is doing that in real time. And yet, if you said to the same person, okay, I've got a fun kind of exercise to do, I want you to just make up a character from some point in history and just tell me, pretend you're that character, tell me who you are, what you're doing. We'll have a conversation as if that's who you really are now. And I don't think that's something many people would find easy to spontaneously do.
Right.
And yet, pretty much anyone who ends up having a past life experience,
Hmm.
they don't have to be actors. They don't have to be someone who's used to entertainment stuff and or writing stories or authors or anything. Anyone literally could just do it, and that to me just baffles my brain how good people are at doing that, at creating stories and characters, and as if it's a fundamental part of who we are. Yeah. So to me, that's fascinating.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. You've opened up this whole world of things that are so fascinating. And maybe it's, a metaphor of what they're uh, of a lesson or something that they need to learn in this life. And maybe, it's
Mm.
all self-created, or maybe it's not, it's
And people do get good therapy from past
yeah,
life. Yeah, it is actually a form
absolutely.
of hypnotherapy that people do, is past life
Yeah.
regression hypnotherapy,
Hmm.
where the person genuinely believes they're going back to a past life where the trauma was caused or whatever it is
Hmm.
was caused. And if they can address it there and
Yeah,
deal
and
with it
resolve
there,
it.
then they'll be fixed
Hmm.
here. But that's no different to me creating a metaphor
Hmm.
about, I don't know, climbing a mountain and gaining a perspective and then
Hmm.
healing yourself, or seeing the wood for the trees in some way, or managing to get a car out of a rut
Hmm.
and using that as a metaphor of getting a car out of a rut, and you figure it out how to get that car out of the rut. But then that also helps you to, that metaphor then translates to, wow, I woke up in the morning and suddenly found a way out of my life situation I've been stuck in, because your brain made the same connection between I'm stuck in a rut in my life situation and my car's stuck in a rut in this story Dan's telling.
Hmm.
And the solution to getting the car out of the rut was the same solution. There's a metaphor of the solution to getting myself out of the rut in my real life. And, it's no different whether that's a past life regression thing
Hmm.
or me doing it thinking I'm just doing this hypnotically and there's nothing mysterious in it. I'm just finding a pattern and letting you run with the pattern. And to me, that's fascinating. And so, yeah, it can be used just as easily. It's a very effective thing. And if someone comes in and says, I believe in past lives, I think this problem is caused by a past life problem, I've never said, well, I think that's crazy.
Right.
but I've just said, tell me more.
Hmm.
What do you think happened? What past life do you think you had? Talk about it. If it helps, why don't you close your eyes and tell me about it? And you can just take a few moments to absorb yourself in that while you tell me. Maybe you can then do better at being able to recapture this past life, see if we can work through it and see what happened in that past life. And then I just go into it and just think, well, if that's what you say is the therapy you need and that's what you believe,
Hmm.
who am I to come along and say, I've got a CBT technique for that?
Right.
Yeah, that's they're just going to say you're not hearing me, you're not resonating with where I'm at, and
Yeah.
obviously that's the whole point of me always in everything I do teaching about observation, utilization, and having a goal.
Hmm.
If someone comes in and says
Totally.
this is the therapy I need,
Hmm.
who am I to tell you that no, you need what I tell you need?
Hmm.
um which is obviously back to a whole conversation we had about who has the autonomy. Yeah, I find it fascinating. I think this is going to now be an interesting session because this isn't the angle I would take if I was in control of the therapy here.
Hmm.
I wouldn't suggest to you past life regression, but you've just said, I think this was caused by a past life. I've just gone with that. I don't know where the session's going to go, but I know now I'm going to probably hear something fascinating
Hmm.
and interesting. And I'm going to enjoy working with that and helping to reshape this past life experience and your learning of it while you tell me this really wonderful story that I'm about to hear of this character from your alleged past life. I don't ever say, I believe what you're telling me. I also don't ever say, I don't believe what you're telling me.
Hmm.
I just run with it and think, well, that's fine. This is what you're saying you need or what works for you.
Hmm.
Um, and those are normally the sessions that then are more exciting because they're
Hmm.
nothing like your normal everyday therapy that you would perhaps have chosen to do if they just started with, I've got an anxiety problem and I don't quite know what to do to get over it. Yeah, you'd have your own mind of anxiety problem, probably needs to relax, probably has problems with worrying and overthinking. Maybe he's taking on too much work. Let's see what they start telling me. Yep, just what I thought. Okay, let's start addressing this stuff. It kind of falls into fairly typical territory. So when someone comes in and says something completely left field as what they think they need as therapy, that can sometimes be a kind of like, this is going to be a breath of fresh air for this session.
Hmm. Well, I'm so down to do this with you and to have this content out there. I don't think it even needs to be a thing where like we have to decide whether we're just doing this for fun or if we're doing this for money. I think that this would be such a great idea because honestly, there's a lot of hours of you talking online, but to actually see it in person, to do it with me, maybe we should put a thing,
Well,
an
the
opera
bit I
in the
always
theater.
miss is anytime I'm having to do things, I'm not very good at once I have to do it structured.
Hmm.
So a lot of my content that's online has ended up being, I've got to think of a video topic. I've then got to somehow, because it's YouTube or whatever, I've
Hmm.
got to somehow now think, okay, the person's going to click away in 3 seconds if I don't hook them. So I've got to now think, how
Right.
do I talk about what I want to talk about, but in a way that has that the topic is something someone's going to think, wow, I want to know that. That the way I then present the topic at the very, very beginning hooks them while not lying to them.
Hmm.
And then how I keep them hooked from that point throughout the whole thing. And some people are just like, yeah, I'm into it. I'll watch it regardless. But then there's obviously a lot of people, and you need to reach more people that are like, oh, I'm not so into this, or actually, I wasn't interested in that. Whereas where I feel my brain works best is normally through conversations and
Hmm.
through, oh, that reminds me of this, that reminds me of that. I'm
Hmm.
very bad at knowing how to end conversations, when to shut up. But um, I like things that stimulate patterns in my brain and then make me go down little rabbit holes or start talking about things that I wouldn't have thought of talking about if I'm following a linear pattern of think of video topic, think
Right.
of title, think of this, think of that, and it's all very structured. And even with my training, I train best when I do a bit like Milton Erickson used to towards the end of his life, where it'd be like, this is just a teaching seminar.
Hmm.
You come in, you sit down, you say what you want to learn, and then that's what we cover.
Hmm. That's
And
sort of
that's
what
the
happened
structure.
right here today.
I'm not very good. Yeah, I'm not very good at where it's like, okay, I'm going to teach you what I tell you I'm teaching you.
Hmm.
Because then I feel like you may not be interested in half of what I'm teaching you here because it's what I'm telling you the structure of this is going to be. And that may not be what you want to know. I'd rather have it like with talks. I'm not so bothered about the bit of talk where I'm doing the talk.
Hmm.
It's when you get to the do you have any questions?
Hmm.
That's the bit where it's more interesting because then people ask questions. It's like, oh, I'd never even thought of that. Here's my answer. And then that becomes this is now personal to you and what you actually want to know. It's not what I'm telling you you've got to learn.
Yeah.
In fact, everything with me seems to come back to autonomy and everyone else having what they want. So yeah, so when I teach, I'm much better at okay, I'll sit here and what would you like to learn today?
Hmm.
And you just sit kind of in a circle. You say, what would you like to learn today? Well, I've always wondered how you manage to do an arm levitation. How do you actually do an arm levitation if someone isn't very good at responding?
Hmm.
Okay, well, the person to the side of me, you're now going to be a subject because you're sat beside me. Let's do this. And they just do an impromptu demonstration because they're sat beside you and you're responding to, yeah, what I want you to do is I want you to fight the arm levitation as much as you can, just really fight it. And then you just do something where they're fighting it and you demonstrate it and you talk about it. And then someone else asks a question and then you either do a demonstration, have a discussion about it. Um, I prefer that kind of free flowing way of working, which is
Hmm.
also why, like with my sleep stories, I really struggle to make structured sleep stories. I really struggle to say, okay, I'm going to write a proper sleep story, one with proper grammar and proper descriptions and proper kind of like a proper story.
Hmm.
I'm more kind of give me a bunch of words and I'll create something with it and I'll
Hmm.
just ad lib it and see where it goes and where my brain takes me because that's where how my brain works for this sort of stuff. It really struggles to get fixed into a box and do things in this kind of really rigid way. And that's the trouble I have on YouTube that this kind of content
Hmm.
I significantly prefer. I prefer content like this where someone could then clip it and say, oh, there's
Hmm.
some fascinating bits there.
Yeah.
Let's cut
Hmm.
this.
Yep.
You know, that bit kind of
Hmm.
dragged on a bit, or that bit, the feed cut out. So let's edit that out, whatever.
Hmm.
I'd prefer it to be like, let's just get loads of vomit down and then work with it, clean it up. I prefer that than where things have gone off on tangents. It's like, well, that's actually interesting, and people don't often talk about that or whatever. Rather than let's just do what everyone else does and everyone else talks about, and have it highly structured and highly kind of like, I'm going to ask you these 10 questions and you're going to answer them. And so years ago, I wanted to interview Richard Bandler,
Hmm.
and I got in touch with his people. They were going to be local to me. He was teaching kind of down the road from me, and so I was like, while you're nearby, for my YouTube channel, I'd quite like to interview you. And he was like, or his people were like, yeah, you can interview him, but you've got to submit the questions beforehand. So like 10 questions or whatever. Um, and you are not allowed to deviate from those 10 questions. You're not allowed to ask supplementary questions. You ask those 10 questions. If you even veer off them at all, the interview's instantly ended. And you've got to send him all footage before it goes live so that he confirms he's okay with how he's been portrayed on that footage.
Hmm.
As it turned out, he was offered the chance to be interviewed by the BBC instead of me at the same time. And so I then got contacted and told, no, he's going to go and be interviewed by the BBC instead. And they didn't have the same requirements on them as I had on me. And they asked him some very tough questions. And I've got a copy of the interview that end up happening instead of me. He doesn't come across well in it. He gets very angry in it at being challenged about why he won't let NLP ever undergo scientific testing to see if it's effective so that it can then be seen as something more legitimate because obviously NLP is largely seen as very unlegitimate because it never has scientific testing to prove it's what's correct and false about it. Um, and the interviewer was really pushing on that, and obviously, whereas me, I would have just asked the 10 questions I was told I was allowed to ask, and that would be the end of it.
Hmm.
But for the BBC, they're proper journalists, and they didn't have to follow the same rules as me. Um, so I think he should have let me interview him. Um, but yeah, but I'm not very good at that kind of like sticking rigidly
Mhm.
to something. I'm much more um, I want to respond to something, and that's the same. You asked about autism on in one of your comments,
Mhm.
and obviously, I really struggle to be diagnosed autistic, which I am. You need to have social emotional communication issues um, that affect your life. You need to have um, repetitive behaviors or things like sensory issues, which I also have. Um, and it's only because of learning things like hypnosis and therapy that I've overcome a lot of it. So obviously with hypnosis, I've been able to learn things like relaxation techniques, ways of managing my emotions and attention, things like learning how to focus and stuff. And then with learning therapy, I've learned things like iMessages and reciprocal communication skills, all this stuff that you don't, if you're autistic, you don't learn instinctively. Most people grow
It's
up
true.
and instinctively learn it all.
It seems like though that it was a gift in a way because the how you broke it down and learned it,
Mm.
you learned it better
Yeah, I know
than
it consciously
yeah.
and do it consciously.
Uh-huh.
Nearly every other adult learned it unconsciously when they were a few years old, sort of in those early years of life, and you've long forgotten how to consciously do it.
Hmm.
You've all been learning it unconsciously. So I've grown up consciously learning to watch people, to notice the changes to your lips. Not that I can see that on camera here, but yeah, like how the lines are on your lips. If your lips are more full, then obviously the lines smooth out. If your lips are less full of blood, then the lines are more prominent, and you can notice that change. And so you can notice more blood flows coming to the face, and the same with the cheeks. You can notice when more blood flows come to the cheeks. You can notice what's going on. If you're more anxious and nervous, obviously the blood rushes back to your heart and away from your cheeks. So your face gets whiter, your lips get thinner. Um, when someone's more in a towards state, then like if you're attracted to somebody or if you're starting to get angry, normally the blood flows to everything, like to your arms and um, to your face, and you get very red faced and everything. So I am better at looking out for all this kind of stuff to try and notice changes in state. I'm better at things like watching the heart beating in your neck, and obviously in your arms and your legs if you're in a position to be able to see that. I'm better at noticing and things like head movement to your heartbeat. If someone's relatively still, their head will nod in time with their heart, so you can notice that. You can notice changes to pupils to know like where they're focusing, how far or close they're focusing, uh, whether they're seeing things as more threats, all that sort of stuff. You can notice in changes to the pupils.
Hmm.
So I've obsessed at learning to observe all this stuff, and I'll consciously, while I'm in front of people, be scanning them all the time
Hmm.
to try and work out, okay, what's happening with your face? What's happening with your breathing? And then how are things changing over time? So when I'm watching your breathing, are you breathing more from your chest or your stomach? And over time, especially if, say, I'm working with you, is that shifting? Do you start off breathing from your chest, but then gradually start breathing from your stomach because you're becoming more relaxed? Um, what's happening with your heart rate? Am I watching it speed up, slow down? Did it just speed up for a moment when I said something? Say it was in a session. When I said something about your partner, did it speed up slightly, like I was touching on a subject that just for a moment gave you a flicker of anxiety that I might be talking about something that you hope I don't go into. Um, so I'm constantly scanning people in everyday conversations, but I make mistakes if I'm not prepared for it. So if I'm just walking down the street and someone bumps into me, I'm not yet in Dan observer mode, Dan sort of communicate with people mode, and I'm more likely to be snappy with you, blunt with you, make all the social mistakes with you because my brain hasn't got into I'm supposed to be performing an act here.
Hmm.
Whereas in other situations, I'm actively thinking, okay, watch this person, scan this person, respond in this kind of way, choose what I'm going to say and when I'm going to say it and how I'm going to say it,
Mhm.
um, listen out for subtle changes in how the person's speaking, what pauses they give between words, what hand gestures they're using or not using. Um, and that's constantly filling my brain, which gets very exhausting. So when I taught at the UK Hypnosis Convention, or 2 times I taught there, it knocked me out for months afterwards because of the energy it took to have to be around so many people for a very long period of time
Mhm.
and having to engage with them and be on form and make sure that I don't come across as rude or anything to them accidentally by
Mhm.
accidentally saying things that maybe I shouldn't say, or being blunt with people.
Mhm.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being blunt, but people don't like it when you're very blunt with them about things, as I know. So I have social emotional communication challenges, but I have consciously learnt so many skills from all these books behind me, plus thousands of hours of videos and lots of other, audio and lots of other content, and then hours of sitting in front of a mirror and studying myself in front of a mirror and watching what's going on for me, or the me in the mirror, um, sitting in cafes and on the seafront and watching people walking past and interacting and conversations people have, and then noticing language patterns people are using and obsessing about that so much, because that's, but most autistic people have a kind of obsessive topic they like, and for me it was hypnosis and how people communicate, and the sort of skills required for all that, and unconscious behaviors, definitely. um and so yeah, so it's just because of obsession that I'm quite good at coming across, I think, generally okay. I have a fairly flat voice, which is a bit of a problem. I'm not very good at being emotive and having a wide range of emotion in my voice. I always feel I'm fake if I do that. I feel like I sound fake to myself.
Mhm.
So to other people, I may not sound fake, and it may actually come across as that I sound more normal. But to me, because I sound fake to myself, I can't do it because it feels too disingenuous. Um, but it's only from the constant practice. And then other things are, so I've given talks where people have said, if you struggle socially, how can you be given this talk?
Mhm.
And it's like, well, this isn't a social interaction. I'm
Mhm.
talking at you.
Mhm.
Social interactions involve reciprocity, me listening to something you're saying, me thinking about what you're saying and then responding to what you're saying, you thinking about what I'm saying, that's a social interaction. Me imparting information to you and responding to questions is a kind of one way thing. It's not, I don't have to be social. I don't have to match your body language and do all the sort of social stuff you have to do. It's a completely different way of communicating than being one to one with someone. I find that very, very difficult to be actually socializing. So, what I find lucky is normally people only ever want to talk to me about my interests.
Mhm.
And so I am imparting information normally, not
Mhm.
having an actual, what would be deemed a social conversation. That doesn't mean social conversations don't also talk about interests, um, but it's definitely easier if someone says, "Oh, I'm interested in this. Tell me more about this,"
Mhm.
because it's like, "Yeah, I know that, so I can tell you it."
Yeah.
um, and so that's why I can come across kind of seeming non-autistic, for want of a better phrase,
Mhm.
um,
I would have never
compared to what
guessed
someone
that.
thinks someone would be like if they're autistic,
Mhm.
because it's very context specific. So one theory in relation to autism is that actually the thing that makes autistic people disabled is their environment, is the expectations that people have on them doesn't match how they work as a being.
Interesting.
So you're expected, for example, to be in an office in a bright environment with lights overhead, with lots of people having social interactions with each other, while you don't understand social communication and social interactions and reciprocity, and you struggle with sensory overload from movement and bright lights and things. So your environment disables you because you can't function because you've constantly got this bright, flashing lights in your face and all the movement flashing around you. And that then disables you and makes you not function in that environment. And then you're told you're the one that's at fault because no one else is struggling in the environment. It's just you. Um, so it's thought that a lot of the sort of disability part of autism, that's what it is. It's that you're just in an environment that makes it so you can't function how you're supposed to function in terms of how the rest of society believes you're supposed to function in those environments. Um,
There's a concept in the martial arts world where it's very important to be in control of yourself. You gotta have control of yourself if you ever expect to control another person, and that giving people the opportunity to offend you is actually giving your own power away.
mm,
So for me, I got no offense to anything that you're saying, or probably that you even could say. I mean, it's possible you could hypnotize me into being offended or something, but uh, you know, it's all good over here.
mm,
I really don't get rattled by that almost ever. So
mm,
happy to talk with you always, and especially about the topics
mm,
you're fascinated in, and even like you were saying with the struggling a little bit with picking a topic and then sticking to it. There are things though that you said that you were so interested in sharing,
mm,
fascinating bits from different books and different ideas. Um, so I'm so interested in doing that. You even mentioned cold reading too, which is something a bit in both of us is that a lot of blood has got to go to the brain to read all those books that you got behind you, and a lot of thinking had to be done to become who you are.
mm,
You got the bigger upper from the eyebrows up is a bigger section than from the eyebrows
mm,
it's I guess in cold reading it's like three different sections of the face or whatever, and how big the top section is tells you like how much that they are thinking about things and are in their brain, and you could see that even in yourself. So I love topics like that and being able to read someone, especially too in the in martial arts world, like you got to be able to read whether they have any harm that could possibly come to you. Are their extremities closed? Are their fists closed?
mm,
To can you rate the scalability? Can you have a 1 to 10 scale of the chances of this interaction, becoming violent? And of course, right now it says absolute zero.
mm,
But as someone says something and then it triggers their ego, and someone says something else, and you could see it pop up the scale 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 until that 8, 9, 10, and then it becomes a physical altercation. So much of the de-escalatory nature of
mm,
like the cold reading and understanding that through the martial arts lens is like, okay, well, where are we at in the scale and how can we lower it back down to zero? And that prevents way more fights
mm.
than all of the knowledge of fighting,
And
So,
I'd say, I don't know. So in one of my jobs, I used to work in homes for teenagers with challenging problems. Um, and doing that job, I was probably involved in over 1,500 potentially life-threatening situations,
mhm,
where I've had to deal with extreme violence towards me or others. So if it's towards other, I've had to get involved and deal with it, and a lot of de-escalating on top of that. And obviously, we were always taught, and I was an instructor also teaching it, um, how to interact with people in a way that would never cause harm to
mhm,
others. So the idea was, these teenagers were my height and my sort of build. They weren't, many of them weren't small. Um, but the idea was that if at all possible, you never ever cause harm to them. You'll manage their behavior, you'll restrain them so that they can't continue hurting themselves or others or damaging property. So the idea was if you have to restrain them, um, you're doing so to prevent them from doing something that's going to get them into further trouble.
mhm,
So it's to make sure they don't get a criminal record because you're containing their behavior when they can't.
Hmm.
And so it has to be in a way that causes no harm to them at all. So no um, painful joint locks. So you would do technically certain locks, but they're ones that don't go against any joints, so they
What kind
don't
of
cause
things did
any
they
pain.
teach? Out of curiosity, what were the locks? What were the holds that they taught?
Um, so the full floor one, I you can do it entirely on your own, just holding one arm, uh, to hold someone at least of my size on the ground, unable to get out of it. Essentially, their arm is, I think it can be seen on camera,
Hmm.
like that there, and then you've got that bit and that bit locked in place,
Hmm.
so that they then can't move their body anywhere, and you're down next to them, and they can't bite you or anything and
Hmm.
get their head to you. So your knees are either side of their arm, and your arm is kind of like that underneath.
Hmm.
So their arms, that your arm is on there, and then your hand is on the underside just above their wrist. So you avoid the wrist to make sure you don't cause any harm to the wrist,
Hmm.
but your arm is just above their wrist. And then because your forearm is up here, they can't get themselves up against you. So they're face down. They can't get themselves up against you and how you're holding them.
Hmm.
They can't twist themselves around or move themselves anywhere, and you don't have to put any effort into it at all. You just have them unable to now move on the floor. Ideally, you'd have a minimum of two of you do it, and possibly three if you've got a third person, with someone on their legs, just holding their arm under their legs and then leaning back towards their feet
Hmm.
so that their legs don't go anywhere. And you make sure there's no pressure on their back so they can breathe perfectly fine. They're face down so they can't obviously choke on their tongue or anything, or headbutt the ground. They could headbutt forward on the ground if they wanted, but then you just rest your hand on the ground, uh, your other hand on the ground under where their forehead is, and make it so that they just hit your hand instead.
Hmm.
Um, so that would be the one for the full floor one. Then we had numerous escort holds to get people out of rooms and get people to safe environments, of different kinds, ranging from one called the Shield, where you just essentially have them like a shield. So your arm is through their two arms and holding the other side, and then you take your other hand, just hold on their shoulder. Um, Prepubescent boys and females have the ability to lift their inner arm up and out of the
Right.
hold because of the
Right.
way their
And the
shoulders
more
move.
limp and relaxed
Um,
you are, the easier you get out of that one. Like the more you
so
let it go limp, the easier you escape from that hold. Yeah.
so from that one, no one ever got out of it. But for females and prepubescent boys, you just had to put your hand across their shoulder and hold that shoulder instead of this one. And for uh, most other males, you just held this shoulder, and that was enough. They couldn't get out of it. Um, you had a wrap, which was essentially holding again just off the wrist, normally just with a thumb and finger to make sure you're definitely not applying any pressure to any joints. And then their arms are just across their body, and you're behind them, side on to their back,
Hmm.
holding either side. Um, as the instructor, I would always have practiced how I would get out of them and how.
Hmm.
So the thing is, people struggle against the wrong bit,
Yeah.
which I always found with everything. People struggle against where they think the bit is kind of locked or trapping them. So,
Right.
for example, with the wrap, the
Yeah.
trick, so your arms are like that, the
Hmm.
trick isn't to be trying to struggle out,
Yeah.
it's to drop down and then let your arms come up above your head and then turn around and your arms untangle. And the
Yes.
person who's holding you with their arms like that ends up with their arms crossed.
Yeah.
And then, a bit like with Aikido, you can then just throw them. So you can very quickly drop down lower, making it so you turn to face them, so that untwists your arms, twists their arms,
Hmm.
and then you stand back up again, and then they go where their arms go. Um, Not a single person in the thousands of times that I did it ever thought to do that to me.
Hmm.
Um, but I knew that that was the way that if anyone wanted to,
Hmm.
because I knew it, I knew how to adapt if
Yeah.
someone started trying to do that. But
Hmm.
no one ever thought to just calmly drop and turn.
Hmm.
Everyone always tried to struggle forward out of it and twist their way out of it and
Yeah.
fight against it instead of uh, kind of just going with it. Um, so yeah, there's lots of different techniques that we learned. But the main thing I always taught was that it was about learning to notice. Obviously, everything you do is to avoid that situation ever happening.
Mhm.
So the best course of action is that it never ever even gets to a point where you're restraining anyone or having to escort anyone from a room or having to defend yourself against punches and kicks and things like that, which was all kind of taught. Obviously, the idea was just because you're being taught to defend against punches and kicks, we would always teach that doesn't mean you stay there facing punches and kicks.
Mhm.
The idea is someone throws a punch at you out of the blue, here's how to defend yourself against it. That
Right.
doesn't mean you stay for a second punch.
Right.
you know,
Of course.
use common sense. So we would teach this stuff, but we would also teach the best thing is not to be there. Um, and the even better thing is to de-escalate things before they get to a point where you have to where it's bad. So de-escalate when it's a 1 out of 10, not when it's an 8 or 9 out of 10.
Of course.
And so, but when it came to the physical stuff, one thing I would teach is obviously about noticing those very early signs that something's about to happen.
Mhm.
And so, one thing I'd do this in hypnotherapy training as well. When teaching about observation skills, is you would have the person hold a coin in their hand, and you'd then have sort of fingertips to fingertips, and you'd both palms up. And you'd say, right, I'm just gonna, or one palm up facing their palm. And you'd say, right, I'm gonna grab the coin out of your hand, and all you've got to do is close your hand before I can grab the coin.
Mhm.
And the idea was just your job was to notice when their hand's going to close before their hand closes, so you grab the coin and have it in your hand before their hand's closed,
Mhm.
and you would notice things like the foot movement or whatever
Mhm.
as the sign that the hand's about to close. And so it'd be teaching you to improve your peripheral vision and your awareness of what's going on physically for those early signs, because people don't pay much attention to that. They spend all their time staring at the hand, um, and trying to know, okay, he's about to close his hand now, and so you go to grab it, but actually, the thought to close the hand happened before the movement of the hand. So I would teach that on hypnotherapy courses, along with ways of improving auditory acuity, kinesthetic acuity, and all the other stuff. That would just be one of the fun kind of things to do, um, to help people to learn how to grab a coin from someone's hand before they close it. Um, but that was also taught, obviously, in the training for, if someone's going to go for you, you want to learn how to notice before it happens so that you're already responding with whatever the technique happens to be that you're going to do to make yourself safe and make everyone else safe. Um, but that was one I always just found interesting because people get so much satisfaction
I think you
when
would
they
love
master it.
I think you would love jujitsu. I've taught and run many martial arts schools and stuff in my life, and we play a bunch of games, especially with the kids, just like the one that you're talking about. And with surgeries I've had and stuff, and just like bad luck with
Mm,
bone disease, I haven't been able to practice martial arts really in a long time, even though I still stay up to date mentally and study it and everything like that. The techniques that you were saying, where their arms are wrapped across their body, the question is not how are you stuck, it's how are you free?
mm.
And you move the part of you that's free to escape the part that is stuck. And my main instructional that I sell is called Law Enforcement Grappling Solutions, and I go over many, many, many of these techniques, just exactly like what you're saying, to control people, how to not hurt them, and um, that's my best selling one. And I really love martial arts. I have a deep passion for it. And just in the ways that you've spoken, in the ways that you've talked before, I almost see no difference between martial
Mm.
arts and hypnosis. It's
Well,
like
my two favorite martial arts are Wing Chun and Aikido,
uh-huh.
because one's about directness and one's about sort of circles and kind of working with force. And I see them that they run through everything I do,
Hmm.
and they run through everything when you look at hypnotic principles. That
Exactly.
sometimes you're direct and you get to the point,
Hmm.
but you've created an opening to be able to do that. Other times you just go with the flow, and that's what gives the energy to it, and you move with it. And so, as part of my training, um, there's a an Aikido video that I used to always make every student watch as part of my
Great.
hypnotherapy training, specifically because it was a Henry Kono video, specifically because it teaches about, you know, keeping a center line, working with circles, keeping things moving, um, knowing how to sort of redirect force. And my thing was, you need to know all this because this is exactly what you're learning when you're learning to work with people
I really
and
felt
you're
that.
learning therapy.
Yes.
Because you've got to learn what's coming at you and then how you're going to handle that, whether you're going to try and oppose it, whether that's the right answer, opposing it, whether you move it in one direction a bit further and then stop,
Hmm.
because that's going to have a shock and that could work. You know, you go with it first of all for a little bit and then you suddenly stop dead and they keep going
Hmm.
and then you get a result. So my thing would be this will teach you more about how to do therapy than a lot of stuff teaching you therapy. In fact, a lot of what I recommend people learn doesn't come from any hypnosis product. It's all from learning about Wing Chun, learning about Aikido, or
Un-
learning about
Unbelievable.
unconscious processes.
Hmm.
So on my bottom shelf behind me, I've got a bunch of books that are the ones that I always recommend people read if they want to learn to do good hypnosis and therapy. And they have nothing to do with hypnosis or therapy, but they are all to do with how the unconscious responds, how the unconscious so how you respond before you respond, you know, before you think about responding or before you know what you're responding to. So I talk about unconscious behavioral guidance systems, which is something that John Barr uh, talked about a lot, about the sort of ways that you respond to the world before you even are consciously aware that you've responded to the world.
Hmm.
Because as a hypnotist or any form of therapist, that's where you want to make the intervention.
Hmm.
It's much harder to make the intervention when everything unconsciously has already happened. Yeah, if you make the intervention at the top of an iceberg, you've kind of missed everything beneath it. Whereas if you can break the iceberg up from the bottom, then there's nothing above the water. So I always say it's like, you know, whether you manage to control a tiger by getting it around the neck or by grabbing its tail. If you grab its tail, it might just turn around and bite you still.
Hmm.
It's a little bit late if the only thing you've got left to grab is a tail. You want to be stopping it at the head end. Um, so I recommend all this stuff for people to engage with and all this learning that has nothing to do with what's normally taught on hypnosis courses,
Yeah.
because that's what I think are the fundamental things to do with how you do change work
Hmm.
and how you interact with people and how you work with what someone gives you in therapy. Like I gave the example of past life regression stuff. Why go against it? Why say no, that's wrong? I don't do that here.
Hmm.
Just go with it. If someone, when you're doing eyes closed, eyes open, eyes closed thing, and they're sort of moving their head, why not just tell them to move their head
Hmm.
and do more of it
Hmm.
instead of tell them to stop it or say, oh, you're not really engaging well here. Just tell them to do more of it.
Yeah.
If they're opening their eyes and closing their eyes and they just keep doing it as if it's never going to change, you know, they're not acting like they're getting sleepier or finding it harder, tell them to do it even more. You know, tell them to keep their eyes open as long as they can, or just change it to go with what they're just doing instead of going against what they're doing. And then think, okay, I'm just going to have to meet you where you're at. You're not engaging with what I've asked you to engage with. So let's meet you where you're at. And then that will be our starting place instead of going against it. But that kind of mentality, I feel, doesn't come from hypnosis normally, from hypnosis trainings. Um, Normally, it's here's an induction, here's a way of doing it, here's what to do. It's not normally here are some fundamental principles that underline kind of human reactions or human interactions. And if you can understand that, then you can understand everything else. Um, so I used to have a lot more martial arts books, but now I've got just one shelf full of them um, behind me. And I did have a wooden dummy, but it was with my best friend when he died. And so that's lost to time now because I think his ex wife got rid of it with everything else, unfortunately. because I don't have a garden in this flat.
Hmm.
And I wasn't allowed to keep a massive wooden dummy in the flat anymore because it takes up a lot of room. Um, it doesn't look aesthetically pleasing. I think it looks
Yeah.
aesthetically pleasing. I like it and I like the sound of it when
Hmm.
it's being struck, but it's not to everyone's tastes.
Right.
Um, so yes, I've been fascinated by martial arts uh, virtually my whole life. Did martial arts when I was a kid and um, have became a trainer, as I just mentioned, when I was working in children's homes because of my abilities to be very adaptable with. So even with the techniques, I could go from one technique to another depending on the squirming of the person I'm holding.
Yes.
Um, I'd never feel like there was ever any strength needed to do what I was doing, but I was aware, as I've just mentioned, like there are little ways of getting out of things that if they start, even though they're not consciously knowing exactly that they're on the verge of finding a way out, if I notice they are on the verge of gradually working towards, oh, if you keep struggling in that way, you're going to eventually figure out that there's a little opening there or something.
Hmm.
I would know how to just quickly adapt from one to the other and seamlessly move between the different techniques. But other staff wouldn't know how to do that. They would do one thing and that would be it. It'd be like, I'm doing this one. I don't know how to go from this one to that one.
Right.
Um, Whereas I would master how to go between the different ones, a bit like maybe a pianist playing one piece of music and then merging it on a few notes into a different piece of music and then merging it on a few notes to something different again. And
Yeah.
um, that'd be kind of how I would do it, that I would be able to just seamlessly move with the person and go with the flow and feel their. I've always been a very kinesthetic person. My most responsive thing is kinesthetically through touch. I can feel um, muscle movements and changes to what's going on physically for someone.
Yes.
Um, so one of the things I would do on my trainings is I want you to think of two things that are true and one thing that's a lie,
Hmm.
and then you'd sort of say, you know, close your eyes and touch hands, and then the job of one of you is to say which one's the lie that they're thinking of, and the job of the other one of you is to think of the two truths and the lie in whatever order you want, just from touching hands with your eyes closed. Just say, okay, ready. And then the one of you that has to think of the three things, you think of them. And then when they think of the lie, the other one of you has to say which one was the lie that when they were thinking of the lie. And then you just detect through the touch when the person's thinking of the lie versus when they're thinking of the truths. So you do different things like that. And then for um, auditory kind of awareness, you'd sit back to back and you'd say, okay, just count 1 to 10 and do that 3 times. So count 1 to 10. First time, one of the times think of a lie, the other 2 times think of a truth. And the other person's job is to say which one of the times they were counting 1 to 10 was the time they're thinking of the lie versus the two truths. And then obviously visually, you would just sit opposite each other face to face, and then they would not say a word, but they would just have to think of the lie and the two truths, and then you'd have to look at them and say you're now thinking of the lie when they're thinking of the lie. So uh, you do all these different sort of things to learn how to be able to notice changes in state
Hmm.
from and the one I was always best at was if I'm just touching hands with someone or holding someone, I would detect, oh, they're about to want to move here, they're about to want to do that. So as soon as I was touching someone, like in a hold or something, I could feel what their intentions were very easily. Uh, Even the slightest touch, I could feel their intentions, and in fact, the slightest touch makes it easier
Hmm.
because you're then not uh, burying the signal in your own rigidity.
Hmm.
Whereas if you're gripping and holding hard, you
Hmm.
can't pick up anything because your rigidity is dampening down any kind of signal they're giving. So if you just have just your fingertips gently around their sort of just above their wrists or
Hmm.
wherever it happens to be, you can very easily feel they're about to move their right foot, they're about to move their left foot, they're just
Right.
moving their knee a little bit, they're just about to lift their shoulder, they're about to do this, they're about to, and you can feel that so easily. And they want to head left, right, forward, they're about to headbutt me. you could pick up on it so easily just from the slightest touch
Yes.
of them because you're touching them light enough that you're letting their signals communicate to you rather than your signals drowning out anything they're communicating.
Yes.
Um,
I just
so as
thought
soon as
of
I
it.
can touch someone like that, it would instantly um, that alone. If I ever got into a fight, that alone would be the thing that I'd want to do
Mhm.
is make sure I'm just touching the attacker. No matter how lightly, I know I'm going to pick up more from them. If I'm in that close proximity, I haven't been able to escape them. I'm going to pick up more by having even the slightest physical contact to pick up on what their intentions are than just my vision alone, even though my vision I don't think is too bad. And for me, the worst was auditory, I think, was
Mhm.
picking up the tone differences and the vocal changes in things.
I just taught a jiu-jitsu seminar, and I was up in New York. I taught my first karate instructor from when I was a kid at his school, and it was an awesome seminar. I promoted him in jiu-jitsu, which was such an awesome full circle moment for me. But during the seminar, the first thing that I taught was the principle of connection.
Mm,
And I had them stand in a position where they could both touch each other. And I said, okay, here's the game. Touch, of course, an appropriate place, upper shoulders, chest, and the other person just tries to block without any connection. And it's relatively easy to just boom, go
mm,
fast, touch the shoulders, touch the belly, and you can block sometimes, but not every time. And then I said, now feel the difference when you put your hand on the other person's hand and they try
mm,
to touch the body in the same way, and
mm,
the difference is astronomical, and they can't even get to you once because you could feel
mm,
every little morsel of movement from connection. And that was the first thing that I taught, so that they could tune themselves to when they grapple or when they make the connection with their opponent, that every point of kinesthetic touch is giving them information about
mm,
what is happening next. And it doesn't just have to be with your hands, it could be from the tips of your toes to the top of your
mm.
head that you could get all that information from. And then the tech.
Yeah, I used to really like sticky hands from
Hmm.
Wing Chun.
Hmm.
Of
That's
just sort of
awesome. Yeah,
yeah being blindfolded and just feeling and um,
it's so much fun.
because there's something sort of a very good flow state that gets sort of comes through you when you're in that kind of
Yeah,
situation.
I love it.
Um,
Yeah,
but
and then
yeah, so I've always been fascinated by martial arts, but never followed a path specifically of martial arts.
I was
Um,
watching your videos,
Too
and
busy following a hypnosis path.
well, you could look at it. Maybe it's the same thing. It's like hypnosis, but they can't just get up and walk away.
Mm,
But then the connection principle, it goes deeper in, like, how does the ability to defend yourself and the power that you get through martial arts, how does that improve your connection to others? How does it improve
mm,
your connection to people in the school? Knowing when to disconnect from things if there are negative influences or drugs or whatever it is that is not good for you, and um, how to be a better brother, sister, mother, daughter, through being able to connect to people. And it's just so cross contextual in
mm,
martial arts, in hypnosis. When I was watching your videos, I was like, this guy should train jujitsu. I gotta find the closest jujitsu school to this guy to have him go to that school. And just 20 years of training in jujitsu and stuff, you gain such an ability to read through the kinesthetic touch, and there are all these positions, mount control, back control, and essentially you're simulating, might sound kind of dark, but with a stranglehold you could kill someone with it,
mm,
or with a joint lock you could break their arm. So, of course, you don't ever do that to your training partners and friends in the academy, and it's safe, and there's actually no punches, so you're not taking any physical damage. But through that process, the amount of information that you could start to read in people, especially as you continue to practice, I mean, they cannot hide who they are when they put themselves in this kind of stressful situation, if you want to call it stressful. and you could just gain so much information about, when they've given up mentally, or certain fears they have, or how long they wait to defend themselves, or um, you're seeing like through a window into the person's almost soul, you could say, like to who they
Mm,
really are at their core. And then like through that process too of it happening to you, and you have to deal with your own problems and you losing and stuff, that you forge a greater strength of character through, really, that connection, and through the other friends and training partners and the camaraderie that you have with them. So it's just a beautiful process. And I was like, man, this guy would love jujitsu so much. And you don't have to get punched in the head. There's no brain damage stuff. Uh, and I was like, man, if I ever get to talk to this guy, I should tell him that he should go to jujitsu. I had forgotten on this conversation because we were talking about hypnosis, but this is where we landed.
mm. But
And
as a teenager, the thing that I was very good at was rolls.
uh-huh.
So when it came to judo, I was very good at being able to jump over pretty much anything and roll. Because
Hmm.
obviously that's one of the first bits of training
Yeah.
is obviously first of all falling and backwards and forwards and then rolling and across the mat all over the place and then jumping over people and
Mhm.
rolling. That was always something that I quite liked doing. I was quite good at was falling. And living near the
One of the most
coast.
important skills, though.
Yeah.
I mean, too, just like with learning ukemi, which is the Japanese word for falling techniques, the number four cause of injury of death, I'm sorry, the number four cause of death in the world is accidental injury.
Mm,
And the number one cause of accidental injury is falling.
mm,
So people that learn judo, the first thing that you learn usually is how to roll, how to fall. And I had just the other day, my aunt, uh I'm trying to tell her, you got to learn this stuff. She goes out and she posts out, breaks her wrist. And I mean, if you get me on this track, I keep on saying, like, please, people need to learn this stuff, because
mm,
it's the number four cause of death, pretty much, and it's so preventable. People
mm,
breaking their hips, people breaking their legs. My own dad, I tried to teach him. He called me. He dislocated his shoulder because he posted out instead of falling correctly. So it's so avoidable, and there's so many beautiful skills that mirror hypnosis too. And
mm.
I love that you said that you trained in many different martial arts and stuff too already, because I could really see it in your teaching. I haven't seen you make too much mention of it, but I could see
No.
it in its core of
Yeah, I think online it hasn't normally cropped up much.
yeah.
In conversations it has sometimes, like on streams and things.
Hmm.
Um, something will get back to martial arts or something. But yeah, it doesn't crop up so much online. Um, and it's more one of those things that normally people online, especially on things like YouTube, want to know a specific thing, say about hypnosis or therapy, rather than something that I think would be more helpful for them to learn. So a little bit like I said about, how I hate my scripts book because I don't want people reading scripts. I want people doing therapy and the scripts being the afterthought, almost like being the thing you get just to broaden your skill, not your sole bit of skill. It's the same sort of thing that there are things that I think are more beneficial for people to learn, but they're not the things that stand out as being so exciting. So, hypnotize someone in 3 seconds. Here's an induction. Wow, I want to do that. And what I'd find is people would come back and say, yeah, I'm hypnotizing people now. What do I do next?
Hmm.
So, well, yeah, that's why you're supposed to learn that bit first. Because if you don't know what to do next, what is the point in going there?
Hmm.
you know, learning how to go somewhere and not know what to do after you've got there is kind of pointless.
Hmm.
Learn what to do when you get there so that then you can learn how to get there and you already know what to do once you're there so that you've got your thing that you're going to do, at least some basic stuff. It doesn't have to be like, full on excellent therapy or something, but at least have a few ideas of what you can do beyond the beginning before you master the beginning. Because if you just learn the beginning, what's supposed to come next? It's like, You learn how to throw someone to a mat. Well, that's great. And when they stand up, what do you do next?
Hmm.
Or when they're even on the mat, what do you do? Do you run away because you've got them down? It makes sense if you can have an opportunity to run away now, to run away if it's a genuine attacker. Um, do you, because they're down but not going to be down long enough, or it's not safe enough to run away, do you dive in and hold them down? But if
Hmm.
you do that, what if someone else attacks you
Right.
because you're now on the ground? And anytime you're on the ground, even if you think a fight was between two other people, the chances are the person who they were fighting with will fight you because you're now fighting their enemy,
Hmm.
even though you were there helping.
Yeah.
Because that's the world, is you help get an attacker off of someone, the person who was being attacked beats you up while you're on the ground dealing with the person that they were being beaten up by. um, so it's like, if you don't know what you're going to do beyond that first stage,
Right.
it's all very well saying, I've got this brilliant, a bit like the scene in Rush Hour, where Jackie Chan teaches Chris Tucker to disarm, to take the gun. And Chris Tucker obviously keeps trying, and the gun keeps facing himself, and he fails. And then at the very end of the film, he does it successfully. He's so like, wow, that actually worked. Um, it's like, yeah, if you know how to
It's a great
disarm
reference.
someone, what is
That's
the
the funniest
point
reference I've ever heard.
if but what's the point in knowing this one masterful technique for disarming people of a gun
Uh-huh.
if you don't know what to do after you've got their gun,
Hmm.
and then everything goes wrong beyond that because that was all you knew? I
Hmm.
can get a gun off you, but I don't know what to do after that moment. Well,
Hmm.
that's no use. At least know a few steps beyond that.
Hmm.
Learn that before you even try and do the thing at the beginning. And the trouble is to try and convey that on something like YouTube, where it's like, I don't care about that. I need to hypnotize people. I want to know how to hypnotize people. If that's where someone's mentality is all the time, people learn how to do the hypnosis. And this is the trouble I kind of run into, which means I don't end up talking about things like martial arts and stuff that I think are more interesting for people to start learning, because they all want to just come down to, I want to know that beginning bit.
Hmm.
And then I'll ask, what do I do next? Because I'm getting frustrated because I don't know what to do. And I've hypnotized someone with a rapid induction. And then 3 seconds later, they've opened their eyes and started laughing, thinking, what's that about?
Hmm.
Well, that's because in those 3 seconds, you didn't say anything like, that's it, going deeper and deeper. You didn't do anything. And they thought, I'm confused for a moment. I'm
Hmm.
hypnotized for a moment. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So I'll open my eyes and come back to the room.
Hmm.
You need to know where to go. And if you don't learn that part, what was the point in learning the first part? And so that's the problem I run into a lot online, is the videos that do best, unfortunately, are the ones that I see as least helpful for people.
Hmm.
The videos that do worst, unfortunately, are the ones I see as most helpful for
Hmm.
people. A little bit like you kind of mentioned at the beginning, how there was bits that you were like, oh wow, and then you come back to them and you suddenly revisit them and you find information that you think, oh, I didn't even, I'd forgotten about that, or it now resonates in a different way. Now I've got a bit of extra experience or whatever. I've had people attend trainings with me who've said that, who've said, I sat there thinking, yeah, right,
Hmm.
while I was face to face with you being taught this, I've just had clients, and now that's made sense to me why you said that.
Yes.
It's like, yes, that's why it's there, because that is important for you to know. So I would talk about things like Aikido and like, you know, using sort of what's coming at you and redirecting things, and not just redirecting it, but using it in many different ways. And people are like, yeah, that's nothing to do with hypnosis, so I'm not going to take this in. It's
Hmm.
not relevant to me, even though I'm saying this is entirely relevant. um, and so there's a lot of stuff like that that when I teach live, especially like a diploma course or something, that it's included because this is kind of the secret sauce
Hmm.
underlying everything. This is the bits that aren't in the learn hypnosis in an hour. This is the bits that aren't in, here's just a basic introduction to how to do hypnosis. This is the stuff that if you can understand this, you're getting to a much deeper level and understanding
Yes.
of interacting with humans, that's going to shape how you're doing all the hypnosis and everything that comes above it.
Hmm.
And that's going to fundamentally change your success rate in terms of like how likely someone is to uh kind of manage to worm the way out, is probably the wrong phrase, but worm the way out of something. Yeah, how they might be like, oh, I'm a bit resistant to this, or actually I'm a bit nervous, so I'm going to respond in this way or that way. This is going to reduce the chances of that having a negative, them actually getting successfully out. So instead, they're nervous. Great. We'll work with the nervousness rather than they're nervous, but I'm going to push on anyway. and then it doesn't work because they were too nervous, and they eventually thought, yeah, I'm not going to engage because I'm just too scared. And that was the end of it for them. Even if they kept their eyes closed and pretended to keep going with it,
Hmm.
by then they've already logged out from what you're doing. Um, so that's kind of always the secret source of everything I'm doing. And yet, obviously, it doesn't get shared enough because the people that need to hear it don't want to hear it
Hmm.
because they don't see that it's the secret source
Yes.
until they've kind of been through stuff, and then they come back and then they're more engaged and more involved, like obviously you've been. You get more engaged and more involved, and then you come back and think, oh, actually there were little nuggets of things
Yep.
that aren't so commonly taught, that are the bits that actually fill in some of the blanks, that make it so that you're able to react in certain ways that you would not have necessarily thought of. And I think that, so there was an induction I broke down years ago. I had it on YouTube, but it's really bad quality audio because the microphone that I had the person wired up with didn't work. So it's the camera microphone that's picking everything up. Um, I did a very simple demonstration where it was the eyes closed, eyes open induction, and I said, so they I said, I asked for a volunteer. I don't care who volunteers, so I just asked for a volunteer. So that was always my thing, is I'm not going to be selective over people, because some people are like, I'll pick the person who's best at responding.
Right.
For me, it's whoever wants to
Whose
volunteer can
hand is
volunteer.
farther on the light hand
Yeah.
angle?
And then it gives, my opinion is, it gives a fake impression of success levels,
Hmm.
because students leave the course thinking I'm a failure, because when they try it with someone else, they don't get the result they saw the trainer get.
Right.
And so my thing is, I need to be able to do this with anyone at all.
Hmm.
And that means sometimes it isn't going to work right, because I'm choosing anyone at all who wants to volunteer. I don't care who it is. But when it's not working right, that's good, because that's the whole point of what's going to happen for reality to everyone in that room, is
Yeah.
it's not going to go according to plan every single time.
Yeah.
Sometimes it will and it'll be brilliant, but other times it's just people respond in their own unique way because people are humans. Um, so I'd randomly pick someone. This guy came up, he sat next to me, and I said, okay, in a moment, I'm just going to ask you to look at a spot over on that wall.
Mhm.
And he was like, yep. And as you look at that spot, and I'm telling him what to do, your eyes are going to begin to become heavy. And so I then broke down this induction. The demonstration was only about 3 or 4 minutes before he closed his eyes and was fully in and experiencing everything. And then he comes out and then he explains what his experience was to the audience and says, wow, this is what I had the experience of. Then everyone tries it. But I broke it down for YouTube with an hour-long video to show what I was doing in that 5 minutes or so. Where beforehand, when I asked someone to come out, I said, who wants to come up here and go into hypnosis next? I didn't just say who wants to volunteer next or who wants to volunteer. It was who wants to come up here and go into hypnosis next. So I've already said, if you're agreeing to volunteer, you're also agreeing to go into hypnosis, because of how I phrased the question. So I point out, even from the very first second I asked the question, I was stacking the odds in my favor that the demonstration was going to work.
Hmm.
Then
Oh,
I said, okay, in a moment, I'm going to do a demonstration. I'm going to ask you to look at that spot over there.
hmm.
And I watch to see if he follows my instructions already
Hmm.
before we've even started the hypnosis. And so obviously he then looks at the spot. I like, that's it. And so I then acknowledge you've just done the right thing.
Hmm.
Again, the audience is thinking, I haven't started the demonstration yet. I'm just saying what I'm going to do, be demonstrating. And then it's like, and while you're looking at that spot, your eyes are going to begin to feel heavier. And then I close my eyes as I say that, and I lower my head as I say that. And then I watch his eyes lower and copy me, and he starts, and that's it. And so I acknowledge you did the right thing again. And so I go through the whole thing doing that, to the point that when it's like, okay, so you ready for the demonstration kind of bit? And then I don't do the demonstration, but technically I already hypnotized him and did it all before the demonstration started. I made sure that he was responding and following the entire demonstration I was going to be doing. So he'd been hypnotized, and then was technically, with fractionation, he was then technically re-hypnotized for the demonstration. And so it took me a whole hour to break down this 5 minutes to explain, right, I just did that, I just did that, I just did that, I just did that, I used that language pattern, this language pattern. So much goes into it, but all the person sees, and like on YouTube, all someone sees is
Look at that spot.
Right.
Not yet, but
Follow
this is
step
just
one,
a
two,
moment.
three, and four, and you're
Yep.
done. And
Yep.
they don't see all the deeper stuff
Yes.
that was going on, like me matching breathing with the person to make sure that we're already in sync with each other, me matching his body posture, me then every now and then checking to see if he's following me yet by changing my breathing, see if his breathing changes. So much was going on that unless you're told about it all, you don't even know. And then that's all the stuff I want to teach
Yes.
because
Yes.
that's the bit that's getting the better result.
Yes.
But all people want to learn is the thing they see on the surface level,
Yes.
which is just give me the 4 steps. I
Yes.
don't need that other stuff, all that kind of like deep stuff and the breathing and all. Just tell me the 4 steps of the technique
Yeah.
and I'll be fine. And then they don't get the result they want. They wonder why. You then say, well, you've got to do this other stuff. You've got to have confidence that it's going to work. You've got to be implying it's going to work. So you've
Hmm.
got to be using presuppositions, when this happens and when that happens and before then and after then. And,
Hmm.
it's all about all of that stuff. Oh, no, no, I don't do all of that.
Right.
So that's kind of the world I end up in is that I then end up making these videos that don't necessarily teach the bits that I think have the most value that I'm happy to give away essentially for free on the internet on YouTube. Um, but when people don't want to know them because they don't realize they want to know them. So it's then how do you package this stuff um, so that people end up learning the stuff that would actually help them?
Yeah, I mean, just like I was saying, the first time I ever tried an induction was the eyes open, eyes closed induction, and the guy was like shaking his head,
Mm,
yelling and stuff. But now, oh man. First of all, they've been hypnotized before I even start that piece. Not yet, but in just a moment. And it's just like when I saw demonstrations of you doing that technique, and now like that I have it within me too, where they're so deep into hypnosis that they're fighting
mm,
to open their eyes again. Just because you're telling them to come out of the state, they're like, oh
mm,
man, it feels so good to be
mm.
down and deep into hypnosis
And
and
that's
stuff.
what I always say you want. You want to get someone to that point where they're like, please don't make me do that
Please,
again. Yeah. And
please.
then
Oh,
when you see them in their
yeah,
mind, say to themselves,
yeah,
please don't make me do that again. Make them
yes,
do it one more time
yes,
because they'll
yes.
be so happy. I like the push down on my hand one. Yeah, when it's pushed down on my hand, harder, keep pushing, harder and
Yes.
harder, keep pushing down on my hand, harder and harder. And you see them going, I can't. I literally am pushing
Mhm,
as you see them go in their head, I can't. I'm literally pushing as hard as I can. When
mhm,
they're in their head saying that, you push harder and harder, and then you pull your hand away and click your fingers or whatever.
mhm.
That's the moment to do it because they've just gone in their head. They've just said, I can't push any harder. What are you expecting of me? You're
Yes,
telling me to do something I know I can't do anymore. I'm
yes.
confused. What are you expecting? I'm in my own head talking to myself about how crazy you are because you're trying to make me do something.
Oh,
That's the moment to
God.
then, say, now sleep.
Yep.
Doing it before that moment,
Hmm.
it probably won't work. Doing
Yep.
it too long after that moment, you've lost them because they're like, I'm just going to opt out of this
Yep.
because I don't understand what you're expecting me to do. I've tried the best. Isn't working for me. You just keep telling me to push harder. By then, they've opted out and it's probably not going to work. So you have to catch it just on that turn
Yes. Yes.
when they're like, I am pushing as hard as I can. I can't push harder than I'm already pushing. If I could push harder, I'd push harder. You keep telling me to push harder. And then that's when you just do it and sort of snap them under. But it's those subtle things
Yes.
like timing and stuff that is often overlooked and then doesn't get people the results they want. But is the less commonly sort of focused on thing, the thing that people don't want to know so much.
I love to slow down my count too, especially when
Mm,
they really want to go into the hypnosis and they're like fighting to keep their eyes open, and then you go three, two, one, and they're
mm,
like, "Ugh." They're closing their eyes. Even before I say one, they can't help it but
mm,
to go back into it. My my computer's about to die. I'm gonna plug it in. But I also want to be respectful of your time. I could talk to you about this stuff
mm,
for hours and hours and hours, and I could let all the time in the world fly by. But just one thing I wanted to tell you as well is like I have gained so much from your teaching, just like what you were saying with with referencing the material and going back to it, when you create a book or a course, it's a living, breathing work. It's something that you could continuously come back to, and you hear it and it hits you in a different way, and you learn something new by even hearing the same thing. And there's just so much like multi-level communication going on through your work. And you just don't see that in a lot of work. It's a real sign of it being a master work. And I always thought, if I got the opportunity to speak to this guy, I wanted to thank him for all of the great things that you've done in my life. And I see sometimes too, like over so many years that you've done this and so much experience that you have, so many people that you've helped, you have really explored the depths of people's minds, the psyche. I mean, look at all the books. We can't even fit all the books behind you. They wrap around the wall and around the corner. And that you have you've had such benefit to people's lives where you've turned around and shaped and formed, I know, my life, and I'm sure many others. And it's almost like that you're a soldier in a war fighting against whatever you want to call it, negativity, ignorance, um, you know, people's bad habits and all of this stuff. And I want you to know, from this side, from the side of the people that you've helped, I could see that there's a price, just how there's a price to everything, of digging so deep into the psyche, digging so deep into people's minds and the very worst parts of them, and that there might be some of that left over in you where I don't want to call it PTSD or anything, but it's analogous to a soldier who, protected people and made sure they were safe and saved them, and that they come back with some sort of stress or agitation about the perils of war. And you've really done that in the psyche. And even like what you're saying with helping the people where they were attacking you physically, you've done it on many levels of even being physically attacked in those situations. And I just want to say, like, from the other side, from the side of the people that have helped you, that I'm sorry, from the side of the people that you have helped, that just how your friends or the soldiers that stood next to you in war would not want you to carry any of that PTSD with you for however long, that you could let go of that, and that, just thank you for paying that price. But I just hope that you don't continue to pay it unnecessarily.
Mm.
And I just thank you really from the bottom of my heart for everything that you've done for me.
Well, as long as I've been helpful, that's always my main thing,
Hmm.
is to try and be helpful to people, um, and kind of sort of serve people to some extent.
Yeah.
I always say so. One of my kind of being autistic, and one reason that led me to write my autobiography, Look Into My Eyes, was that I'm full of potential contradictions,
Hmm.
things that when I use language sound contradictory and don't make sense. But if I can give enough explanation, then obviously they can make a bit more sense. So one of them is I generally don't like people, is what a common sentence I'll say.
Hmm. I've
But I
heard.
do want the best for
Yeah.
every single living being.
Yes.
And I would do anything I can within my power to try and help every single living being, not just humans, but every living being that I can help within my power and my sort of sphere of influence. But I struggle around people. I find it exhausting socially and stuff like that, obviously, as we've spoken about. So my statement of I don't like people is a general kind of like people are very difficult to be around. It's
Hmm.
easy to be around animals. Animals pretty much communicate honestly. A horse doesn't lie to you.
Right.
A horse, its behavior is its behavior. A human can be responding to you one way, and yet actually something different is going on behind the scenes, behind that facade that they're portraying sort of to you. And one trouble I have, especially as I've got more and more skilled at things, is unfortunately seeing the mask behind, or seeing the person behind the mask as I'm interacting with them. And I don't know why they're doing what they're doing, but I can tell, almost like a phase thing, almost like maybe a Star Trekky thing. I can tell that there's this you that I'm seeing, or a bit like, say, another one could be like a David Icke kind of, there's all these reptilians kind of thing that David Icke might talk about. It's like I can see that there's something behind you that has different intentions to the you I'm interacting with. And I don't know what that's about or why, but the fact that I can see it makes this an awkward conversation because I'm not going to call it out because it's not my place to do so. You've got every right to be how you want to present to me and every right to withhold aspects of yourself from me and be who you want. It doesn't matter. But it does make it more exhausting having those interactions because of the fact that I've gained skills that allow me to notice something different is going on with your non-verbal behavior compared to, or your non-conscious behavior compared to your conscious
You
presentation.
noticed that with me? Is there something that I'm
No,
doing?
no, not with you. I'm saying generally when I'm
Okay.
interacting with people, that
Okay.
that makes it exhausting interacting with people because you see that in people.
Uh-huh.
If I'm interacting with a horse or interacting with a dog or interacting with a cat, that cat, dog, horse gives pure
Yeah.
communication. The kind of conscious, unconscious communication matches. There's harmony in its communication with me. And I resonate with that so much better
Mhm.
than so when I talk about how I want the best for people, but I hate people, it's it's because of the fact that it's so exhausting being around people, generally being around people, because you, especially when you're at a level where you've learned all this kind of like, well, I can tell something different's going on with your heart rate and your breathing than what you're telling me, and that smile on your face. When you see, it would be like What Women Want, the
Uh-huh.
film with Mel Gibson,
Hmm.
where he suddenly, thunderstorm strikes or whatever it was. No, he falls in the bathtub, doesn't he? He electrocutes himself, and suddenly he can read women's minds, and he realizes they all hate him, and they all think he's a chauvinistic pig.
Yeah.
And he's like, "But I thought my jokes were funny, and I thought me slapping your butt was funny. You mean you don't like all this stuff?" um, it's kind of a bit like that, except without the my actually hearing voices. Um, that you suddenly realize that how someone's presenting
Hmm.
doesn't match what you're literally observing with your own sort of senses is going on for that individual.
Hmm.
And when you've got that every day, because you're constantly scanning people to try and make sure that you're doing the right thing in how you're communicating with everyone else, you see that every person you encounter has two people overlaid with each other, both telling a different story to you. And so for every one person you meet, you're meeting two people. And so if you're, say, me going to the UK Hypnosis Convention and meeting 100 people, suddenly that's 200 people I'm interacting with two at a time. And each of those pairs doesn't have the same story to me at the same time. They're communicating different messages. So it's so much easier when I encounter either people who are harmonious, who are just honest, upfront, what you see is what you get kind of people, because then it's like, wow, everything about you matches. There isn't this mismatch that I'm observing that's causing this kind of confusion and friction in my brain that I don't want to call out because you've got every right to choose how you present to me and what you keep secret from me or whatever. That's 100% fine. Um, but when it's dealing with animals, it's so much better. So I sort of wrote my autobiography based on that idea that it's a real struggle when you start noticing when I have these kind of ways of wording things that can sound harsh, like, yeah, I don't like people, sounds harsh, especially for someone in the caring profession. um but it's not entirely as it's meant, because I do want the best for every single person. I do the best I can for everyone on YouTube. I literally have bent over backwards, say on my sleep stories channel,
Hmm.
trying to make the best kind of right. You want long stories, you want short stories, you want this type of story, that type of story. I'll try and make any type of story you want. Jump into a live stream and I'll make stories with your ideas in the live stream. So it's literally what you say you want. Um, I try and give everyone what they want. Yeah, I recently made a video of me reading bits of the Bible because it's what people ask for. Um, I had to check that everyone that was asking for it was okay with it. I was very open, pointing out that I'm an atheist. So if you have a problem with an atheist reading the Bible to you, I want you to know I'm an atheist up front. I don't want you to feel conned or cheated into what you're hearing. Um, but there's no malice at all. I'm happy with you being religious. That's your choice. So yeah, whereas with animals, I just find animals so much easier to get on with and interact with. The number I used to climb on unbroken in horses and just ride them, and they'd behave for me and just go around perfectly fine. My mum was a riding instructress, and I'd just climb on the horse. And mum said I always seem to have some kind of almost bizarre communication with wild animals, with unbroken in things like horses, that I could just climb on them and they would just trust me instinctively. I would often communicate with animals through touch.
Hmm.
I'd sort of use tension and relaxation and different things within how I'm touching the side of the animal to communicate into the animal my intentions and to sort of feel what they're trying to communicate with me. Um, I communicate better, for example, with non-verbal autistic people and other non-verbal people with learning challenges and other things, because I don't then have to deal with communicating verbally, and it can just be more about the non-conscious stuff and about using body language and touch and things rather than trying to find words, which always become so limiting. They're very good for trying to get specifics when you're using words, but they can be very limiting as well. But I do try my best for people, so it's always good to hear when I see comments sharing. I try not to take too much weight in positive or negative comments
Right.
because you can't do one and not the other.
Right.
You can't say I'm going to try not to take anything personal when I see negative comments,
Hmm.
but I want to take all the positive comments personally
Yep. It's given your power to
because
the same. Yep.
because that, in theory, shouldn't every comment be someone's opinion and have the same weight for that individual as every other comment?
Hmm.
Someone saying, "Oh, this film was great," shouldn't that hold the same weight as someone saying that film was the worst I've ever seen?
Hmm.
It's just someone's opinion. So I try not to take too much weight, positively or negatively, from YouTube comments and things. I just sort of think if I see something positive, I think I'm so glad that's helped you, if that's what it is. Um, and if it hasn't helped, I just think it's unfortunate it hasn't helped. Is there something I can change that would make it helpful? And if there's not, well, then it just is what it is. But if there is, maybe it will help me improve for other people as well. So I just try and be as helpful as I can and do what I can to help and do things like, chatting with you here to try to help and share knowledge. And I hate having knowledge and not sharing it.
Hmm.
Um,
It's almost as if you don't have it.
yeah,
You have
I
it and
think
you don't
knowledge is
share
to
it.
be shared.
Yeah.
And so I love learning. And
That's
my
me
biggest
too.
fear is that I'm going to die just before some incredible bit of knowledge that I could have learned, like aliens have landed or something,
Hmm.
that something will happen that's like, wow, I would love to have learned that. And I've missed it now.
Hmm.
Um, so I love learning knowledge and then I love sharing knowledge. I love learning it to digest it and then share it.
Hmm.
Um, Not just learning it and keeping it to myself. I don't see the point in that. I think that's sad that knowledge gets into the hands of the few and then kind of disappears from everyone else. And um, just like in an ideal world, I wouldn't put knowledge behind paywalls. Obviously, we live in a world where we've got to make income and stuff, but in an ideal world, I like the idea of putting knowledge out there, sharing it, and thinking I would like to live in a world where there's more trade for trade.
Yes.
Oh, Dan has this skill. Go to Dan for that.
Hmm.
Because he likes doing that skill and he has that skill. Go to Dan.
Hmm.
Oh, I need my roof fixed. That person's good at fixing roofs. They'll come over and fix the roof. Oh, you fixed my roof. That's very kind. Do you want a meal?
Hmm.
You know, I'll make you a meal. oh, I went and got the materials to make that roof from the person that has the materials, and then you do a favor for them. And I'd love to live in a world like that, but it would never happen.
Right.
um, we have a certain makeup of society on how it should run, but yeah, my most recent book is obviously my biggest.
Yeah, I haven't got my hands on that one yet.
No, it's an expensive book.
Hmm.
Uh, Change Minds, Change Lives, Handbook of Clinical Hypnotherapy.
You
But
were
it
working on that thing
is,
for a while. I remember
it's,
you weren't
yeah,
posting the content and you were telling us about
it
how
has been a
many
very long,
pages it
it
was.
was a very long time,
Yeah.
and it is over 400,000 words.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's 700 pages,
Hmm.
and that's US letter size. So it's a pretty big book. I've got hypnotherapy books that are a similar size that are written by multiple people. Um, and obviously it's got loads of references and stuff in it as well.
I love
Um,
Michael Yapko's textbook on hypnosis. That's one of the best big
yep,
textbooks
I've
I've
got
seen.
that trance work I've got.
Yeah, yeah.
That's his big
Mhm.
one.
Yeah.
Um, I think he's probably got a new I think he's got a new version of it, but I've
Yeah,
got
he keeps
uh,
coming out with editions.
yeah, he keeps coming up with new editions. I had a couple of his early editions, and then eventually I settled on one. And I thought I can't keep buying exactly the same book over and over again.
Right.
At some point, I have to think I'll just settle on that edition, and unless it's an absolutely enormous edition that comes after it,
Hmm.
that's massive changes, um, that one will do. Because the trouble is, I buy so many hypnosis books and have so many hypnosis books that normally whatever's in a revised edition is probably also in other books I buy.
Hmm.
Um, so I have different types of hypnosis books I buy. I buy the ones that I take seriously. They're normally the more academic ones, full of research. So that includes Michael Yapko's one, but
Hmm.
ones where there's lots of referencing, so I can go and see studies, and I know it's based on studies. It's not just my technique's the best, and here's a book about it. Then I have ones that I feel have historical relevance.
Right.
So they're normally pre 1930 ish, where they just have probably very outdated information, probably information that's completely incorrect, and in terms of the theories they've decided on why things are the way they are or whatever. Um, but they definitely have historical value because no one talks about that sort of stuff like it now. And so it's the only way you can see how people thought about it back then. Um, and they had a much more open opinion of things like being comfortable just throwing in psychic stuff that occurred,
Right.
or whatever it happens to be. They were just open with this is what we did and this is what happened.
Hmm.
Whereas obviously once it moved into the scientific field,
Right.
it was like this happened, but we can't talk about it because we'd ruin our careers.
Right. Yeah.
And so we best pretend that never happened to us.
Right.
So it's not saying that claims of psychic stuff actually is psychic stuff, but it is saying claims of psychic stuff is omitted in later works for fear of people being judged for making claims of psychic stuff.
It's a shame.
Um, so I have the sort of books I take seriously. They're the books I buy anytime a new one comes out.
Hmm.
They're the main ones I buy brand new, and normally big clinical textbooks that are like stupid money. Um, to buy, and then old ones, normally also stupid money to buy because of their age. Um, and then everything in between is normally just like if you could pick it up for a few quid second hand, I'll probably buy it. If you can't pick it up for a few quid second hand, it's probably not worth it unless it's signed or something. So if
Hmm.
it's signed by the author, normally whichever book it is, I'll probably buy it because I quite like signed books and having that connection to the author through the signature being there.
Hmm.
Um, I've got signed Milton Erickson book, signed Dave Ellman book to his sister, um, signed books by the Hill Guards. Uh, I think I've got a signed Michael Yapko one, signed Ernest Rossi, um,
Man, I put you
signed.
up there with all those greats, though. I mean, the depth of knowledge that you have, and when I listen to your stuff, I'm just my brain just blasts off to a different dimension, you know? Watching your videos and even hearing you talk now, I'm like, I gotta fight to keep my eyes open, you know? Um,
That's
but
why I do sleep stories. If I'm going to send people to sleep, I may as well monetize it.
but man, your stuff, I put it up there with any other great work that I've seen, you know. I love the instructionals and the videos, and especially too, like if we could do more stuff like this, I
Mm,
think people would love to see really like you in action because you
mm,
you teach so much and you do have innumerable demonstrations of working with so many people in your instructionals, you know. But I think it would be fascinating for people to see the techniques in application as well,
mm,
you know, as part of the content on your channel. But what do I know? You know,
mm.
you
But
are
that's always one of the challenges. So I
what
used to do that quite a lot.
yeah,
So going back to when what's now Dan Jones Sleep Stories used to be Dan Jones Hypnosis.
right,
Um,
right.
and from 2007 all the way through till when I turned it into a sleep stories channel, there was lots of hypnosis stuff constantly posted on there. Um, but it was much easier when my best friend was alive and we were able to just get together and chat similar-ish to what we're doing, but we would just chat and we'd sort of think, oh, why don't we try that, why don't we do this, and we'd just have a video on us every time we got together.
Hmm.
Our thinking was, so much good stuff comes out during the conversation,
Hmm.
just put a video camera on. Because you don't know what's going to come out and you regret it when you think, oh, we didn't record it, that would have been so good on video, and you'd have so many ideas and things. um in the early days, so in my late teens through my early 20s, normally it was with a couple of bottles of Jack Daniels while we were doing it.
Right.
So we'd be like just chatting, drinking bottles of Jack Daniels and doing hypnosis and just, riffing off each other with ideas of what we can do, and then hypnotizing each other and having it all on video, and then turning it into content for everyone else to see.
Hmm.
Um, and we were doing like
Really, that's great.
live
I'd love to
we're
see that.
doing live podcasts.
Hmm.
So we did a uh, we were doing live podcasts with this is back in what, 2006, I think 2007. We were doing live podcasts, streaming. I think it was Stickam or something, streaming software for live podcasts. Before that was really a thing, the two of us would meet regularly and we'd have people chatting in the chat on the live podcast, and we would just be engaging with their questions and chatting and demonstrating different techniques and different things and just talking hypnosis and different bits and pieces and the mind and what we found interesting. Um, we made pre-recorded podcasts doing the same kind of thing, but obviously without the chat, um, where we talk about all weird sort of things and dreams and different things. Um, we would sit down and do demonstrations and have lots of demonstration videos. We would record, so we would hold free sessions, free training sessions, where the idea is, this is a free training session, but it's free because if you come along and you choose to come and volunteer, you're consenting to the fact you're being recorded, and we're going to use that on YouTube and other places. So pre-YouTube, I was uploading everything to Google Video, which obviously then got bought. Google bought YouTube and then mixed Google Video into YouTube. So I was uploading everything to Google Video. I was uploading everything to MySpace before Facebook. Um, so we were doing all these sort of things. I used to I still do have a PlayStation 3, but I was doing hypnotherapy in my PlayStation 3 and my PlayStation at home. So I had my at home venue, and then would do therapy and hypnosis training within at home on PlayStation, to virtually teach hypnosis. And um, so we were doing all these sort of different things that were far more creative and fun, um, but were always kind of freeform and just like, let's see what comes out. And it would be sometimes fun, sometimes just interesting, curious topics. There'd be demonstrations, but we would get so many. It would always be with the same person, but we'd get so many more demonstrations because there was this one individual who was happy to be demonstrated with for whatever techniques, whatever was going on. And obviously, you'd always get someone that's like, yeah, but would you be able to do it with someone else? He's just playing along with you or whatever.
Right.
Um, but the challenge of all this is always how do you find enough demonstration subjects who are happy,
Yes.
especially in real life, to volunteer to be hypnotized and to volunteer to be hypnotized and then have it online
Yep.
um, for people to see and comment on and nowadays slag off and be negative about and you know criticize the other person or whatever. So a friend of mine uh, who was in a demonstration, he had he was proud of the demonstration. He was like, "Oh wow, this is fascinating," and he found it fascinating. And he showed the demonstration to I think it was the husband of one of his family members, and the husband laughed at him and laughed at the demonstration, said, "You look so stupid there, and you're stupid about this, and you're stupid about that." And he got so embarrassed by this relative, this sort of husband of a relative, that he asked me to take the demonstration down because he was embarrassed that if this person thought that, maybe everyone else thinks he's ugly and terrible and, it comes across terribly in it. And no one had ever thought that. And even he didn't think that until this person had their opinion. So it's really, really hard to find people to demonstrate with in person who are happy to kind of be on camera, and especially if the channel end up taking off and then suddenly that their face is getting tens of thousands or whatever of views. Um, People just aren't normally happy with that, which is why it's kind of nicer sometimes to get onto podcasts or something where you can do stuff with someone on a podcast where the podcast person obviously is consenting. It's on their platform, it's their thing, and it's for their benefit. That's normally a better way around to do it because then it's um, I don't have to worry about trying to get people onto my channel and doing something for me and then me dealing with that. It's just easier to do it that way around. But nowadays I don't get, since my channel turned into a sleep stories channel, my main channel turned into a sleep stories channel, I don't get invited to so many podcasts and things. I don't have so much standing in the hypnotherapy community. It used to be that every year Hypnothoughts, Scott Sandland would ask me, can I come and teach in Las Vegas? Can I come and teach in Las Vegas? And every year I'd have to say, no, I'm not going to do it. Adam Eason would want me to teach at the UK Hypnosis Convention. And every year I'd say, no, I'm not doing it. Um, until the year that he said Darren Brown's going to be there. And I said, oh, okay, I'll do it this once then, if he's there. Um,
He's
but I'll
awesome.
do a lot for Adam uh, to help Adam. Um, so it used to be that there was a time when I was very, very well known within the hypnotherapy community, and I was Hypnothoughts used to have Hypnothoughts forums, and so I was on there all the time and very active, teaching on there and interacting with people. My books were very popular at one point and number one bestsellers on Amazon, US and UK. Um, and then obviously once everything turned into sleep stories, it was only like a year or two, and I'd sort of almost vanished from the scene. That I was no longer making it all this hypnosis content, and obviously I've never been one to be pushing myself in the hypnotherapy community. So it was normally only those top trainers like Scott Sandland over in America with Hypnothoughts and people like Adam Eason over here who are like, oh, you've got to get Dan. You've got to get him on here. He actually is far more knowledgeable than people seem to realize, and far better than people realize because he's more kind of subdued, for want of a better word. He's not one of the people who get all the focus are the stage hypnotist people.
Also, the work that you put in is
Mm,
unparalleled to anyone else that I know. I don't know anyone with over 1,000 books around them about hypnosis and all of
mm.
the courses and all of the bending over backwards and all of the experience.
Well, I think I've I've written, I think, 47 books. I think this book is number 47. Um, I've made, uh, I think, about 30 different courses.
Mhm.
Obviously, I've got a YouTube channel with approaching 150,000 subscribers.
Mhm.
That's got, well, it's had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos on it over the years. I used to make videos 3 times a week about hypnosis therapy, autism, all different topics. And then obviously I was running the Mind Changers with Dr. David Lewis, which has now become Inside the Quiet Mind. Um,
I love that stuff too, with all the memory
mm,
things to learn, and I dove deep into that, and I
mm,
showed my dad. My dad also loves education, and he graduated from Harvard and stuff. And I was like, look at this guy who
mm,
Dr. Lewis had brought into his lecture, and he was the memory champion, and
yeah.
had people
And obviously I put the video on the
yeah,
site of me memorizing a deck of cards
check your cards.
just to prove
Oh,
that I could do it, to prove that this isn't just stuff that, you know, oh, maybe Dominic O'Brien has some magic ability or something and is a master of this, or that literally I can learn to do it. So I taught myself to do it and then did it. Um, and the good thing was that it actually does really improve your natural memory. Um, so yeah, so
seeing
over
your
the year,
thing, I got my deck of cards here, and then this was stuff I haven't touched in a while, but Ace of Spades equals Captain Picard,
yeah,
and I had the whole thing just like
mm,
you said. I used um, Star Trek for the
mm,
spades, and I went through each one. I got to about half a deck, and I was like, you know what, this is a bit exhausting, and I would prefer to use the memory techniques for stuff like I know that it works and it feels like you could just go on forever when you
mm,
really get the technique. Like you could just do this how the champions do, where they memorize
mm,
like 50 decks of cards in a row. You really feel the infinite potential.
mm.
But then I was like, okay, I'm just going to use this to improve my memory and the things that I want to work
I
on.
think the benefit I found, so at the time that I uh, did that video on YouTube was during 2020
Mhm.
when COVID was obviously at its sort of peak.
Mhm.
And so over here, I was having to go for COVID jabs
Mhm.
once the medication came on for everyone to take. And you have to show your medical number when you go for your jab. You have to sort of say what your medical number is so they can cross reference you to make sure they're giving it to the right person or whatever. And you get given a time when you're supposed to turn up and what have you. And what I found was at the time I just learned how to memorize cards. It took no effort to just memorize my medical number. I
Mhm.
didn't try to memorize it. I just looked at it and thought, right, what's my medical number? Because I've got to go in a minute. What's my medical number? That's what it is. Okay, I'll put that back in my wallet, put that back in my pocket.
Mhm.
It was memorized just because I looked at it. So my thinking on memorizing cards is in itself, it serves no purpose, although it can look impressive to someone, which is always a good thing if you're trying to demonstrate that you can do something impressive. But it was more that it made my memory just generally better at memorizing,
Mhm.
that unconsciously I was managing to make connections that meant that I could just look at words and look at license plate numbers
Yeah.
and I would just memorize it. I wouldn't have to think that equals this and that equals that and that equals this. It would just stick because my brain understands what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So I saw it as constantly practicing memorizing cards helps my brain to constantly practice how to memorize
Mhm.
regardless of the cards. And so then when it comes to memorizing stuff, you just happen to remember more. So I did things like I started playing I think it's Simon Says or whatever it is, where you got the four colored lights. I think it's four colored lights, and it goes beep 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 beep
Mhm.
beep,
Mhm.
and then you have to go beep 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 beep, and then you have to follow the pattern. And so again, it reached a point where I could then do that for ages and ages and ages until it's like, I suppose I should stop now because I've been going for so long and
Yes.
it's like, 50, 60, 70 in and you're still going, and you're able to just carry on following it
Yes.
because your brain's suddenly clicking on just what to do and how to memorize it. So for me, memorizing the cards in itself isn't particularly it's impressive and it does look cool when you do it in front of someone because people think I don't think I could do that when really yes they could learn to do it just like I've learned
Got
to
a
do
good
it.
technique. Yep.
um but it was all the benefits of that, the fact that
Mhm.
I'm not using the same technique technically if I'm trying to memorize, yeah, if I'm memorizing, say, my medical number or something,
Hmm.
and yet it automatically just happens. My brain knows, oh, there's different ways you can memorize stuff. So for me, it was more you're doing it to keep your brain kind of exercised in the art of memorizing so
Yeah.
that you just naturally have a better sort of ability to memorize stuff
Hmm.
without needing the techniques for doing that. So that was what it more was for me. Years ago, I used to uh, memorize vast amounts of information from books using mind maps.
Hmm.
So uh, when I was working in children's homes, one of the things I did was I helped set up a therapeutic children's home. And the approach in that home, the therapy approach, was psychodynamic. And I'm not particularly a psychodynamic kind of person. I'm more into solution focused stuff and motivational interviewing and CBT, although CBT has faults with its approach on how they think the brain works. Um, and so everything was kind of new to me, all the psychodynamic stuff. And so what I did was I got all the textbooks I was expected to learn and just went through them all, following the contents, used the contents as a way of coming up with what to put on the mind map as the first stuff, and then went through all the chapters, used all of the kind of section headings that I found as bits to come off of that on the mind map. And we just go through very quickly and map out the book onto each book onto a separate mind map, and then go through other books and see does it fit on this mind map with just maybe some different bits here. And if it does, great. Then I don't have to create a separate mind map for that book because it fits with this map. Um, and then I'd go through and fill in the blanks, and I'll just go read through books by going through initially the contents, and then all of the sort of any bold heading within it, reading a little bit like the first paragraph of everything, then the last paragraph of everything. And I'd very quickly get through books and be able to tell you quite a lot of information that I know about those books,
Hmm.
having not fully read them, because most of the stuff is in the intros to chapters, the last bits of chapters, so the last few paragraphs. Um, Normally chapter headings and section headings give a lot of the information away about things like questions to ask, whatever. Anything in bold normally is something you need to know. Anything italicized is normally something you need to know. Any facts and figures normally in charts for you to go through and know. And then normally the write up about it is about the chart you've just read. So you see the chart, and then there's normally write up about the chart, but it's in the chart. So you don't necessarily need all the write up if you can understand the chart by looking at the chart. Um, so I would do that, and then I would come back to it the next day, kind of reviewing all that content from the mind map. And then if I didn't understand something, I'd refer back to the book again. And then the day after that, I would do the same again. And then a couple of days later, I'd do the same again. And then obviously that starts embedding it in your mind. So fairly quickly, I learned quite a lot about psychodynamic working for the degree I got ran over, so I never completed it because I lost the job because of being ran over. But the degree I was having to do with that work to as part of qualifying in that role um, on with the Tavistock Institute over here in the UK and psychodynamic therapy. Um, I was very quickly able to know most of the information just from that way of learning, of using mind maps to create sort of visual representations of all the books. And I did the same for because it was working so well. I did the same for hypnotherapy as well. So I did that with lots of hypnotherapy content,
Hmm.
putting it all into mind maps to make it easier for me and to teach it as well. So that then you can just follow the mind map as you're teaching it. You can just start in one place and work your way around the mind map teaching. Uh, you know, here's doing hypnotic inductions and the different types of inductions, and then breaking it down the mind map to smaller bits, and here's different task setting that you can do and ways you can do that. And um, so I went through a stage where I was using mind maps quite a lot. I kind of got out of it though, but I do think of getting back into it again because they are very handy tools just to have it all mapped on I think it's because everything moved digital, and so I just kind of gradually moved into not really just having pen and paper to scribble mind maps down on while I was going.
Well, awesome. Awesome.
Hmm. But yeah, I'm happy to do this again at some point. Um, you seem like it's already getting bedtime your end. It already is
Yeah,
bedtime my end.
I was just thinking, what time is it over there? It must be close to 11 or 12 p.m. over there.
Yeah, it's 11:30 over
Oh
here.
my goodness. Well, I so appreciate you taking the
Hmm.
time to talk with me, and I guess I'll take it
Well, I
off.
did say make sure you give yourself a few hours because I have a tendency not to shut up.
I didn't realize. I thought I was like, man, if we go to from 7 to 9, that would be a really long
Hmm.
episode, and man, we just obliterated that.
Yeah, that is one of my problems that I have a tendency to enjoy talking about topics and it just goes off and off and off, especially if there's stuff to talk about or stuff people want to learn or hear about. I can just go
Well,
off on tangents and then end up talking for hours. I'm not very good when it comes to someone saying, yeah, right, jump on a podcast for sort of 40 minutes or something,
right.
because uh, I'm just like, I've barely got started. We've barely covered anything. In fact, so I was interviewed on the radio, BBC Radio. This is years ago when my autobiography came out. Um, I was asked to go on to BBC Radio, and because of being autistic, they were like, oh, we'll pre-record it just in case. I know you say that you think you'll be perfectly fine talking live, but we'll pre-record it just in case um, you're not. So just come down to the radio station. I had a certain time I had to be there. Come down to the radio station and we'll record a 20-minute, 10 to 20-minute piece to be on the radio. So I went down there, we recorded the 10 to 20 minutes. And then as I was getting my coat on, the radio presenter asked me a question and I started talking. And she was like, yeah, I'm going to put the recording back on. I'm going to clear my schedule and I'm going to just let you talk and answer my questions. And we're just going to do more. And then I'm going to clear the schedule for a big chunk every day for the next week. And I'm going to say, here's next part of my interview with Dan Jones. So that's what ended up happening. That I was on for an entire week on her show because I wouldn't shut up. So
I love that.
I sold a lot of books though, being on the radio every
That's
single
cool.
day, because I wouldn't shut up, uh, got me a lot of book sales.
There you go.
um, I
Well,
I got ahead of Khloe Kardashian. Uh,
that's
I got
something
in the
I never would have expected you to say in
no,
this.
exactly. I got in the top 30 of all the biographies on Amazon. So not just hypnosis biographies or anything, or, not just like mind biographies. Literally, all of the biographies available on Amazon. I got
Mhm.
into the top 30 ahead of Khloe Kardashian. And I always kind of joke about it because she was naked on the front of hers, and
Man,
mine's a picture of me as a small child. So it's like I didn't take my clothes off or anything, and mine beat her.
and you
So,
beat Khloe
and I'm not
Kardashian.
even famous. Um, so I just couldn't shut up. That's literally the only reason why it happened because every day people had to listen to me on the radio day after day after day, because so much content was recorded because I wouldn't shut up once I was given the chance. Um, and then that presenter did get me on frequently, whenever there's any story like around World Autism Awareness Week, and um, if there was ever an autism news story in story in the news. When COVID happened, it was like, how's COVID affecting people, for example, who are autistic, who need routine and structure and stuff like that? Are they having a different response? And obviously I said I can't talk for all autistic people, but I can share my experiences and kind of how autistic people generally operate and work. um, so yeah, so it led to her getting me live on the air quite often, because of that one interview that was supposed to be a kind of an uncertain, or I don't know if an autistic person can talk on camera, on live radio. And obviously I have no problem talking on live. I think I'd be good as a radio presenter,
Mhm.
as a talk show
Oh man, you
person.
gotta be careful though, playing you in the car, you
Yeah, I'd be the late night. This
know.
is the sleep hour.
Oh man.
No music, just me telling you stories late at night on the radio.
That's what I do most nights when I can't sleep. I put on your sleep channel
Mm,
and puts me right
yeah,
out.
and I do sometimes. as well.
You
Not my
listen to
sleep
yourself
training.
on the.
I've got the originals. Um,
Okay.
I have
You
the
put
ones that
yourself
I
to sleep?
prefer. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Um, so I prefer my ones with sound effects,
Hmm.
the ones that most people complain about, I think. Although my most popular video is a compilation of the one with of one of the ones with sound effects. Um, so I think the sound effects ones are very polarizing. There are people that absolutely love them with the sound effects,
Hmm.
hence my most popular one having something like 2.3 million views. But then at the same time, there are people that absolutely hate it
Hmm.
and don't want any of the sound effects, especially birds. The number of comments I've had that are like, um, I live in a city, I hate the sound of birds. Why do you put birds in it? It's like, because when I'm telling a story about walking through woodland, and I've said that it's one where there's sounds to match the story, birds crop up in woods.
Hmm.
That's why there's the sound of birds in my woodland story. Um, if I wanted the sound of a city, I'd do a story about cities. If you don't want to listen to the sound of birds in woodland, don't listen to a story that's about walking through woodland that says it has sounds that match the story.
Hmm.
Um, Listen to something else. So it confuses me that people say they don't find birds at all relaxing, um, whereas I do. Uh, so I like uh, so for years I've listened to meditainment CDs. So
Okay.
meditainment make kind of sound effect meditations that are about 18 to 20 minutes long. Um, so I like that style, and so the ones I make that are in that kind of style of having sound effects I like because I don't really see anything in my mind's eye, and so I find the sound effects really kind of enhance it. If I can hear, if I'm talking about it walking along a lake by a lake, and I can hear the water lapping on the shore, and I can hear the sounds of birds near that lake and all these other sounds, that makes it more absorbing for me because I can't create it in my mind itself. And so I've got it there to enhance my sort of experience of it. Um, like if I'm walking through the woods and I can hear the trudging through, grass and, among the trees, it's easier if I can hear it because although I have mentioned about being very kinesthetic and being able to feel things, I really struggle with visualizing anything. And I don't really hear anything in my mind's eye, so my brain either. So having that extra bit of input just really kind of enhances it for me. So they're the stories I choose to listen to myself
Hmm.
because of all the extra sound effects. And so fundamentally, I make them for me.
Hmm.
And if people like them, they like them. If they don't, they don't. But they're the ones that I make because I like them. Um, and they're the kind I used to make years ago, sort of 20 odd years ago. I would make them on a program called EJ back in the old days. That was a dance music program where you could put different riffs together and stuff, but it let you drop your own wave files in it. So I could then pick wave files of things like nature and wave files of the um, say a hypnosis track or whatever, and I could piece it all together on EJ myself. And EJ let you, it had like dials, so it let you say where you want that sound to come from around you, which I used to like. So then you could make it spatial long before spatial audio was really talked about. You could then make it spatial. So you could say, right, I want my voice to say deeper and deeper over here, and then I want it to in an echoey sound, and then I want it to say deeper and deeper over here in another echo. So it sort of goes deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, and sort of reverberates around your head. So I would do these sort of tricks, and I'd do things like, oh, I want to walk downstairs, but it's going to be a spiral staircase. So I'd sort of go 10, 9, 8, and I'd have each number gradually spiraling around, so it feels like with your eyes shut, like the sort of numbers are spiraling down a staircase. And
Hmm.
so for years, I've messed around doing all these sort of things, but just for my own, because I want to.
Hmm.
And I used to put some of that early stuff on YouTube, but people didn't really like it like I like it. So that's the sort of stuff I listen to, though, for myself. The stuff I normally do, like the normal stories and long videos and things, I've got no interest in. Um, they're not some of the stories I just hit on a story that I think, oh, I actually quite like that story. But a lot of the stories I find just very samey and very kind of, it didn't feel like something that came from me, if that makes sense. It's like it was made because I have to make a story, not made because it was a story I wanted to make.
Right.
Um,
My
because
sensei
there's a difference.
would always say the quickest way to make nobody happy is by trying to make everybody happy.
Yeah, yeah,
And I was like, man,
it's definitely true.
that's true. Yeah.
But yeah, so a lot of those stories, I have to release something every single week,
Hmm.
and that means I've got to make something every single week, and that means I don't really have much choice over what I think of.
Hmm.
It's kind of like, well, what I think of is what I've got to make because I've got to make it. It's That's the trouble once it becomes your job. Before it's your job, it's like when
Right.
inspiration strikes you and you've got an idea, that's when you make that thing you've got an idea for.
Hmm.
Whereas with this, it's like there's a bunch of words on the screen. I'm going to ad lib a story around those words, and it's going to be therapeutic. It's going to address anxiety, stress, and worry. But I don't know what the story is going to be, but it's whatever it's going to turn out to be. And occasionally something will just come out that's like, actually, from those words, that turned out to be a story I really, really liked.
Hmm.
Just what naturally evolved was a story I liked. But 99% of the time, because it's always just whatever came out of the words, it's no better or worse than any others. What I normally find is if I really dislike a story, it's going to be popular. If I really, really like it, it's going to be very unpopular. That's generally how it works. So you can work out which stories are my favorites because they're normally the ones with the least views, and which ones I hate the most because they're normally the ones with the most views. I don't know why that happens, but it just seems to be I have different tastes to my own audience.
Hmm.
Um, so like I really liked my uh, story of Ellie the autistic duck. Not very popular. Not many other people seem to like it, but I liked the idea of Ellie the autistic duck. That I don't know why that phrase came to me. I just suddenly felt this idea of as I was reading. I think one of the words was duck, and I just randomly thought that duck's name's Ellie, and she's autistic now. That's what's going to drive the story forward. I liked my child and his teddy bear stories, and it's an autistic child and his teddy bear. I think it's because they're autistic that I like them, because it drew on real life. It was a child who lived in the woods and liked teddy bears, and at one point he ends up getting zapped into a computer game, like a sort of Mario type game, and so I like that. I liked my, I don't think it was a hamster, um, the one that was a bit of a mystery one. Um, is it a gopher or something? I can't remember. But there was one I liked that was an animal that was a superhero that was a like a James Bond type of character because I just liked it. So there are some that I just like because to me they just seem quirky and fun and a bit different, whereas many end up being kind of boring. You find yourself here and you're doing this, and it's not very inspiring. And um, you encounter some strange creature or something, but it doesn't seem very. I don't know. They seem very interchangeable almost among other stories. But then I've done over 500. So, from my perspective as the creator of over 500, as I'm going through them, I think I've done this kind of idea before.
Hmm.
So it's quite rare that I hit on something that I think, wow, that was a totally unique type of take on it. And sometimes it's just a bit of a story I like. Like I liked having the pilots, the fish flying planes, because somebody had suggested pilot fish as one of their suggestions, and so I just turned it into flying planes. Because someone else had suggested, probably because of seeing the pilot fish suggested, um, uh, kind of, what was it? Jellyfish. The jellyfish were floating in the air because obviously the fish was going to be in the air flying, so the jellyfish had to be in the air. So you got jellyfish rising and glowing out of the water and flying in the air, and um, so some of
SpongeBob
them there's
style.
little moments that I quite like in stories,
Hmm.
and then some stories have been personal that I've liked. So I made a story in a live stream a couple of weeks after my best friend had died, kind of honoring him, where I did the Star Trek induction that I created for him within
Right.
that
With the warp
story.
drive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So having it going sort of, yeah, each step of warp is going deeper and deeper into
I love
hypnosis.
that. I love
Um,
huge
so
Star Trek
I,
nerd over here.
yeah,
You know?
so I had that in that story. So that was personal to me. For my nan, I had one of, she always talked about being evacuated during World War II, as a child, to Yorkshire, and loving it in Yorkshire, and thinking everyone said how bad it was for evacuees, and oh, they shouldn't rip your families apart, but she actually loved it because she was in nature around horses and all these other animals, and yet what was the alternative? She was going to be down on the south coast of England where they were bombing. um, that's no life for a young child. So she saw being evacuated as this really positive experience. And so obviously I turned her experience into a story, um, for her. I did the same after my granddad died. I did a story kind of honoring him. So some of the stories are kind of very personal, um, to my life and to what's gone on in my life, and people in my life. Um, and then some stories I just really like. So my Adventure of a Prince story, I made that in like 2001 initially, the very first version, and really liked it. It was very fuzzy and sounded horrible in terms of audio quality. Recorded back then on the laptop microphone, in Wave, because that's all you could record on the laptop in, and it was because Wave obviously is, records quite large files. It was being recorded, at very, 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 very low bit rate. Um, so it's a really terrible sounding audio, but I really like that, and I've remade that a couple of times. Most recently, a few years ago, I re-recorded it by playing it into my ear, and then I just spoke to the microphone as I was listening to it, because that was easier to do that than to try and transcribe it and then re-say it.
Hmm.
I was just listening to it in my ear, and I've done that to remaster a few of my tracks. I'll listen to them in my ear while talking to the microphone, and then I'll just have a delay of kind of 5 or 10 seconds between what's being said in my ear and what I say out my mouth,
Hmm.
um, which some people say is very difficult to have a voice talking, saying something different to what you're saying out loud, with a time delay. But yeah, I'll do that as a way of recording it. But yeah, so I do listen to my own stories at times to fall asleep, because I find them normally more effective, apart from the meditainment ones, which I do find very funny because they're meditation. They do really bad hypnosis.
Hmm.
So there's one uh,
Yeah.
story where it's set in a desert,
Hmm.
and the woman will be saying, "Don't give up, don't give up," the whole time. It's like, yeah, just
Oh,
tell me
man.
to give up over and over again.
Yeah.
But I just find it amusing, because she's talking about how you're
A heck
struggling
of an
through this
embedded
desert with
command.
the yeah,
Yeah.
struggling through the desert with the sand dunes, and yet she's constantly telling you to give up. Um,
No. Oh
so
no.
yeah, so it's done literally by someone who probably, by a
It's the
company that
opposite.
knows meditation but definitely
Yeah.
don't know hypnosis and how language works and how you can give bad suggestions.
Yep.
Um, it's a bit like on my therapy training. That somebody said, to somebody who was depressed, who'd used the example of, the depression feels like I've got chains of despair wrapped around my neck. And so the trainee therapist responded by saying, as those thick, heavy chains of despair wrap tightly around your neck, and their client is literally imagining the thick chains of despair wrapping even tighter around their neck. It's like, no, that's not how you use a client's metaphors. Luckily, it's on training, and you're going to get corrected.
Hmm.
But you know, there's a way to do things, and that's not how to use the metaphor. Don't make it worse. Um, so yeah, so I love their stuff, but it's all very short. It's all just 20 minutes or under, and their language isn't necessarily great. But I do love the sound effects that they use and the locations and things. But I normally resort to my own. because I know what I like, and so I choose the ones that I've made specifically how I want them and like them with the techniques I like. But anyway, I will let you go. Thank you for chatting with me.
It's been a pleasure. I'll stop the recording now.